stream.
There's a merb.
Where's that?
Over here, back there.
Oh yeah, go down, my friend.
Dude, the necro spells sound so cool.
They sound cool?
Because I turned my volume. I turned my volume back up. You know what I mean? In game, because I used to listen to music or just talk. I got them down low enough so they don't bother me. But it sounds like, you know how like Harry Potter, the Slytherin talk, like yes, you know the Slytherin, like the slurring. It sounds like that, dude. After you cast, it's pretty cool.
That's kind of cool. I never really noticed that with the necro.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
I only got mine up to level 13 though, so what, 12, something like that.
Nice.
How do you like them so far? I mean, as far as the class goes itself.
Well, like I don't want to say hate. That's so strong. I do not enjoy intcasters because of all the medding and stuff. But actually, you know, like you're always snaring or dotting or you know what I mean. Like, so it's kind of cool.
Oh crap! I got stuck on a tree. Alright, 2 incoming. Yeah, I mean you're doing something, but later on, I think necros, it gets to take it a little bit easier than normal because you get to be just a mana battery for clerics and things of that sort in raids.
Yeah, that's a difference between raiding necro and I think a souling necro. You're going to be busy or a grouping necro even. You're going to be busy for a long time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you're doing everything by yourself.
Right.
But I mean, if you like that challenge, and you like that constant, you know, busyness, like with an enchanter too. I mean, you can be in a group. See, enchanters though, they're busy in groups, period, and they're also busy if they solo. So,
you guys recording?
Yeah, we just started streaming.
Damn.
He's gonna share some top secret information.
I was, dude.
With the brownie recipe or whatever?
Not anymore. What?
Did you say brownie?
I want some brownies. Actually, I got some brownies to say.
Him over there eating them air quotes special brownies.
Well, they're not. Well, I guess they're kind of special. My nieces and nephews made them. They're No, not that kind of special. They're misshapen.
Misshapen. I don't care what shape they in. No, they taste good.
They're supposed to be snowmen, I think, and they didn't quite come out looking like snowmen.
What are these turd brownies?
They taste good. That's all I care about. But yeah, they're still real young. The ones that made it this time. This zone is real dark. I guess I don't have any light source on me at the moment.
Oh, you're streaming.
Yeah, now.
Oh, well, sorry, dude. I'm not watching you anymore. Let's go to ACs.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I don't have a fire beetle. I mean, we're probably not going to get one in here.
Most likely not, sir.
Why don't I see you?
I just started. Some people were also saying that they had a hard time, and sometimes it didn't show up at all, like on their cell phones.
And sometimes on my phone and my iPad doesn't show up at all. And right now I'm hitting refresh like crazy, and I don't see you. What the fool?
Yeah, I don't know why.
You're idle.
I don't know why it does that.
They updated Twitch, and it seems like every time you search for something now, it's a pain in the ass. Well, I should probably heal you or something, huh?
Might help, just a tad bit.
Oh, Tubicus is on the road. Go, Tubicus, go.
Tubicus.
You.
Oh, he's Googling, man. Google it. It's a funny name, and it sounds like an ogre's name.
Last name should be Tubicus.
Googling Tubicus. I could go with that. That actually wouldn't be too bad. Tubicus.
Dude, I can go to sleep tonight. Good.
There we
Knowing
go.
that you got a name, you got that Tubicus.
It's not a bad one.
Level 20, right?
Yep.
All right, send me the spelling so I can get it right.
Sure. Let me Google this.
We'll get this down.
Dude, you're gonna have to come back over and give me regen in a little bit, Chupa. This regen's OP for a necro, dude. It's like I have clarity and regen. It's like bring on the world. Wizard, this group is working out great.
So, do I need to capitalize? I don't think I do, but I'll do it anyways.
Surname is with a U, is it not?
Yes. S-U-R-N-A-M-E.
Not sir as in
Man.
sir, but sir as in S-U-R, sir.
Let's see, Tubicus. There we go.
Tubbicus? Tubbicus?
That actually sounds better.
Well, you.
It sounds fatter.
Did you already hit enter?
I did. I mean, you know, you got. I asked ahead of time.
Oh, he
You
was
guys are
spelling.
horrible, man.
I
It
never
felt
heard him spell
better.
it, so I was
I
giving
didn't.
my
I didn't.
suggestion.
I just sent him a tell. That works too, though.
Pop.
Oh, freaking root at me.
Oh, I'll come save you. Where you at?
Tunnel.
Feign death, dude.
How many you got? Yeah, faint
Two.
death, dude.
2.
How many?
2.
Oh, you're gonna die. I'll get the glyph off of you.
All right,
Oh, never mind.
I got it.
How's your axe doing?
Pretty good, man. I love this freaking thing. Only had one issue, and it's something I wasn't aware of until recently. If you are in unrest and you're in the house, oh crap! Oh, this is gonna kill me. There
I
we
got
go.
you. I got
Let's
you.
root it. Let's root it. There we go. Back up. Yeah, if you're in unrest and you're inside the house, if you're in the bedroom, you're perfectly fine. However, if you fight in any one of the hallways, and this weapon procs, it knocks the enemy down below the floor, and then he randomly takes a different route to get back up to you.
Well, that's cool and not
Horrible.
cool at the same time.
Absolutely.
I don't remember
horrible.
that having a knockback on it. It does have a knockback?
It has no knockback. It's just it's a weird glitch that everybody
It's a
seems
glitch.
to be aware of. But
Put a bug in the forums.
yeah, I'm too lazy to do it. But yeah, I definitely need to.
No, I want to make this game better.
It's it killed me twice, and I wasn't even aware of it the first time. And then somebody's like, "Oh, are you using that weapon?" I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, "Yeah, you don't want to use it out here in the hallway."
You got a shaman with you too.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, there's our healers right there, Shaman and Necro.
I ever tell you guys how much I love my wife? What the hell are you doing, woman?
She just give you hot chocolate.
Yeah.
Mm.
Damn.
It's good to be married, man. Good to be married.
Mm. I'll make my own damn hot chocolate.
You got other benefits too.
Yeah.
I got hot chocolate and you can't
Wait.
have
You got-
none.
You got marshmallows in it?
Whipped cream.
Ooh.
Oh, ain't bad.
Yeah, the real whipped cream or the fake stuff from the can.
That kind.
Yeah, okay.
I like marshmallows better, dude.
Well, it's because you're a communist.
I am. That I am.
Yeah, like standing in line for toilet paper.
Well, pepper's good. Okay.
Drink the bed, okay.
And a slice of bread.
Slice
What?
of bread.
Get hot chocolate and a slice of bread. What the hell? Are you going to
Oh.
jail?
You're standing in line for toilet paper and a slice of
Oh.
bread.
Oh, okay, I got you.
It's like a weird
She's like,
combo.
here's some hot chocolate, honey, and a slice of bread. Now, if it was homemade bread, like right out of the oven,
Dinner.
I could eat a whole loaf of that. Dude.
Yeah. I like the end pieces when it's homemade for some reason. I don't know. I like it a little bit harder.
Heck yeah, you heard it here first, guys.
Yeah, like it hard, man.
See, likes it harder.
How you doing?
Yeah, I do apologize if it looks dark over here, guys. Looks fine on my screen, so I'll definitely have to get him a light source. Seems like all my characters need a light source.
I don't think Necros get anything I can fix that with, dude. That I
It
can
doesn't
summon.
look dark to me, dude.
Nah, but other people, they see it as that way, so, I mean, just getting a light source seems to fix it for him.
Hmm.
I don't know what warriors could use as a light source as far as equipment goes. There was a belt, I think somebody was telling me last night, that was a flaming belt off of Ixablat, and that's a light source.
Cold. What's cold light do, Chuba? Oh wait, that's self only.
Oh yeah, Necros are very greedy.
I don't know what cold light is, to be honest. Oh yeah. Oh, dude, hold still. It says it came in my hand. Or what? Wait a minute.
Wait, what?
Yeah, dude. I got you a summon cold light. Come here, man.
Oh, heck yeah. Oh, I can even see the light change already.
Let me see if it.
Wow,
when you're done there.
you lit up the whole friggin' place, dude.
Yeah, I light up your life.
That is nuts. It's a ranged weapon?
It's a no. It's a stone you put in your inventory, man.
Oh wait, do I have a light source? I have a light stone. I just don't have a free spot for it. You have room for a backpack?
Yeah, I can trade you, or you can have this stone, whatever you want.
Ah, I'll take both. Try it out.
Here, try this. God, you're so fat. Oh, I can't give it to you, dude.
Oh, okay.
It can't be traded.
Yeah, I got the light stone.
All
There's
right,
there's a
that
backpack.
works.
That way you can pick some more
Gosh.
stuff up.
There we go. Thanks. All right, now you put your thing on.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Excuse me.
How's that, guys? It was a little dark for you. Can you still see a little bit better now? Takes up a little spot as far as a backpack goes, which kind of sucks on my cleric, but not so much in this guy.
Okay, mine gets brighter when I put it on instead of putting it in my inventory. So that's weird.
Oh,
Like as soon as I put it in my inventory, it gets dark.
could be a worn only thing. What spot does it go in?
Says temporary, primary, secondary. Necromancers and enchanters both get it. That's different. Oh, here's a guy over here. Oh, he's yellow. Powers.
Yeah, the druid.
Yeah.
That'd be good for a healer, man. There we go. And he looks somewhat decked out.
He's got golden Freddy boots on anyway.
Yeah.
I think it is a little brighter now, man.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Just I don't know if it's bright enough for them on their screen. Haven't heard back from them yet.
I guess I don't need this. I might get rid of this other heal. I'll just do my heal over time, dude. 30-point heal may not be needed.
Yeah. Well, in case it's like a big, fight or something. I don't know.
Okay, I can get rid of this.
But you can put on a dot or something. I know you got lots of spells.
God, dude, I got tons of dots. I wish I had more nukes.
But nukes, to be honest, now that I'm playing a wizard, they kind of suck, man, because you can't hit right off the bat. At least with a dot, you can attack at like 95% and you're good to go. With a nuke, you gotta wait till like 60% before you can cast your first one. Like half the fight's already over.
Yeah. Oh, did I? Did I? What does that do? Oh, it's self only.
Yeah, I think that's a spell that you can give yourself to see.
Let's see if it makes it any better. Yeah, stacked. Stacked with a stone. Oh, I know what I could do. Impart strength.
I don't know if that works. Necros, they really don't get very many spells they can give to other people. Not to mention, even if you did, I don't know if they're going to stack with shamans, and I'm buffed to the nines right now.
Oh, are you? Okay. We'll see if this one hits. Just out of science. I think it's a strength buff. Gonna get another character grab right. I'll be right back. Okay.
There's nothing up right now. It's a good group, killing fast. There we go. Come on, my little precious.
Alright, we're gonna try it. That's not what we want.
So you guys getting snow over there, or?
We got snow the other day. Now it's just cold. My son actually didn't take cold. My son did not have school today, man.
Because it was so cold?
Yep. They had a 2-hour delay last night, like at 9 o'clock at night. And then this morning, after I had gone to work, they canceled school because it was so cold.
Really? Why are they, just because it's cold? Like, I can understand snow, but...
The kids stand out at the bus for the bus stops and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
I guess. I mean, that's my like.
It's probably the teachers. Teachers like, I'm not going to work today.
Yeah, they got heat and stuff, obviously, but
that's what I'm thinking. The schools were always buffed out when it comes to like the heaters and the coolers. The AC in our school was amazing. You go in there and you're just like, man, it's freezing cold in here. It's burning hot outside, but it's freezing cold in here. Never really had to use the heaters, but I imagine those are probably just as good.
I remember when I was in school, we never. I don't remember really being cold all the time, but I remember being hot all the time in the summer, man. Like just opening the windows and getting yelled at for opening the windows and stuff. You know what I mean? It was always hot in school. We didn't have air conditioners when I was in school.
And you guys had windows that could open.
Yep.
The windows nowadays, they don't open. They're that mesh on the inside of it that you could throw like a table at it. It wouldn't do anything.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, and they're all sealed shut. Like they don't open. Period. They're not even capable of opening.
You guys running a jail for your school system? What's up?
Have you seen schools lately? Like you can't recognize them from a jail. Like they look like it. Metal detectors at the door, cops running around. In fact, there was just that story today about that kid who got shot by the cop. Unfortunately, like that big. He was running around with knives.
The one in Reno.
Yeah, with the knives and stuff. I did not even hear about that story until today, and I just saw the video for it.
News. Yep.
And I'm like,
that was crazy,
crap.
dude.
Like he had knives in his hands, dude. Like
face was all jacked up.
Yeah, apparently he'd been getting bullied.
As soon as I saw it, yeah, I was like, somebody just clocked that kid, and he's just reacting. Granted, I'm not the cop. I'm not. It's a little different when you're there on site and you got somebody wielding 2 knives.
Yeah, it's hard.
Lunging at folks.
I wish he had a stun gun, man, like the tasers. I wish he had that.
Yeah, but use of force. When you're trained in use of force, you're not trained to use that if somebody's wielding a weapon at you.
I know.
Period.
I know. I'm just saying, like
that's training. That's training.
Just wish he had, used that thing. I'm not second guessing him because when you're in that situation.
No, I'm not either.
But
not either. And granted, not my kid, right? But if it was my kid, I'd definitely be upset.
Oh yeah, I mean, nobody wants to see their kid in the hospital like that, and he's in a coma right now.
Some people can't think that way. They don't think that. Oh well, the kid shouldn't have done that. Well, what if it was your kid? Well, my kid wouldn't do that. How do you know? Do you think that father was over there thinking my kid is going to do this today?
Yeah.
Of course not. No parent thinks that, and if they do,
there's already big issues.
Need an intervention.
Yeah, big issues already.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They induced a coma for the kid because they had to cut a piece of his lung out.
Ooh.
This, that, and the other. Yeah.
Man, it sucks that he felt like he had to go down that route to bring those knives just to get some. Like, I mean, at that point, the teachers failed. Like, a whole bunch of stuff had to have failed for that kid to have nowhere to turn.
Here's the crazy part. So apparently, the father went to the school last month or the month before because the kid was had gotten suspended for fighting, but the kid was defending himself, is what it was. But he was the one that got busted for it.
Zero tolerance is how it goes nowadays. Nobody, even if you defend yourself, you're not allowed to.
So, but problems existed, and it's been reported and stuff. And the question is, did they take action?
Obviously, not enough. I mean, crap!
Yeah.
Did she die? No, she didn't die.
So
yeah. 2020 hindsight,
but yeah, that's the thing I worry about with my kids.
You just never know, man. You hope if it comes down to it, and it's your kid that's going through that, there's something you can do. But it seems like sometimes not a whole lot. There was a story here on the news that they were bringing back up again on the radio stations, anyways, about some girl who got bullied enough where she walked downstairs and shot herself in front of her parents. And her parents didn't have anything to do with it, other than they didn't even know what was going on really. And once they found her note and they looked online, she had been getting cyberbullied like bad. Like people were making porn sites in her name, and apparently after she did that, they kept bullying her even though she's dead. And they're like, this is sick and sadistic, And so they're trying
to twist these days, man.
Some of these aren't kids. So, it's horrible to say some of these are not kids, but yeah.
Yeah, true. Very true.
And so, yeah, I don't, that bullying thing, it seems like when I was a kid, if you got bullied, it was different. You got bullied while you were at school, and when you went home, you had the relief of now it's over. But you don't have that anymore.
Now everybody's connected.
And some people just don't take it very well. Like, for me, I kind of let it roll off my back. If somebody's bullying me, I'm like, I don't care. I don't even know who you are. You're not going to be in my life for very long.
That's how we are, though, man. For me, it was a matter of, say what you want about me, I don't care, blah, blah, blah. But for me, my buttons were, family. Once you brought family into it, that was it. That's why everybody's like, oh, your mama jokes never hurt anybody. I'm like, it might hurt your face here in a minute.
None of that stuff ever hurt me. The only thing that ever got me is when you made it physical. If you're going to, like the bully physically, like you're going to punch me in the face, I'm going to, knock you out.
Oh, yeah, that too. Yeah, dang, that wasn't happening.
But words, like, man, don't mean jack.
I mean, granted, it's not like I was over there throwing fisticuffs and coming out on top every time, but I sure as hell wasn't going down without a fight.
Right. But then again, I've never had a porn site made of me and
Yeah,
all that
yeah.
other stuff. So like I can't say how I would react to that if I was a kid again and I had to go
I'd
through
at
all
least
that.
I'd at least ask to pick my own name.
You asked to pick your own name.
Yeah, I would have to pick my own name if they're gonna do that. It's like, bro,
Oh,
you
with
didn't
the
ask me.
porn site, right? Be like, come on,
Come
guys,
on, man.
come
Come on, something
on.
cool.
It was cold that day.
Come on, please. Shrinkage. It was shrinkage from the pool.
Yeah,
That's terrible, man.
we make fun of it, but at the same time, guys, if you're going through anything like that, you got to reach out to people around you, and then you got to have a sense of humor about it too. You just have to. Otherwise, things are going to develop to the point like you hear about those horrible stories where people actually commit suicide over it, and it's really not worth it, man. Your life gets a lot better after high school if you're having a hard time with it, and man, you get to pick your own friends, you get to pick your own life. You know, you just sometimes you got to get through it.
That's what I'm hoping if anything like that ever happens to my kids, that they'll be successful enough not to worry about it. Go to their freaking high school reunion. There, f you.
Right? Like, you all those people who made fun of you, they usually turn out to be nothing later on. To be honest, I hate to say it because it's just like, oh, that's kind of mean, but people who peak in high school usually don't peak anywhere else, and it's just sad, but it happens.
The majority, I would say, my high school was like that.
But yeah, some people definitely, man, they're going through a hard time right now, and it's just, it's rough. First time I saw that video though, and I was like, wow, this dude was going full bore into those knives. I don't even know where he got them from, but they didn't look like kitchen knives or anything.
One of them looked like a big old long kitchen knife. The other one I didn't really get a good look at, but
Looked like a butcher's knife
yeah.
or something. Big like round edge to it and everything. I was like, jeez, it's rough.
It's a bread knife.
I love fresh made bread. I think Nana was saying the same thing earlier.
Yeah, dude. I'm Puerto Rican, so bread, yeah. Bread and pork and anything else that crawls on four legs and you can fry, yeah.
Crawls on four
Or has
legs.
wings.
I was gonna say that opens it up to like everything, dude.
Cow, horse, it don't matter, man. Is
Lizard.
it meat? Let's do this.
Get some lizard in there.
Carnivore. I'm a carnivore, yeah.
Yeah, you guys make some pretty good food though.
Ain't nothing that you can't fix with some lemon. Little lemon and sofrito, you're in.
Sofrito. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. What is that made out of?
Sofrito?
Yeah.
Sofrito is just that's from the Spanish side. It's onions, garlic, and peppers typically, like a bell pepper, and you can do it just like that. Chop it up and put it in there. It's like the Hispanic version of the Holy Trinity from French cuisine. But
so
Puerto Ricans, we add something called ají dulce. It looks like a Scotch bonnet pepper, but it's not as spicy. It's not hot. It's got a lot of flavor in it. And an herb called recao. It looks like the leaves from a dandelion weed, but it gives it so much flavor. It's like cilantro times 10.
that's what I was gonna say. It
So
sounds
good.
like cilantro, but
Yeah, it's cilantro times 10. It's so good.
that's crazy because anybody who's ever used like fresh, I'm not talking about like the dried stuff or a week old, but if you
No,
use
no, no,
fresh
no, no,
cilantro,
no.
it is
From your garden.
crazy strong.
Yes, it is so good. But you put all that in the blender basically, and tons of garlic too though, and you put all that in the blender and make it into not a paste,
But a liquid.
but just yeah,
Yeah.
kind of sort of not completely liquid. I mean, it's just still some chunks in there. It's got some body to it still.
That kind of sounds like oh man, I'm pulling a blank on it, but it's like peppers, garlic, onions, but they're just chopped, they're minced, and they have it at
Yeah.
like the restaurants or whatever. I can't think of the
Almost
name
like a
of it.
salsa.
Yeah, kind of like, but it has another name. I can't think of what it is now. I'm like the worst Mexican right now.
You think of pico de gallo?
Pico de gallo. There you go. I love
Yeah,
that
kinda,
stuff.
sorta, but a little more. It's got way more earthy flavor to it from the recao.
Yeah, I got to look that up because I don't think I've ever tried anything that's like 10 times stronger than cilantro. Like that sounds powerful, but
If you can find a Latin market that carries stuff from the Caribbean, that's where it's from.
I have to take a look. I know we got a few different types of markets. They have a Chinese one here, so you can find like all sorts of crazy stuff in there. I love going down there and just seeing the weird. I call it weird because I've never seen it before, but when I walk up
Fish,
to it, I'm
whatever.
like, what is this? Like it's not in English, and it's nothing even close to what I can picture when I'm looking at the item. I'm like, it looks like it's sweet.
Yeah, I don't know.
It has like little candy things on it, so I'm guessing it's sweet.
Yeah, dude, I'm lazy as all get out, so I'll wait till mom and dad get here, and I'll make a few batches of it. Hopefully, it'll last me a year. But we put it in different rices, beans, different types of meats to marinade, all sorts of different stuff. It's really good.
Yeah, it's almost. I got my aunt coming down this Saturday, and they're gonna do the annual tamales.
Yes.
Yeah, so they make about 400 pounds of tamales. Granted, we got 30 something or 30 something people, and they go
So
to
it's gone
different.
in a heartbeat.
Yeah, it goes in the freezers of a lot of different families, but
Yep.
it's a all day thing. Usually, sometimes over 2 days.
Yep.
You got to start with the fresh masa, and then you roll it all out, and you put in the pork, and we're doing chicken ones this year. Chicken's a little bit different. I don't think we've done chicken too often, and they want to do
wiener.
they want to do some beans as well. The problem with chicken though is it dries out really
Yep.
easy,
Yep. Yep.
and pork doesn't. And the reason those tamales come out as good as they do is because the pork has that fat in there.
That pork renders out into the masa. It's so good.
It's greasy as like no can be, but it is absolutely amazing when you eat it.
We do a lot of the same thing. We Puerto Ricans have we call them pasteles. I know pasteles for Mexicans is a little different. It's I think it's like pastries for you guys, right? A pastel.
Doesn't sound familiar. Maybe it has
Same
like
word,
an
different
English-
meanings across the board. But yeah, we make pasteles. There's a masa made out of different root vegetables.
Oh,
And we fold ours instead of corn,
Husk.
the corn husks.
Yeah.
We do them from the banana leaves.
Oh yeah. I've seen some people do that before. Banana
And,
leaves
you know-
definitely give off a different flavor though.
Different flavor. Yeah, you char the banana leaf over an open flame, or if you don't have an open flame, you can do it over an electric stove. It's fine. Just make sure you char it, not like burn it, but you'll see it change a color, and it changes the color like almost in a wave fashion. You just get it to that change color. It also gets really malleable, and you put the masa in there, then you put the meat in there, and you fold it over. It's just like a tamale from then on. You boil it, or I don't think you can steam these because it take a long time to cook through. It's a little thicker, but no, you boil them, and bro.
The great thing about steaming though, man, even if it takes a long time, is it just fills the house with that
It does.
smell.
It does. I don't think I'm patient though. I couldn't steam it.
See, I could do it because I can put it on in the morning, and then I just leave and come back if you get like an actual steamer in a pot instead of like on the oven.
Oh, milk cum was on.
Hey Melcoma, man, how you doing today? I love the name.
I'm about to fall into a milk coma after eating this or drinking this hot chocolate. Bro, I feel full, man. It's like this big old cappuccino mug.
From So I Married an Axe Murderer. He's like, excuse me, I think I ordered a large here. It's like the size of a bowl.
Yeah, it looks like it. I could eat soup out of this.
Yeah, it's pretty much the size he got.
Pop.
Oh, you got a pop. All right, come back. What about you, Nodal? Is there any like dish that you guys make every so often? That's you guys killed it already.
No, it's dying. No, not really, man. My heritage when I grew up, my mom's side of the family was Greek, so like we had lamb and feta cheese and all those out at the table, and then we had baklava and all that. So.
Nice. I've never had baklava.
Oh,
dude, you gotta have it.
good.
I've seen it in like video games, and everybody seems to rave over it, but I've never had it myself. I always wanted to try it.
So
It's
good.
like thin puff pastry, I guess, or something, or fila dough, kind
Phyllo
of.
dough, yeah, it's phyllo
Yeah, it's got,
dough,
like,
layers
honey
and
and-
layers and layers.
Yeah, honey and brown sugar-ish,
Oh,
kind of.
nice.
That sounds
Oh,
like
it's wonderful.
sounds like a Mexican dish too, where you get the tortilla, you cut it up in triangles, throw it in the grease, and it pops up, and then you can put the honey and the cinnamon and sugar all over it.
It's pretty good, man. I mean, it's pretty good. But like feta cheese is like we use feta cheese at the house all the time still. So like in our eggs and stuff, like how people do scrambled eggs and cheese, we use feta in our eggs. So we love feta.
Get that.
Funny.
that
None of
yogurt
those
in
look
there.
Greek.
I'm a Greek Italian. My mom's side was Greek. My dad's side was Italian. So
Have you
Your ears-
seen?
Your ears give it away.
yeah, pretty much.
Have you seen these commercials where they go on there and they're like, "Yeah, I grew up going to all these German holiday things, and then I checked my DNA on whatever that thing is called, and I found out I'm actually Russian, and now I completely
Yeah.
abandoned everything that I grew up with to go into a different. I was like, man, are you serious? Like, tradition is tradition.
You guys are wrong.
You may have gotten it wrong, but you grew up being Greek, and you're just gonna abandon all those good memories so that you can switch over to something you know nothing about. It just seems so weird.
Yep. I laugh at those commercials too. I'm like, dude, why?
Like, it's fine if you want to explore that side of you. I mean, you can explore that side even if you're not Russian, but to
I
abandon
can just
everything.
I can just see somebody going to the parents like, you lied to me.
I feel like, well, my parents lied to me, apparently.
I'm adopted.
It goes back like 14 generations. They're like, I'm actually Russian. Yeah, we didn't know. It'd be interesting to get that down on my side and figure out, because, my mother is English. Holy crap, did we get a name in there?
Glyph.
Yeah, my mother was born on a English Air Force, or American Air Force base in England. And so her side is completely and totally English. And my dad's side is Mexican, so, like, the combination... What's that?
Which base?
Oh, I don't know. I never asked her that one, actually.
Lincoln Heath or Mildenhall. There's a few other small ones, but those are the two big ones.
I'm rooted, by the way, guys. Yeah, but I mean, it's weird because the guys in my family, if they get sun, they look, Hispanic. If they don't, they look white, like completely, just pure.
You're the
pale.
same way as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, there goes my pet.
Yeah, I
Control your pet, man. Back it off.
No,
Back it off.
I thought that I'd be all right. To be honest,
this guy's hard. He's red, man.
I just let my pet nuke it or tank
Oh,
it.
he is a name. He's wearing a pretty robe.
That's what I was gonna say. I mean, he's wearing something.
Just saw your pet get freaking your pet just got shablazzled, like Bushido just said.
Sablazzled. Come join us, Bushido. You got somebody around level 20, man. We got space.
Well, I'm gonna mid for a pet now.
Go check that body, dude. Check that body. See if there's a robe on it.
Check my body?
Yeah, check your body.
There's nothing on there.
Really? Oh,
Really?
It's a disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
You looked all special.
He looked cool nuking your pet though.
Yeah.
Well, I was like, oh, my pet can take it. I was wrong. I was so wrong.
There's a weapon on this one though, so you can go ahead and put it on there.
Nice.
Hey 3D. We're just killing a little bit over here in Mistmoore today. Kind of a nice, relaxing day. Not to say, kale and raiding isn't relaxing, but... Got another pop?
It's a lot less stressful.
Yeah, it's a lot less work. I mean, when you're handling one of those raids, you gotta keep in mind, who's doing loot and who's getting everything, and yeah. Kind of talking about family traditions, and if you guys have food that you make at a certain time of the year, whether it's Christmas or any other time, for me it's tamales. Tamales are coming up. Family gathering where everybody gets together, and we make several 100 pounds of tamales for everybody till the next year.
Dude, that's a lot of tamales.
You think it is, but I mean, it's for a whole year. And, each person gets like 7 Ziploc bags full of tamales. And then you got the whole year to eat them, so.
Yeah, it's rationed off.
It has to be because, I mean, you think about it, 7, I mean, that's less than 1 a month.
Yeah.
And when you make it, you're probably going to make 12 to 24 at a time.
Yep.
It goes by fast. It really does.
Because when we make ours, we'll have some that night, right? Obviously.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll make ours, or not that night, but that week sometime, because we freeze them to let them firm up. We all go home with them, and bro, in this house at least, it's the only way it lasts is if I forget and they're in the back of the fridge somewhere behind something else.
Right.
We seriously, I just found some 2 weeks ago, some pasteles, and I was like, "Babe, we got pasteles," and she goes, "What? I'm making rice right now."
Oh,
okay.
I was gonna ask. I was like, you guys do that with the rice and the beans?
Oh,
if you guys
yeah.
want it? Yeah.
Well, not the beans. It's arroz con gandule. It's rice with pigeon peas.
Oh, okay.
It's like a yellow rice. Oh, dude, it's
See, we do the Mexican rice with the cumin and the tomato sauce.
Yeah, it's got the same color. Yep, same color. Yeah, buddy.
Throw in a little bit of bell pepper.
If a liar's not coming,
pork
there's another
chop.
necro over here, man. I don't know if liar's coming or not, though.
Yeah, liar. If you're coming, man, hit us up. If not, we'll invite that negro in there.
What's my password? Just got on as well.
Hey, man.
And what's up?
Just chilling, dude. Talking about recipes. Tamales, I'm looking forward to them. We ran out I think the last time I had a tamale was like 3 months ago, and I hate eating them because they're made out of pork and they cause me like heartburn like nobody's business. But I have one every once in a while, just because it's kind of hard not to.
Who needed the braided cinch cord?
I was looking to get one, but I'm not willing to pay 400 flat right now. I'm spending too much money on the newbie giveaway.
350.
I don't really have the money right now. I get one eventually. It's for my
All
wizard.
right.
I'm not playing my wizard right now, so.
We can go. We can go get it.
Liar
Oh
man.
no. Just invite
Call
him.
liar man.
Do.
We can go down to the gold mage and get it, man.
He's calling us.
Yeah.
Let
I'll
me-
get a minute. Hang on one sec.
I got him.
You guys are busy. Oh, you got him already.
Yeah, there we go. Hey, man, you can come join us?
Yeah. Okay, we're going to.
Who's calling us?
That's the same one.
That's probably me. I just.
Who you bring?
My cleric.
Sweet.
He's the only one around 20.
What level?
20. You need this. It's the lane's throwing me off. I gotta get a port over there. No. Oh wait, where the hell am I? Yeah, you was talking about the Mexican rice. Is that the same thing as Spanish rice?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah. I said, oh man,
From
yeah.
Mexico, dude. Not from Spain.
Well,
I think
it's
it's the same recipe.
yeah, you throw some cilantro in there, a little bit of a pinch of salt, a little bit of pepper, bell peppers, garlic, onions, whatever. I mean, you can flavor it up however you want. You can make it even spicy if you want to throw in a can of.
Tomato
Uh,
paste.
Some jalapenos.
no, the spicy stuff, the ones with like the jalapenos and.
That's what I just said. Jalapenos.
Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Need to head the other way. Get to the port. Do I have cash on me?
It's really just the
No, I do know.
liquid of the jalapenos that you're gonna want in there if you. I mean, unless you want the texture of the jalapenos as well, but.
Get the chipotle peppers, the one with the adobo sauce in it.
I mean, it comes down to like how spicy you want to make it, and what you're making it with. Because if you're gonna make it with something else that's already spicy, then you may not want to go that full bore.
Yeah, I think what's my password is asking you a question, Slick.
You guys fell in epic-handed. Yeah,
Well,
Cypher and me
well,
definitely have seen better days on that stuff. What are these guys doing? They're killing
It's
our mobs.
contagious. Stay away.
It's always best to take your time doing the turn-ins. Just double read it. This way you make less mistakes. That way, oh crap! I just ran into Castle.
I think that's the Necro that was looking for group. He decided to.
Still our
Cool.
mobs.
Yeah.
Were you working the pond?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being chased by my own shadow. This is weird.
I
gotta get to the
Spirit
bank.
Wolf.
Or I got one long ass boat ride.
It's the only way to make sure you don't get a group.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Get a dial-port, dude.
I am, but I gotta go get some cash. I have none on me.
Where you at?
I just entered North Row.
Yeah, since we're gonna be competing
Start
with
heading. Start heading towards West Commons. Druid Ring.
if we're gonna
Commons?
if we're gonna compete with it, man. If you guys see anything up, go ahead and just snag it.
Who you guys competing with?
Necro. He's just stealing our mobs.
Tell Pound Sand to move out of the way.
should I send him a tell saying you probably won't get a group stealing mobs?
I mean, you can. He's probably gonna be like, F it. I mean, obviously, if he's stealing mobs, he doesn't care.
As fast as you guys are pulling mobs, you guys can probably 2 people pull at the same time.
Yeah. I'm the only tank, though, is the problem.
He's a Necro. I'm a Necro.
Yeah, go ahead and snag him, dude.
I should be able to. We should be able to do something.
First to engage. But yeah,
15, baby.
he's definitely not getting in the group.
Is he KSing you?
He said horse beans.
Oh, is that what he
I don't even
said?
know what the hell- No, I'm reading 3D's stuff in Steam, not Steam. Jeez, I can't even talk right
Oh,
now.
Asian
Twitch
food
chat.
store. Yeah,
Yeah.
and buying new things. Sometimes it's great. Wasabi shrimps chips. I don't think I've ever tried that. Wasabi is pretty strong. Legit pot stickers. Sometimes not. Horse beans and durian wafer cookies. Ah, that does not sound good.
Actually,
Have you tried horse beans before or no?
What are horse beans?
I don't even know what those are, man. It
Neither
just
do
sounds
I.
off.
Yeah.
They're what? They're probably something really delicious.
No. I think he was saying that sometimes they're good, and then he mentioned a couple, and then he's like, sometimes they're bad, and then he mentioned the horse beans.
Yeah.
I'm guessing those are not the good ones.
Yeah, I didn't get a tailback. I said camping all this, bro. Nothing.
They're like big brown lima beans. You're still not making them sound appetizing, dude.
Brown lima beans?
Yeah, giant lima
Lima.
beans that are brown.
I do love them butter bean stuff, and those things are delicious. Weird. I like cabbage, but I can't stand Brussels sprouts.
All right, on my way to Commons, dude. I'll be sitting at the rings.
I just
Maybe
entered the East Common Tunnel, so it'll be a minute.
Dude's a dick. Sorry.
Oh, what did he say?
I was moving through zone. I said, no invis? Invis was his pet. And I said, and?
But not good in dried cracker format. Ooh.
What is it?
The brown beans, they're like brown lima beans, I guess, compressed down into a brown cracker type
That
substance.
doesn't sounds like a
Appetizing.
whole lot like spam.
We got a train here. We'll take it. There we go. Got two of them, anyways.
Hey Bard, let me borrow some of your speed, dude. These little dwarven legs just don't move very fast. Oh, crud.
What about you, Allard? Do you have a family tradition, something that you do every year, whether it's for food, instead I do tamales. Shupa does his version of tamales. It actually sounds different enough that makes me want to try it out. Like, kind of really want to try those out now.
One thing I could probably consider a tradition, God, I hope I just didn't freeze up, is that
Alar
we
probably-
get together, is we all bicker.
It's not really a food, but
Alar probably tried some of it out when he was in Puerto Rico. Pasteles.
I went to this one restaurant and served whole pig. Yep, I did freeze up.
Oh, that sounds good, man. Whole pig.
Yeah, it's like not really a full-grown pig, but it's like
Nah, they're
little
smaller.
pig, a baby pig. Yeah.
the only one dish that I heard my brother talk about when he went to the Philippines was the egg that has
A balut.
it still has it's developing, and it's developed like the beak and some of the feathers and not quite anything else, and you break it open, you just chug it.
Yeah, there's they also let it for 7 years sit in hot volcanic soil, so it turns purple and black.
Oh, you're talking about the Chinese egg. Yeah, those look really disgusting. They're supposed to be like jelly eggs or something.
I've tried one.
How,
Did not for it.
didn't like it?
No, boy. Mainly because I got a piece of beak and I didn't care for that.
I got a couple coming in.
What's up, Cypher?
What y'all up to?
See,
Hey, man.
yeah.
Just hanging out over in Mistmoore, man. Just killing some stuff.
Right on.
How's your day going, man?
Yeah, I'm good. I slept all day.
Yeah, it sounds like
Sound like it.
Yeah, it sounds like you just woke up.
Damn, man.
But that's pretty much the only way I can rest my legs is sleeping.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, you need to
Dipping
do
some
that.
eggnog?
Having his
What?
eggnog.
Getting that whiskey. What?
A little rum, a little brandy? Oh crap.
Yeah, you're having your family gathering this weekend. The whole Christmas clan coming in.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, we're just
They coming to
talking.
your place or what?
Yeah, at my place.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, just talking about family foods that we make each year.
Yeah, when my mom makes food, she does it traditional. She doesn't like to experiment with anything out of the ordinary. It's a, the traditional green bean casserole with a canned condensed cream and mushroom soup instead of making it from scratch. She doesn't like it when you make it from scratch. This is not how we do it. Then you have at it, Hoss. I'll be downstairs.
God, got another dude trying to poach some of our mobs, and he picked up too many, so I got 3 incoming.
Let him buy it and then take the mobs, because he'll do some damage to him.
The other guy was kind of a weird moment with him, so
That's my. Okay. Well,
He
back
never-
on the move again.
I mean, I can't begrudge somebody from wanting to get experience while they wait for a group, but this isn't the zone that you do it in. Like, if you want to do that, you go to Oasis. There's plenty of mobs you can snag here and there, and the groups won't get upset about it. But here, there's only a finite number of them, and yeah,
Yeah.
it sucks. You know.
he was kind of weird about it. He's like, "Well, I got summon mage weapons and I don't want to waste them." And I'm like, "Well, it's like you probably won't find a group here. I know you're looking for a group, but you probably won't find one now."
What are you
He's like,
doing?
he's
Where
like,
are you at?
"That's fine. I can live with that."
Seriously, with summon because of summon weight mage weapons.
Hey, they may be the good summon range weapons that don't have procs like EverQuest 2 or EverQuest Live. I mean, 'cause those weapons on EverQuest Live, they have spells on them now.
Yeah, the level 61 plus ones do.
Yeah, but on our version, it doesn't. It's not a thing.
Sword of Runes has the what you call
Yeah,
it, the banish summon or whatever it is. That's
Banish
about it
summon,
though.
yeah.
Well, there was a bug for a while that it worked on anything.
Oh, did it?
Yeah,
That would have been nice.
it
There was
was.
a bug on live that I accidentally discovered when traveling on the boat going from Butcher Block to Fiona Bay. If I pulled out some coins and I was shuffling them around a little bit, and it turned some silver into platinum.
What do you mean you pulled out coins? You're shuffling around.
I was moving them around
How do you move coins around?
because I was trying to get rid of copper. But see, when I pulled the silver out, I had zone.
So you had the silver out on your cursor, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Did it give you more plat than it was worth?
It
or?
gave me the same number that I had in silver, but in platinum.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you can go in there with like 1,000 silver and get 1,000 plat out of it.
Well, that's the way it would have worked. But I only had like 880, something like that.
Only
I'll
880
be riding
plat,
that boat
dude?
non-stop.
Heck yeah, man. I don't know how
Round
you...
trip, James, let's go.
Can you change plat into silver, though? I never tried doing it in reverse.
Well,
I don't know if that
you can up
works.
it at a bank.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can hit the thing and it upgrade your coin.
No, I know you can upgrade. I just didn't know you could downgrade. I've never tried to take plat and turn it into silver.
No,
Yeah,
no,
you
no.
can do it.
It
At
went
the,
the
you can do
other
it at
way.
the bank. Exchange it at the bank.
Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of cool. I don't know why you'd want that, except for that one situation right there. Go in there and get all my money in.
Yeah,
For
'cause
the
There's
J-Boots
one
quest.
you need. Yeah, I was gonna say
Oh,
there's one
that's
quest
right.
where you need a certain
I
amount of
petitioned
gold.
it, and believe it or not, the GMs let me keep it.
Petitioned it.
Uh,
You're like, we got a Boy Scout over here.
Uh.
Even I would have been
Scouts
sitting there. I would have been sitting there, just like I'll start with 100 plat, go
That's an
back, turn that
export.
into more silver, come back with more silver, and do that again. And, just quadruple my money every 30 minutes.
Hurry up, Alar.
I'm about to zone into West Commons.
Hey,
Hopefully
Van,
nothing kills me.
how you doing today, man? Happy holidays for everybody, by the way. One more day, and the kiddies are getting off here. I mean, I love picking my nieces and nephews up. Get to spend some time with. They made me some cookies and brownies today, but still, it's nice not to have to be in that traffic. Girlfriend aggro.
Don't want to talk about it, Anthony. Don't want to talk.
Man, brownies are delicious today. I haven't tried the cookies yet. They look
Do
a
you
little dry.
frost your brownies or you leave them plain?
Did I frost what?
Brownies.
No, they're just plain. I never knew anybody that put frosting on. They're already too sweet as
Mother
it is.
will not make a brownie without frosting it.
Brownies, yeah,
What?
they're frosted.
I one time made some brownies, and I put, because I cooked my nuts, the walnuts, a few minutes ago.
How do you put that out there like that?
Oh man, a bunch
You
of little
know what
kids.
you're saying, right?
To cook the nuts, man.
Children. I cooked them for like 5 minutes before I add them to the brownies.
He cradles them a little bit.
Stuff them, hold them up,
Fires, nuts,
scratches them every now and again.
What type of nuts do you use? Because I don't actually put nuts on mine.
Just walnuts. I made a big pan of brownies. I came back and they were frosted. I didn't frost them.
Wait, they're frosted?
Somebody else saw it and thought that they wanted it frosted.
How are we still have this conversation going? Absolutely not.
It was white
Literally.
frosting too.
No,
He had to clean up with some napkins. He was all over the place frosting.
Yeah, man. People
Oh, boy.
put walnuts and brownies all the time, though, for real. You never heard of that?
No, I've heard of the nuts on there. I've never heard of frosting. I've never put frosting on mine.
Ooh, suspect.
You should
What?
see me by
Brownies?
No, two dudes sitting here over at by the Druid Rings leveling. Both of them, their names are just one character. They're transversed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, same guild. Be around this shit.
Well, I mean, you don't get banned just because you saw boxing.
No, I'm just saying.
People
Hey,
are
guilty
husband
by
and wife, dude.
association, man. I don't be around this shit.
Twins. Could be real life twins, dude.
Could be. Yeah.
You know.
You're on your druid there?
They just like pugilism, man. That's all it is.
I'm at the druid rings.
I see you, Alar. Come here.
Eh,
You're gonna die.
Yeah, one of them's a caster.
there you are. Dang, why is it always the halflings blend in so well with the grass?
Are you on the glyph?
Where these fools go?
Yeah, the caster.
Doesn't matter.
Hey, it's been
Oh
done.
my god. Oh my god.
What's up? Ooh, the
You're
crap.
gonna die. Back it up.
He's gonna kill me. I need to heal.
I'm healing as fast as I can, yo. Time not met yet. That's fun.
Yeah. There we go. We're getting a heal. Everybody's out of mana.
Not me.
We need a cleric, dude.
I don't have any, sorry.
I'm a coming.
Ugh.
I already got my spells. I think there's only one I'm missing. I can't figure out where it's at.
Tommy, I see Tina.
Oh yeah, toss her in the call. She wants to join.
Nah, she's doing something with the guild. They're about to roll out somewhere.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think Velocity Ship's doing
God.
TOV raid this week sometime.
Really?
Let's go.
Oh, I'm not high enough. I'm only 44.
There's no requirements. Let's go.
For TOV?
Nah, he's sit in the corner like all the healers do, man.
Oh, but I got a monk. The monk is in that guild.
Ah, that's fine. That's cool, man. They'll be all right.
Yeah, I can do it at monk 44 TOV. Like, I can do that. I went to Kale at 30, what, 8? 39?
That was not smart.
I didn't die. They actually wanted me to pull that day, and I'm like, yeah.
No, yeah, they asked me to pull it 44. I'm like, no.
Like, I'll eat it.
44, right?
Yeah, you can pull, then you'll die.
Yeah, you'll be resing me all day.
But you can pull it.
It's
don't
gonna
need
be
to-
slow.
As long as you're not pulling casters, you're fine, dude.
As long as you don't get hit, ever.
Ever.
Yeah, you'll get stunned right off the bat. They're gonna sneeze on you and you gotta go spin around.
Catch a cold and die.
Yep. All right, you guys kept me up on that one, man. Nice.
It was not easy, bud. Just so you know.
Yeah. I thought it
Gave
was
away
dead for
50
sure.
of my health. And then Grinning Bear tried to die after that.
Yeah, because he was candying so he could heal me.
He was down to 16 at one time.
That's okay,
Two
Dark.
messages.
Something about the zone makes my
Did you
tune
call?
flip.
No, I did not call. Oh, that's what woke you up. Yeah, I think that was Bushido Bull calling. That woke you up safe.
Oh, sorry, Cypher.
Oh, no, that didn't wake me up, but I was just, I just didn't get to the phone fast enough.
Ah, yeah, no worries, man. We're just kind of hanging out. So you guys, go ahead.
How'd Fear go last night, Fever?
Don't ask me.
What?
Don't
What?
ask me. Don't
What are you
ask
talking
me how
about?
it went.
We
You-
want details, man.
You don't know what happened? You don't know what happened.
Well, I was assuming some bard piece I needed rotted, so, you know.
No, that's not what happened.
Well, actually, it did happen, but
Well,
Train,
that
be
didn't
careful.
happen.
Train.
Well,
That's not.
my golem was up for my wizard epic. I was
Oh,
frantically looking for someone to let me borrow the necklace so that I could go get the gear. Got the gear, killed the golem that I needed to kill, and then I messed up.
Messed what up?
The
Oh my god, I'm
turn-in.
gonna die. Yeah, I'm gonna
So,
die.
so I lost
Thank-
my thing, but I actually got a tell today about the about it, and they said that they were looking at my petition online now.
Oh,
What
really?
was it that you just didn't have the right faction level yet?
No, I was cheating. I was cheating in the quest.
well, it's not a cheat because it's legit. Like you're allowed to do
No,
it
because it actually tells you to do that in the in the
in the wiki.
wiki.
Well, it says it's an option.
Not cheating. You're just cutting out some of the pieces for factions.
Yeah, you're just obfuscating it a little bit.
That's not cheating.
No,
You're using intelligence to get around.
You took path B instead of path A,
right.
and you fell in the sinkhole.
Now you got to choose another adventure.
And sank in the
Thanks.
stand.
Thanks for the comment.
What?
It's like Pitfall. What's that noise you make when you die in Pitfall?
Oh, it's like a Pac-Man. Wow, 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 wow.
IV Bramblefoot. Oh, that's not
I've been eaten by those gators so often in that game.
Oh, I have query again. Hell yeah. It's on.
Like Donkey Kong.
Like Donkey Kong, yeah. Freak out.
I love playing Donkey Kong when I was younger, man. Freaking arcade was amazing.
If I crash again. Zoning.
I sucked at it, but I love playing it.
Donkey
I
Kong,
was
that
good to like level 4 or 5
Yeah,
in
but
that range.
there's
But
like
after that, I started sucking.
there's like 80 levels to that thing, if not more.
I know.
Did you like Donkey Kong Country, man? Like,
Donkey Kong Country was
Super
cool.
Nintendo?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
love that game.
Did you get all the hidden coins and go to like the island and upgrade all your stuff?
I don't remember that. I know I beat it, and I rebeat it like as an adult too with my son. So, but I don't remember getting all the. Is that the one that like where you ride the ostrich up there and get the coins? Is that what it is?
Yeah, but you had to get the coins in each one of the levels, and I think there was like 3 or 4 like hidden coins, and sometimes you had to like go up into like the ceiling and you'd find it just like hiding in a little nook, and if you got enough of them, you'd be able to upgrade stuff, and it was really cool. I love like that RPG aspect mixed into platformers and.
That was a really good made game, I thought.
Yeah, and they made other ones too as well. I can't remember what the sequels were called, but the one I finally stopped on I think was the Donkey Kong one on the Wii. It was okay. It seemed to try to capture the magic of those Super Nintendo ones, but it was missing something. It wasn't bad. They didn't do a horrible job with it. It just wasn't as enjoyable, I think. Yeah, the Rare games. I love the Bomberman ones too, until they did Bomberman Gold, I think is what it was called. It was like a first-person Bomberman game, and it was weird. Like I loved Bomberman because it was a great multiplayer game that I could play with my brothers, and as a kid we'd all sit around and play that till like 2 in the morning and blow each other up. And every time you won in those old Bomberman ones, you got a wheel. It's the golden wheel, and you'd spin it around, and whatever it landed on is what you would get to start with on the next one. So you could start with like a shoe, which was like the speed, so you'd run a little bit faster than somebody else. The one everybody always wanted was the punch glove, because you could put a bomb down immediately, and each one of the... Any of you guys ever played Bomberman, like on the Super Nintendo?
I think I have it for GameCube. Is there one for GameCube?
Yeah, they came out with
I think
something.
I have it for GameCube.
GameCube one wasn't as good as the other ones, but yeah, you'd start in like a square format on the screen, and each person would start in one of the corners, and you only have 3 squares that you can move in like an L shape. So if you punched a bomb onto the other guy's side, he immediately was dead. So like the glove was just amazing because you'd get to kill at least one person right off the bat.
A liar's here too, by the way.
Oh, is he? Where's he at?
The dwarf.
The door. Oh, okay. You should have said something, man. Get you in there.
I think he just got here not too long ago. I think.
I've heard you about 3 or 4 times.
You should have said something, dude. What were you gonna say, Cypher?
Oh, what? No, I was just saying that I also played Bomberman a long time ago.
Oh, you're breaking up, man.
I'm in the woods.
Did you have a favorite weapon, like the kicker, so you can kick the bombs, or there is one where you could go into like death mode at the very end. I don't know if you've ever did it, but if you put down enough bombs and they were small enough explosives, so you didn't get too many of the fires, you could actually have like, I think you had to have at least 15 bombs you could put down at once. The very first bomb would explode, and it would set off the other ones in a chain reaction. And if you had just enough speed, you could continue to put down bombs behind you the whole time, and you basically had this flame coming out your butt that would kill any enemy as you ran right by them, which was like one of the coolest things ever. But you had to get like the right stuff, so there's a little bit of strategy involved.
Huh.
I don't know. Like I said, we played it a lot, so some people were probably like, "Yeah, never played it that much to figure any of those things out." But and I loved, at the very end of the level, they would have the time on it, so it would start closing up the level coming from the sides and making you force your way in deeper and deeper until you had just like 2 blocks left, and you're fighting over those. I think they even had the time bombs, which you could set off when you wanted to, like C4.
Yep.
Hey Wrath, how you doing, man? Just kind of chilling over in Mistmoore Castle, just kind of keeping it simple today. Killing some low-level stuff. Of course, they're all even in red to me right now, but... Is there a favorite game that you guys had growing up? That you played with a lot of friends or brothers? Or is it a really good multiplayer game?
What was that game where the guy had the, it's like the hook that went out and grabbed onto the ceiling and you could swing around, and
Ninja Gaiden?
he also had a gun in the other hand. Huh?
Ninja Gaiden?
No. I can't think of it. It's like the Nintendo game that I remember where you, if I can think of what that thing is called, that it's a zip line or a zip gun or whatever it is. You shoot it, and then you swing around in the game using that. And then you use your momentum to be able to swing upward and around, and I can't remember it, but that's what me and my brother used to spend a lot of time on, playing that game.
Commando?
No, that's a different game. It's kind of like Commando, but it's not Commando.
So, what was the character? I mean, do you remember what he looked like? Was he a little tiny dude? Was he wearing green fatigues? I mean...
I think he was wearing green fatigues. But he had this mechanical arm.
They said it had an arcade version too, but I think you mean Commando.
I don't think that was Mega.
Yeah, Mega Man didn't have a grapple hook. I'm trying to think of all the grapple hooks out there, but there's not many of them. That wasn't something they put into a lot of games.
Yeah, Commando was a completely different kind of game. This was
Hunt the Wampus?
um
What?
what?
Yeah, I'm just reading what people were saying. Hunt the Wampus.
No,
Strider?
Strider.
no.
Grapple. The
I
only
wanted.
Zelda's the only grapple hook I can
It's
think
not
of.
Russian Attack, is it? Russian Attack was a great game.
I want to say Grapple Hook Man, but I know that's not the name of the game.
Be a weird name, Grapple Hook Man. That definitely comes from the '80s, right there.
You have to just Google Nintendo grappling hook.
All right, I think we lost the tunnel. There's a couple guys in there camping it now.
Lame.
Yeah, I played Hunt the Wampus when I was growing up on Commodore 64. Utopia, my favorite Super Nintendo. Sounds like Beyond Bionic Commando.
Bionic Commando. That's it.
There you go. There,
Bionic Commando.
there was one that I played, and I have no idea what the name of it is. But you could do fights in the street. You had a gun, you just shot people, and I remember being able to change the pieces that you had, so you could like upgrade your arms, you could upgrade your eyes with the cash, and I thought that was again I love the RPG aspect mixed into video games. They just didn't do it very often, but I have no idea what it was
Did you
called.
ever play Terminator the game?
The arcade version where you like side scrolling where you're shooting the enemies and
No, the one where it's like a first-person shooter style game. It came out on the computer, I believe.
I don't think so. Was
It's
it
a
any good?
computer-only version. It was really good. It was really different though.
See, like when it came to consoles, I love the platformers, even though I suck at them now because they've gotten so difficult. But back then, I loved the platformers. On computers, I liked the story. So I played like Zork or Companions of Xanth. Um, they had this Titanic one, Titanic the Mystery, and any of those ones where you had to like solve puzzles. I really was into those.
Yeah.
Like Mist.
Myst was good, although really difficult if you didn't blow your brains out trying to figure out that one.
I gave up on it because they said go click on something. I'm clicking, nothing would ever happen.
Yeah, the great thing about those games is they took a long time to beat. And back then, you didn't have games coming out every week. Nowadays, they come out like every day, and you have like 15 games coming out all the time. But back then, you had
Not
to.
that they're all good.
No, but I mean, you have a large variety. Back then, you didn't have a large variety.
yeah.
Period. And they weren't all
When-
good either. So
Back then, whenever I was young, the one game that I was always waiting for was the newest version of Descent. Descent and Wing Commander.
did you see Descent came out with a new one? I reviewed that one a while back. Pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah,
Descent Underground came out with a new one.
yeah. I did not see that. I'll definitely have to take a look at it because that was one of my favorite games.
Still in beta, or not beta, development at least. Yeah, the graphics are a little different, and so you'll see that some people have said they prefer the old ship designs to the new ones, but I don't know. I found it interesting. Right now, the only thing last time I played was probably about 3-4 months ago, was the multiplayer. That was the only thing that was in the game so far.
Yeah,
Killer Instinct Gold was one of my favorites for the N64. Yeah, that was a good Street Fighter type game. Killer Instinct, man. What about you, Donald? Did you have a favorite one?
I'm trying to think of. We had a Sega Genesis and a Nintendo. I remember with my buddy, man, we played I think it was like an NBA Jam or something back when Michael Jordan was, you know what I mean, like big. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that was so much fun for basketball. I'm not a big. I was a really big sports kid, but with my brother, we played like Double Dragon, Mortal Kombat, stuff like that. You know, the fighter games when we were kids.
See, I
Those were
never
fun.
really got into the sports ones, so I kind of missed out on that. I know those Madden ones are just huge. People seem to love those like crazy. Do you have a
Well, this
favorite
was
one at all
back
the
in the-
sports?
This one was back in the day before they started keeping stats and stuff. So like one of us would play, and the other guy would have a pen and paper, and like, oh, well, that quarter you missed. You know, you like were 4 for 5, and you had 1 steal, and you know what I mean. Like it was kind of fun. You know what I mean. We kept stats for each other.
That's
Kind of
cool.
dorky, but like it was fun.
Nah, I mean it makes you work that extra mile, and you get to appreciate the stats that you got. Because I mean, that's how they did it in the old days, anyways. When you were watching, they still kind of do. I guess it's more computer modernized now, but like in the actual games,
Same time period when you used to tape the top 40 off the radio. You know, the top 20
right?
with your tape, so you had all your music.
Play it again and again and again.
Yeah. I'm old, guys. Sorry about that.
Summer Jam mix. I'm right there with you, man. Used to do the same thing. I'm not all the way back to 8 tracks or anything, but
Yep.
Summer Jam, man. Ultima over EQ. I never played Ultima. I missed out on that one. I didn't. I checked it out once, and the graphics didn't blow me away. But I tried playing it, and when you went into it, you needed to set up an account. I don't know what I was doing wrong, but I was doing something wrong, and it would never let me into it. And I'm like, this isn't worth my time, And so I just never gave it a shot. But I would kind of regret that, not spending a little bit more time. I was younger though, so you get frustrated with things very
I was
easy.
gonna say, the graphics aren't exactly what made it amazing, but I understand that it was hard getting set up.
Yeah, I mean, like if you can't get it to work right away as a kid, you're just kind of like, I go to something else.
Yeah.
What about like I played Zelda and I played Final Fantasy, but like my first RPG I beat was Dragon Warrior. Did you guys ever play Dragon Warrior before for Nintendo?
Mm-mm. What kind
It
of
was
game?
fun.
Is that
It's
the one where you had this flash an arrow in certain directions? You had to move in there.
This is like, it's kind of like Zelda, you moved like blocks, and every time you stepped on you could go from like a castle to a cave, and every time you went one block, you had a chance of like getting a mob, and then you had to fight it. I don't know. And then there was dungeon crawls and stuff like that.
It's like
But
the Final
it's pretty-
Fantasy going through like the grass and.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
kind of like Final Fantasy.
I would
So-
like an emulator that does that game. It was an arcade game. I saw my very first. Real nice. It looked like Disney did the characters.
What game?
And it was this night, and you go through the dungeon, and they would give you clues which way to move.
Ghouls and Goblins? Or
No,
Oh no! You're talking about the one with the blonde hair guy. He's a knight. He has a little cap
Yeah.
on. Yeah, my brother got that one. What is the name? That's
What's it called.
It's a pretty
I
big
remember
one.
that one,
They made sequels to it too.
It's an actually it's not, I don't know if it's Disney or not, but it's an animated movie as well.
Yeah, it does look like a Disney one though. I get what you're
Yeah, it
saying on
does
that
look
one.
like Disney did the artwork for it.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful, but it was so difficult because you're right. They do give you hints, but the hints are not easy. And-
Oh, they're quick too. It's like, oh, I
yeah,
missed it.
you gotta be fast on those things. Otherwise, you're just gonna die. And I died more than anything else in that game.
I spent so many quarters on that in the afternoon. I went through about $100 in like half an hour.
Oh my goodness!
I could never do that. I put a quarter in and I tried that one. In fact, I think it was a little bit more than a quarter to play that game, and I died within 30 seconds. And I'm like, I'm done. Like I'm not getting my money's
You're
worth
not
out of
that
it.
hardcore.
Yeah, well, not when you're a kid and you only got a few, quarters to spend. You're not gonna like 30 seconds. I'm gonna be done. No. I'm gonna play a game that I can play for half an hour or so.
Yeah, I got money from my grandparents.
Dragon's Lair. There you go.
That's it.
Dragon's Lair was amazing.
Yeah,
It was an amazing game, but like you said, hardcore.
for the
It
price.
was.
I have one for an Xbox, for the original Xbox. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not so bad when you don't
That's
gotta keep
what-
putting in a quarter.
It's better whenever you can play it over and over and don't have to worry about having to spend the money. But back then, whenever it was in the arcade, it was one of those games that was very, very hard to stop playing,
Yeah,
especially when you got pretty far into it.
Yeah, but it was just too quick. I think on a lot of it, and you didn't really get to enjoy the scenery as.
That's where the tips and tricks phone number came in.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah, and you could call up there and be like, "I'm having problems with Zelda. Can you tell me where they blah blah?" And they're like, "Oh yeah. What you want to do is jump behind the rock. When the guy comes out, stick him with your level 4." No, that's from Goblins Boy.
I do remember Ghosts and Goblins. I like that one too.
Ooh.
It's sort of a side scroll.
That was a hard
So
one too.
hard.
Yeah,
That was
Oh, dude,
hard.
I
it makes
enjoyed
you
that.
kill
so
yourself.
hard.
You get all the
Really like-
armor, and you're like, "I'm looking good."
And blah,
I'm in my underwear.
Yeah, that's one of those games where you see people not even be able to get past the first level in Ghosts and Goblins.
I have it, and I can't get past first level, dude.
I don't know what that's trouble is.
You gotta be pretty good.
Time for some pills.
All right, everything is pretty much dead except for this last one.
That's probably one of the hardest games I own, to be honest, man. It's horrible.
It's difficult. Let's see. The AVGN did a episode on the NES version. Control version of the games were terrible. I never played the console versions of that game. I only did it on the arcade. It'd be enjoyable video to watch though. Somebody just put the cutscenes together, and because I mean, if you do it right, it looks like a movie. Literally, the little things light up and say, "Oh, this is where you can jump to," and for just a split second, just a, you know, like if you weren't watching, you'd miss it. So you could do that in a video and be fine. Neverwinter Nights, Mortal Kombat over Street Fighter. I liked Street Fighter when it first came out. That was my thing that I played with my brothers a lot. And then Mortal Kombat came out on the consoles.
What was your go-to character in Street Fighter?
Chun-Li, man. Chun-Li with the fast kick. The fast kick, dude. You get somebody in a corner. But my brother found a way to beat me on that one. He went with the guy that was made out of elastic. Whatever his name was. He's the big bald head guy, and he could shoot his arms out like a mile.
Uncle? I forget his name.
I don't remember what his name was.
The green monster-looking guy?
No, not that the guy. It's a tall, skinny. He's like an Indian-looking guy. Yeah, there you go.
Stretchy arms.
And once you got good with that guy, he didn't move very fast, but once you got good with that guy, you could just wreck face. And then once we got the programmable joysticks, which was like a new thing that you could like program the buttons in there, he went with Guile, and the Guile would have that kick that would come up and do that little, almost like a Ryukin or whatever it was, but it was just a kick that you couldn't get past, and he could just push a button and do that anytime he wanted to. And the kick actually moved forward slightly. So he just spammed that button again and again and again. And eventually he had you in a corner just doing that again and you just died. Like there's nothing you could do to get around that.
And then you had the sumo with the sumo flap.
That's who I used all the time, man, was the sumo guy. His flying sumo thing was what I liked the best about him.
That was unrealistic, though, that one.
Oh, no, that's sumo guys fly, dude.
Sumo guys fly. Unrealistic.
Those guys, they work out.
I don't remember what game system. I think it's Sega. I'm not positive. Had a game called Bushido Blade. One of the most accurate at the time.
I know. That was one of my favorite
for samurai style dueling games.
Yep.
I like the Ninja Gaiden one.
You had 3 stances that you used, and then if you played with other people, it was just whoever was the quickest draw, or if you drew your weapon at the same time, you'd have to defend against it as fast as you could. It's a really well done game. They need to make another one.
Yeah, there's something with more accurate stances and fighting styles. Instead of the fantastic, epic style stuff, but the more realistic I would like to see.
There is a game coming out that is using that kind of concept, but it is much more realistic, and even down to the blades, the handguards, and everything. You build your own sword, and then you fight against other people. Or you can play it as single player.
Well, you practice on single player, so you can get your moves and timing down.
Yep. But it's using the same 3 style stances.
You guys don't, or at least AC said he wasn't sports guys, but we played Tecmo Bowl like crazy, dude.
Yeah, I'm never into sports myself, unless it was a one-on-one thing, like some boxing or martial arts or wrestling or something like that, where it's a one-on-one situation. Those
Kung Fu was the best game of all life.
Kung Fu? Is that the one with the red and the white one?
That the one with David Carradine?
No, it's a red and white karate guy, and they could kind of shimmy a little bit closer to each other and jump straight up, and they could kick.
And then between fighting, you had mini games like you had to cut boards,
That's right.
all all kinds of things.
I almost forgot about the cutting the board things, and I think you could
Yep.
do it with your head as
Up to the
well.
bowl. Is that the one where you had
Yep.
to step over the bowl?
What
The what?
game? Street Fighter did that too, didn't they? Where you could beat up a car. If you beat up a
Cars.
car, you got like an extra life, or I don't remember what you got out of doing all that, but
Yep, extra points or something. I forget, but yep, cars or fire trucks or something, or fire hydrants or something like that.
because I remember going to town with a green guy. Chung Li could never do it, even with her kick. She just couldn't beat the crap out of those cars
Oh, the
fast enough.
sumo guy. It wouldn't take long with the sumo guy. There's a place like like I don't know, maybe 20 minutes from my house. They have all retro gaming stuff, but then they have a retro arcade in the back too. So they have all those games back there, man. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Double Dribble and the Pac-Man. You know, the one you sit down at. The Mrs. Pac-Man that you sit down at.
They have the Tron one. I love the Tron one.
I don't think they have the Tron one, but I did
Oh.
like that one.
Yeah, you sat down inside that too, like it immersed you all the way, and then you like tossed the disc back and forth. It was difficult, but it was cool.
Tron's Deadly Disc was one I played a lot, which was on the Intellivision. Such a great game.
Let's get this up here. Yeah, I guess arcades, they do still exist. You probably have to look for it. They're asking in the chat channel if arcades are still around, but
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
You guys have Dave and Buster's?
Yeah, Dave and Buster's, or if you go to any mall, most malls have arcades still.
yeah, but not a real arcade. I mean, you're talking about like 4 or 5 arcades set up in a corner somewhere. They're probably referring to like go in, get the whole
Whoa,
fill.
whoa! We have a full
Dance
arcade at
Dance
ours.
Revolution.
Do you?
This one's a retro
Yeah.
one, man.
That's cool.
You can get beer and pizza there, and then like out front there's a shop. They have like every console, like
That
all the
sounds good.
handhelds, all the consoles, all the old ones, all the games. You know.
Transylvania.
I wish they had a Flynn's arcade.
Yeah. You
What?
mentioned,
reference.
from that Tron.
Oh, yeah.
You mentioned Ninja Turtles. Did you guys? I think the hardest part of that game for me was the very end where you had to deactivate the bombs underwater.
Yes.
Run out
Oh
of
my
breath.
goodness.
I remember dying so
But it
many
was
times.
Such a good game too.
Yeah.
Such a good game. But that's the one game that really made me think, wow, games in the future are going to definitely be really cool if we can do underwater bomb disposal.
That's what I'm talking about with Pantheon, man. I'm really looking forward to the fact they're creating a race that's underwater. It's an aspect of games I think is sorely gone, just unexploited. Like they really should explore that field a little bit more. There was one Final Fantasy game where you played almost a soccer type game in a giant bubble of water. So
With a floating ball.
yeah, it was interesting though. I liked it. It had a very very well done rules, and once you figured them out, it was very enjoyable. I could actually see that being made into like a sports game for those out there who might like the sports games. But
Yeah, I was looking at Pantheon's class system. There's no necro.
yeah, there was no bard either until people on the forum kind of went like, that there needs to be a bard, and so they said they're going to go ahead and add one in. It's not going to be at launch, but they are going to add one in. So necro might be a thing that they add in as well, because there is a combination. There's a Shadow Knight. And-
Yeah, well, there's a Shadow Knight Light thing. We don't know exactly how comparable they're going to be.
No, I'm just saying if there's a Shadow Knight, then that means there's already spells in the game that could be converted over to Necro. So, I think it's just kind of a stone away from, or throw away from being able to initialize that into the coding somehow. Maybe. I just don't know how far they want to go into copying EverQuest. If they want to do a direct port over, or if they're going to do their own thing and come up with completely unique classes. Clearly, they're doing some of them. I just don't know if they want to do every single one.
Oh, I saw a video earlier about a comparative from guys been following it. Said that that there's only going to be 3 types of healers: the shaman, the cleric, and
The
one
druid,
other class.
druid.
Druid maybe.
That's pretty much all you got in this one. I mean, Necros can spot heal, Bards can spot heal, but I mean, you only have 3 main healers.
Pop, dude. I think.
I got one here.
Whoops. I didn't pull that.
No, I pulled this one. Mortal Kombat over Street Fighter. You know, I really like Mortal Kombat later on once they started putting in those kill shots, the finish 'em moves. But at the early stage, it was definitely Street Fighter all the way. And then I think somebody else mentioned Killer Instinct, which was a good game. But I played that one majority on the arcade. Do you guys have a big, besides Street Fighter, something that you guys were interested in?
I always was like Jurassic Park and the one with the dolphin, Eco the Dolphin.
Oh my god, on the Sega?
Yeah.
Dude, that was a popular game. Even though it, Kitty or whatever, it was a popular game.
I was gonna say, I got 2 copies of that one sitting right behind me right now. I can't believe you guys actually played that one. I have 2 copies and I never played it, so.
Really? Never?
Never. It's a dolphin, dude. On the cover.
Yeah.
on the cover of a video game, it's a dolphin.
He's the hero of the game.
It's kind of like Sonic the Hedgehog, dude.
I know, but I was a kid. Like, I'm not playing something with a dolphin on the cover. Like, give me a dolphin with, like, laser beams coming out of his eyes, and I'll probably be like, yeah, buddy. You know, like...
And then I like Road Rash.
Road Rash was good.
Yeah. The only racing game I ever liked because you could pull the chain or the pipe out and whack the guy right next to you.
Right.
Do the same thing to the cop when he goes, "Ree!" Pat! See him tumbling away.
Those cops always caught up with you, though.
Yeah, I was like, man, what kind of speed are they breaking?
It's called being a cop. They can go however fast they want.
Yeah, they cheat a little bit. Mario Kart's definitely cheated. You could hit them with a red shell, knock them out of first place, and that would be the end of your match right there if they did the same thing to you. But however, if you do it to them, 2 seconds later, they're right on your butt, and they're playing freaking Donkey Kong or Koopa, and they're the slowest people to start up once they stop, and somehow they still magically catch up.
That kind of game reminds me of Spy Hunter too. I like Spy Hunter.
Ooh, Spy Hunter was good. I love the music in that one. Always played that one when I was in a pizza joint. It just seemed like they always had one of those.
Old-fashioned. The very first video game I ever played was Pac-Man.
Oh yeah, Pac-Man, Defender. Is it Silkfeed or Silkworm? One of those.
Yeah, and it was a weird video game because it was one of those tabletop style arcade machines. You can go and put your drink on there at the bar and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever see the ones they came up with that were somewhat like 3D? So what they would have is a TV that was upside down, and it'd be pointed at a mirror, and that mirror would be reflected out at a piece of glass that would then put that flat image in the air. I'm rooted over here by the entrance. This thing's gonna...
You need in trouble?
Not yet, but I will be.
I'm coming.
Because we got a caster over here. He's gonna nuke me. Oh, we got it off. I'm coming back. Yeah, so you could actually sit there and fight. It's kind of like a Street Fighter game, except for like a very poorly designed one.
Dwarf. What dwarf? Ick.
But the difference on this one is it was designed with no background, so it didn't show any like scene in the background to make it look non-3D. It just showed the images of the characters, which is how they got away with it. And it was really cool to play, but you could kind of put your hand through it and. Let's see, was that old Tron cabinet like that? Like what? Like the one that I'm talking about where it's 3D? Because no. That one was one like the flight simulators. You would sit down in, it would completely surround you. Some of them even had a curtain that you could close to get that unique feel that you're completely enclosed in there. And the one that I always played was the disc. I think they had one other one that had different games on it, but you just kind of threw the disc back and forth and hope you didn't die.
I think the druid's leaving.
Oh, okay. Well, we got a cleric here. See if we can get somebody else around our level.
There's a ranger right behind us, Eldor or Elwar, something like that. Elwardar.
Oh, okay, yeah, he's yellow. We'll talk him an invite. Yeah, 3D,
Yeah.
where you threw discs back and forth at each other. I didn't see them do it with the Tron one, but they definitely could have done it. Like any game that didn't have a backdrop would have worked with that system. Most games had backdrops back then, but Double
There was
Dragon.
a game called Tank, I think it was called.
Yeah, I think I remember that one.
It was like it was like just lines with the terrain, and it was just like a.
Is it green?
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, I got good at that.
Those games were pretty good. Some of them not so much. We had. Did you guys ever play Simon the Sorcerer on computer? Start off. It's one of those funny ones like Day of the Tentacle and Monkey Island. You start off and you're a wizard, and the very first thing he does is make fun of those kind of genres by picking up a ladder and then putting it in his pocket. So it's like this huge ladder that he picks up and drops into a little tiny pocket. Because you get to take everything in the kitchen sink with you in those games.
Oh, like the pun, everything except for the kitchen sink
Right,
kind of
but
thing.
in those games, sometimes you actually got to pick up the kitchen sink. Yeah, it's like a funny thing. Like you never used it, but it's just kind of making fun of themselves, and you have so many items that you're carrying around with you. It's just not possible. All right,
Yeah, like
powers.
the NES's Might and Magic. There was this one. I don't know if it was a glitch or it was meant to be that way. Certain part of the map, you move up into it, and at the very top, you'd fight this really tough monster. But man, they would give you so much treasure and loot. It was like a multi-hull dungeon. I just go there back and forth, loot, 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 loot. Go back, sell, sell, sell.
What was
And
the what was the name of that game where you got to play like a Dungeons and Dragons, kind of like what you're talking about, but you could play
sword and sorcerer or something like that.
you could play like an elf, or you could do a dwarf and a priest class, and It's a 4-player
Gauntlet?
game. Gauntlet, yeah. Oh my
Oh,
god, I
yeah.
love that game, dude.
That the one with the elf, the barbarian.
Yeah, yeah. Each one had their little different skills, and you picked up like keys, and you opened up treasure chest, and you
Mhm.
didn't always have enough keys to open up every treasure chest or door, so you had to really coordinate with what you were trying to do. I don't remember if you leveled up in that one or not, but man, it was a great game, dude.
Yep.
My cousin's dad was lucky enough to have a IBM PC when we were kids. Got to play High Sierra's King's Quest games. Nope, not
Yes.
that. Please try
So
something
you
else.
wanna be a hero.
All I remember from those King Quest games, and I loved them, was nope, not that. Please try something else. Every time you tried doing something, they just kind of ran through those 3 phrases. Because a lot of the time you had no idea what to do. You try, mixing items together to see if you could open something up. I think I played King's Quest all the way to number 8. I think they went to like 14 or 15 last I looked, and I didn't really like any of the ones that came after 8. I haven't tried the 14s and the 15s. They might have gone back to their roots, but the other ones seemed to kind of move away into more of a I don't know, it was just like a weird trippy story instead of like the funny quirky story that they had in the other ones. Gameplay was still pretty much the same. I mean, you're still doing the same kind of combines, which seemed a little ridiculous after all that time. You still didn't, upgrade some of the things they could have upgraded. Did you guys any play in those at King's Quest, or I think they had some
Yeah.
other type of King's
I
Quest?
got the Hero Quest.
Yeah, I played King's Quest. I played Monkey Island. I played Bliss
So-
Quest. There
so
was
you-
another quest as well.
Yeah, I think they had like 4 or 5 different brands for those quests. I think King's Quest for me was the best one. I never played Cop or Police Quest, but it sounds interesting.
I did the So You Want to Be a Hero. From it was all done. The visuals is all claymation.
SWAT Quest.
SWAT Quest?
That's what 3D is saying.
I no, it was Police Quest SWAT.
No, I'm saying, was there another one called SWAT Quest besides the Police Quest one?
No, I don't think so. I know that there's a Police Quest SWAT, but I might be wrong.
Oh yeah, Police Quest was the name. That's what he's saying. What about you, Donald? Did you play any of those?
I don't think
But
so, man. Mm-mm. You say they're on a computer?
Yeah, those.
Yeah.
Well, those for me were, yeah.
I didn't own a computer until I was like 25, dude. First computer we ever owned.
I got lucky. I got my brother was big into computers. He had the one where you had to sit there and open up the little booklet and you type in all the codes or all the ones and zeros, and
Yeah.
at the very end you'd have like you could play Hangman for a minute or something.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't a minute. It was until you turned off. It was probably like a Commodore or
His
a
Commodore
VIC
64.
20 or something like that. Yeah, and you could actually save it onto a disc, or a tape, not a disc.
That came later.
But that came later. Yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning you
But,
just had to type it all out. It took you all afternoon, and then by the time you
Yeah.
were ready to play the game, it was bedtime. So that's why I said like 5 minutes later you had to turn it off. But
We ended up me and my brother would program on those, and got pretty good at them. But like you said, if you messed up any line, it's not like you could go back
no.
and fix a line. You couldn't debug it either, so it was either it was going to work or not, and you spent all that time for nothing.
My brother used to do it though, man. He would sit there and just go over every line after, because I think you'd be able to see one line at a time. So he'd put in a line, double check it, triple check it, go to the next one again and again and again and again. And yeah, it was nuts, but he loved doing that stuff.
And then you also, if you there was a magazine that came out for Commodore that showed you other games that you could make using that language.
Yeah.
You'd follow along.
He got all of those. He used to tell me about all the ones he used to do. But my first experience with the computers was when he brought it over. He lived down in Kingsville, and I lived up in Houston. And he visited when I was probably like 7 or 8. And it was pretty cool because he brought his computer with him. And I remember watching the movie Big. And anybody who's ever seen the movie Big, in one of the scenes, he's playing this game where he's using like the red wand to take out the frozen wizard. And I'm like, oh, that's cool, right? I've never seen a game like that. He brought over one. It was kind of like that. It was all mud. It was all text-based games. But then eventually he had some other ones that were pictures occasionally, like super rare pictures on the screen. Like I think one was called Sorcerer 101. And it would show you a picture of like a room, and in the corner would be like a little hole for the rat. But it would give you a description, almost a page long, of what the room looked like. And you could type in, examine the rat hole, or stick the cheese in the floor. And it would say, nope, try something else. Or you could put in curse words, and it would be like, F you too, man. Or like the crazy responses the programmers put in there. But sometimes it had no idea what to make of what you were trying to tell it to do. And it just came back with a, an error of like, yeah, try something else.
It doesn't work. It doesn't.
Did you play those too as well? Those like Sorcerer 101, and they had Leather Goddesses of Phobo.
What?
I don't remember that one. But
oh my god, you never played Leather Goddesses of Phobo? You got to try that one, dude. It's like you got it, man. You got it. It's like that. What's the name of the other one? Oh man, Leisure Suit Larry.
Well, yeah,
I know what that is.
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
I'm a Super Sierra software fan.
It's a text-based game of Leisure Suit Larry in essence.
Oh, okay.
Companions of Xanth was another good one. It's about a guy who gets sucked into his computer, and he goes through the video game as a nerd who's in a fantasy world trying to beat the game. And there's a few like adult scenes in there where like the goddess is like in the basement naked, and she's like, "Don't look at me," and you get to choose whether you look at her or not, and like there's like some romance going on in there, but it's there's a lot of story in that one. I love Companions of Xanth, based off of a book too, from what I hear. You guys have a favorite book game? Something that came out
I don't know of any games that came out as books or books that came out as games.
Comics?
Um, I mean, there was there was a game that I played a long time ago that was based on Judge Dredd, but I mean that was the only comic I really paid attention to. Also,
I am playing my level 22 warrior at the moment, guys. Who's kind of tweaked out, to be honest. He's put some pretty good stuff on him. Yeah, there was a Captain America game that I remember being fairly decent. The Ninja Turtles. I love playing Donatello
Yep.
with the stick. Who's my go-to man?
I was a Michelangelo person myself.
Ah, that works, man.
Me too. I was Michelangelo, man.
Oh, well, you guys
Always.
are gonna have to flip a coin for it, dude.
Whoa, my name is Michael. So Angelo is not my last name, but
There was 4 of us brothers, man, so we always had the same turtle. That way we didn't fight over it. We always were the same turtle.
you're all Michelangelo.
No. I'm saying we always, like, one was always Donatello, one was always Michelangelo, one was always Raphael.
Yeah, because you
Every
couldn't
time.
have
Oh, right on.
you couldn't have two of the same one.
Yeah,
Well,
you can't
see-
go back and forth.
When those were coming out, when I was already pretty old. I'm an old buggy.
Me too, man.
I like playing games beyond my years, either in one direction or the other.
I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
My Little Pony.
No.
You guys don't like being My Little Pony and like Barbie Dreamhouse?
A good one that was kind of dorky and kidified was DuckTales, man. That was a good one.
Oh yeah, on the Game Boy too.
What? There's a game of that.
Oh, and a
Of
bot.
that.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, really good ones,
I'm
dude.
gonna die.
Ducktail game was amazing. Oh, you need
I'm gonna faint death and then I'll life tap after that.
yeah, he's a caster.
Oh yeah, he don't like me, sir. Yeah, DuckTales, and like each one could do something different. So like I think if I remember right, Scrooge had like a cane he would hop on or something like that.
Mhm.
If I
And
remember
the
right.
little kids, you could play each one of the nephews,
Yeah.
and you're trying to get diamonds or something in the mines, and the Beagle Boys would try to stop you every so often, and
Yeah, it was a good game. I mean, as kiddified as it was a good game.
that was good. Yeah, they had black and white one, and then eventually I think they made it into color later on down the road because it was so liked by so many people.
Did you have a regular Game Boy as a kid? You know what I mean?
I still do. I have two. I have one that's messed up because I guess somebody sat on it and then hit it with a hammer. But I kept it because it was the original one, and then I have one that actually works still. So, and I have all these stupid attachments because Nintendo was lame and didn't put in all the stuff that they had the technology for. Because I have a Linksys. A lot of people don't even know what a Linksys is, but a Linksys looked like a Game Gear. Had longer battery life. It had rechargeable batteries built into it that lasted for like 6 hours. Unlike the Game Gear mouse battery that you used to have to put on there that only lasted for like 2, and it took like 8 hours to charge up. It had lit up screens from the inside. It was color, whereas Nintendo was black and white, no rechargeable batteries. Screen
white
was
boy, dude.
itty bitty. Yeah, I have the big screen that comes on with the magnifying glass for the Game Boy, and it has the little lights on the outside, and then the big speakers that come out the side so that you could hear a little bit better. Like I had the full 9 yards on that thing, but man, it was
Like a transformer.
yeah, so heavy, so heavy. I still have it on my shelf. It's ridiculous, but it's so heavy, man. And of course, all that ate up more battery life. So you're going through batteries like every 45 minutes.
Yeah.
It was
Yep.
nasty on the kind of
Yeah, I have a
stuff.
Sega Game Gear, but I don't have a Lynx.
Yeah, like I said, a lot of people don't know about the links. The only reason I know about the links is that while my dad had the movie theater, they did a promotion and they put up a display model in the theater that you could sit there and play. And I used to sit there and do that when they had Skate or Die on it and a couple other games. One of my favorite games is Chips. For those of you who may recognize that one, I don't know how many of you actually know that one or not.
Like the Ponch and Poncherelli or whatever, like the Chips guys.
No, like you're a
What?
geeky nerd, and it's basically a puzzle game kind of in a sense. You were trying to pick up the chips that were in the game, and they were CPUs, chips that you were picking up. And the very first level is very easy. You just kind of run around, you grab like 3 chips, and you go through the corridor. Later on down the road, you have to get like ice shoes to run across ice. You get like fire shoes to run across the lava. And the very last level is, it sounds easy enough, but it's just a very big screen that has nothing but the CPUs down. In the middle, though, they had these big clamping teeth that would kill you if they touched you. And once you took one of the chips from the inside row, you'd let them all out. And they were a lot faster than you were. So it was difficult, man. That was very hard to play. I loved it, though. But yeah, the Linksys was amazing. Light years beyond anything else on the market, but it failed because it did not have the games for it. And it taught me a lesson even at an early stage when deciding whether I wanted to go with the Nintendo or the Sega, because when I was a kid we had to choose. All of us as brothers got to decide which one we wanted, and we all had to agree on it. And we looked at it and we're like, okay, what games do they have for the Nintendo and what games do they have for the Sega? It seemed like the Sega was primarily sports games, and Nintendo was like Donkey Kong, Zelda, Mario, all those games that we played as brothers. So we're like, we'll go with the Nintendo. And that's why I never really got to play any sports games, because it seemed like they were all on the other one.
Yeah.
Did you guys have to choose, systems, or you're just kind of like, I'll go with whatever is out at the moment?
I guess we were lucky. My brother got a Nintendo and I got a Sega. So.
Did you get the Sega CD?
I got the Sega Genesis. That was my first system, and we didn't. That's pretty much all we got our whole childhood until we bought some as adults. Like I didn't get anything until I bought a 64, and my brother didn't get anything else until he bought a PlayStation. The first PlayStation.
Right. We would ask for something different every year. So we got a Nintendo one year, and then we got the Sega the next year. I think we got the Sega CD, which is an attachment onto the original Sega, and I still have that one sitting over there somewhere on the shelf as well. Like I built this whole little tiny game room for me, so all these old consoles got to come out, and they're up on shelves now. It's kind of cool to look at them. They all work. They all still work, except for that one Nintendo that, like I said, it seems like the Hulk got a hold of somehow, and I don't know what happened with that one.
Oh, play toy.
Yeah, Game Boy had seen better days, dude.
Best game system I've never even touched. Game Boy.
Oh man,
they're fun, man.
I was literally the Hulk with something like that.
Pocket Game Boy was so nice, and then they came out with the colored ones, and they weren't even color, but they were just color on the outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Game Boy Color. Yeah. I'll tell you, I never had one growing up, but I don't know if it's my favorite console for old ones, but the GameCube is one of my favorite consoles, man, for real.
Yeah.
I love it.
First one of its kind to start doing 3-dimensional on a large scale.
Well, and I've got the attachment, so that it can, so you can put Game Boy games in it. You know what I mean? Like the little attachment on the bottom. So
I do remember that.
It's got so many features.
Wasn't that one where you could plug in your Game Boy Advanced with the remote controller, so you could play it on the TV?
Yep. You can plug in your Game Boy Advance. There's a Mario Party where you put a microphone into it. And you can use the microphone.
Mario Parties, I love those.
It's just so many different things. It's pretty neat.
Hey, when I worked in Walmart, there was this one game. It was kind of like one of these little hokey things. Like, remember the old football that had the little dots? Back when? And you'd move them? This was a little similar. She just fainted and died?
Yeah, she's fainting.
Oh.
That's not
the Chanty. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's not all right there.
There was this game. I was looking at it, and what you do is you scan barcodes throughout like a grocery store, and sometimes they would give you monsters and upgrades and things to fight, kind of like Pokemon.
That does sound familiar. I think that was a really good game.
I never did get to play it, but I looked at it and said, man, nobody in the area where I lived wanted to play. I'm like, well, I ain't going to do it by myself.
No, when you said the scanning the barcodes, I was like, that sounds really lame, and then I'm like, no, wait, I remember that. I don't remember what the game was called, but I remember it being really good.
Oh man! And it did. And the next Christmas, didn't see it at all.
Yeah, those games, they weren't around a long time, man. Thankfully, some of them were really bad, but some of them were just amazing. Star Fox was a good game. I mean, so many good games to play when you were a kid. Nowadays, I don't know if I could go back and play them because a lot of them are broken in the sense that, Just a lot of the game mechanics weren't refined as well as they are now, and I think I've gotten spoiled on games just working right.
Yeah, well, that is kind of a key feature. I mean, nothing like that claymation game. So you want to be a hero? There was a certain glitch in there that would wreck the flow of the game, where you couldn't do anything. You were stuck
Hmm.
permanent. You had to start over or go back to your last save point.
That was like
So try
Predator.
to try to avoid it.
That was like Predator with the power glove. If you jammed all the buttons down at the same time, you could skip to the very last level.
Well, what fun is that?
Yeah, it was the only
Game's
thing.
over.
Only thing we could figure out that the power glove actually worked on, because it was the most inconvenient, joystick ever that you had on one hand. Trying to play it with the other hand, like it did not work, and you're supposed to be able to use it for like super punch out, and it didn't work
Hmm.
with that either. It's like
So it has limited uses.
it had no uses, none, zero, like zip. Is horrible. It's like those red goggles they came out with for the Game Boy. What was those Mario
The
glasses?
I don't
they
remember
were called X-ray or something like that.
They should have just been called "Give You a Headache" because that's all they ever did. Red spectrum glasses that you put on, and it's just like you look like an idiot to begin with. But you could put up with that if it was really cool. It wasn't cool, and it gave you a headache. They were ahead of the time, though, man. They tried different things, and they were one of the first ones to really start doing the wireless controllers that were motion based. I know PlayStation kind of got there a little bit too at the same time, with the joystick having that little Mercury switch inside, so you could like move left and right. But I took a Polaroid of it and sent it to GamePro. Don't know if they ever published it. I was so proud of myself. I must have missed that. What is the character you're playing? I actually found a bug once. We got both to play Michelangelo. Oh, okay. So they got two other guys to play Michelangelo once.
The turtle or the painter?
The turtle. I don't know any game where you can play the painter. That would be wouldn't that be but like Sims playing the painter?
Oh, what the heck was it? Tempest. My
Tempest is good.
grandfather. Yeah, that was a hard game after a certain point. The idea is, when you start getting towards that last little quarter of the screen, make the tiniest of little connections. Do, 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 over and over and over.
Got a caster coming in.
Oh, and you're taking damage there.
Yeah, he's a caster. He's gonna hit me a couple times before he gets in here. He's gonna stop here in a
Probably
second.
throw aggro right there.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Hey AC, random question while I watch at work from my phone while I wait for the end of my shift. Do any of you play Ark Survival
Oh,
Evolved?
wait.
I tried. I tried to get in on that. I sent the company a message and asked them if I could do their videos, video games for videos, and I never heard back from them. So unfortunately, if I can't do a video for the game, and there's so many other games that I want to play that do let me do videos, I just don't ever get to go to it. But I heard it was pretty cool. I heard you could kidnap people and you can keep them prisoner in your cages for like years as long as you fed them and you kept them healthy and like you could rape them and stuff, which is just like beyond twisted. But I guess if you're going for like that extreme trolling, then yeah, it's a game out there that lets you do it. But I wanted to play it just because it looked cool, and some of the aspects they were showing where you could like build your own bases and like you had dinosaurs or something in there as well. So Techno Bowl was on Nintendo. Loved that game as a teenager. You guys ever play Techno Bowl?
I don't think I've even heard of Techno Bowl. What is it, football game?
I think Nana was saying that he played that one, but he's not here right now. I
It
think he
was
stepped away.
is a Nintendo game, I believe. If not,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was.
They said Nintendo.
Instead of playing football, like going left to right, you played it going up and down. If I remember correctly, I may be wrong. I know I've played a game like that. Been a long time now.
Ever had a 3DO? It sounds familiar. I had a 3DS. 3DO sounds really familiar, but I can't picture it in my head, so probably not. But at least I was aware of it in some way. We have many of the older consoles here too, but these days I use the Retron 5 for my retro gaming. The Retron, is that the Nintendo remake? so that you can play the old Nintendo games. Because I tried that one. My brother got it, and he ended up giving it to me for a little bit. Tried it. It was a piece of junk. It always seemed to glitch out. The games never quite worked very well in it. And since I actually have the regular Nintendo that I can pop in and play still, I didn't really see any need for it, so I gave it back to him. I was like, I'm not playing this thing. This is very poorly done and just never seemed to work as well as it should, especially considering it's brand new. You know, like it just came out. It shouldn't have any of these errors. These are old games you can play on the computer without any problem. So there is talk about that the Nintendo NX will go back to the cartridges now that the solid state memory is dirt cheap these days. Still not dirt cheap enough that you want to put it in your computer. To be honest, they're still fairly expensive in that regard. Nothing wrong with cartridges, as long as I don't have to blow in them.
Actually, that was actually bad for them because the moisture from your breath could corrode the little metal plates.
Yeah, but I mean, as long as you weren't spitting directly into it.
You know those erasers that has the a little bit of grit in them. I used to use those just to polish the little metal connectors in there.
The commercials
You know what I
show
mean?
the
think he's
new
scared.
Nintendo takes like the Game Boy, the DS cartridge. It looks like.
Oh, they're supposed to take everything, and they actually have games that have like 60 games on, or one cartridge that has like 60 games on it, so you don't have to use like the old cartridges if you don't have them.
Well, that's that retro game thing that they're coming out with.
Yeah, but
Is that
it's
what you're talking about?
it's a piece of junk. No, that's not what he's talking about. I thought he
Oh.
was, but no, the thing is a piece of junk, man. I tried it and just they put no time and effort into that thing at all. At least in my opinion. At least with the one I tried.
But they'll sell it like crazy because it's got Nintendo games on it, man.
Oh
It's
yeah,
Nintendo.
yeah, and people put it in and they're like, "Oh, this thing doesn't work. It reminds me of the old days." No, it doesn't, because mine always worked. Mine always worked.
Hey.
I kept my Nintendo spotless, dude. I treated that thing better than I treated my bike.
Dude, mine I have to have. You know how you like push it in and you push it down. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mine you have to have it up to work. It's like installed upside down or something.
Oh, it pushes in on the top. Yeah, that's how the new one is.
Well, no. I have the original Nintendo. You just have to have it up. You can't push it down. You have to leave it up to get it to work.
Oh, really? How
Yeah.
does that even, like, I don't even know how that glitch happens. That's kind of weird.
I don't know, man, but that's how it works.
One thing I had about those consoles is somebody would walk in front of you and grab the freaking cords with their shoe.
Yeah.
So I went to the remote control style, no cords.
Well, the Nintendo cords were actually pretty short and fairly uncomfortable when it comes to the controllers themselves. I remember having those imprints in my palm from the corners of the remote, because I think somebody was like, "Square remotes, good," and then like later on they come out with the round ones, and we're like, "Why didn't we do these earlier? Like, why wasn't round just
Hey, 1980, whatever, whenever it came out, they weren't thinking about that kind of thing.
joysticks?
Now,
Joysticks had round knobs. They didn't have square knobs. I mean, come
What
on.
about the Atari with the little square base and the stick and the little red button?
Yeah, but even the remote itself was still a round peg. It wasn't a square, brick in there. Like, it just seems weird.
It was on a square brick, though.
It was on a square brick, but
emergency.
yeah,
Emergency.
emergency
I like
what?
the cross pad, man.
One of the coffee makers in the house is broken.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Wait, one? How many
just
fucking
one? Yeah,
coffee makers
it's like
do you need?
three at least.
I got 4.
Dude, there's something wrong with you.
I got 2 Keurigs, a Hamilton Beach. That's the one that broke, and an old school. I don't even know what brand it is, but it's an old school glass carafe. You pour it in there, and it looks like it's from the freaking 1960s.
I don't know why those ever went out of style. I like those.
They
Those
make
those
this
work.
The percolator.
That thing's kicking strong. Yeah, it's a percolator. That thing's kicking strong like a mule.
Yeah, it works, and you can make it as strong as you want. There was nothing wrong with it. I don't understand why you're gonna fix something that's not broken. And the new ones, when you buy those little packets, they're so much more expensive than just buying the giant jar of grounds.
Yeah. That's why I went back to doing an old percolator instead of a Keurig.
I mean, it's more convenient, I guess, in the morning. You just put it in there. You don't have to worry about, papers or filters or...
Yeah, if you're big on the different flavors and whatnot, it's probably easier to go that route. 'Cause you can
guess.
change the flavor at any time you want.
Put your own vanilla beans in there, man. Like, put the extra effort in there. You're gonna be very pleasantly surprised with how
Listen to
amazing.
you, highbrow.
I don't even like coffee, but I grew up with people who
Put your
did.
own
I grew up with
vanilla
people.
beans in there and
I'm just telling you,
Have you
man. With
noticed
people who actually enjoy
that the
coffee.
Swagger.
that the smell of coffee is way better than it actually tastes until you put junk in it?
I don't even like the smell of coffee, to be honest.
I know not what you speak of. What kind of coffee are you drinking?
All kinds. I usually do a little Irish cream with a little whiskey in there, but
All right, guys, I'm gonna need to head out. I gotta go do some shopping, and then I'll see you guys next week,
later.
All right,
or
man.
maybe
Buy me.
earlier.
What you buying me?
I'm buying things,
Khakis.
What you buying me?
Khakis.
such and things.
I like khakis.
I can't say it out loud because family
Ooh.
members are in the house.
Oh, he's buying some lingerie.
That dude buying
All
drugs,
right.
man. Why you buying drugs, dude?
Go, girl.
I mean, I'm buying stuff for some members that are in my house. So
Oh, well, tell them over their ears. I want to know what it is.
It's like the one story I heard on
Not much.
the radio where the guy's like his next door neighbor gave him a bag of weed, and he's like, I didn't buy it, so I guess it's not illegal for me to have it. And they're like, no, it's like it's completely illegal for you to have it, but
That's not how it works. That's not how it works.
He's like, I didn't buy it.
Later, Cypher.
Yeah. Merry Christmas, man. Hope you guys have a good holiday.
Absolutely. Too.
Are we like 10 days off the holiday?
He's having his tomorrow because his family's coming in.
Oh,
Yeah, when you have a big family, sometimes you do a holiday with one side, and then when the other ones can't travel for work or whatever reasons, you go off and have a holiday with the other side.
It's Christmas every day of the year.
you know, you guys are barely taking damage. We could probably move into the
It's taken.
review. Oh, is it? Well, I'm saying
You still got buffs on too.
Everything's taken. And yeah, these guys, they definitely beat my face in. It's just that you got a cleric and a shaman and, some DPS in there. It makes it look easy. And the spawn's
Skin
broken.
like diamonds.
Oh, is that what I got? I got something. No, I just got obscure. I don't even know what that is. Obscure? Must be a shaman buff. I don't think I have anybody else that buffs us.
Oh,
No, it's not
you
a
know
shaman
what we
buff.
got to do? Res Honey Brown.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you only have like 15 minutes left on it.
No, we had about an hour, but it might be about 15 minutes by now.
Yeah, my other guy's way over in
Where honey brown dye?
Western Ways.
I pulled one giant and attracted 3 others. I turned around, got my face smacked in.
Oh, that's right. That was last night. Where'd you go, hero?
I was like, where'd they come from?
The Atari 2600 controller was abysmal. Yeah, a lot of these controllers back then were abysmal.
Oh, it worked great for track
Hold
and
on,
field.
guys.
Well, like the Nintendo one, which is what we were talking about. It's square, and it just seems like when it first came out, I didn't know anything. I was like, yeah, it works, but you get those imprints in the corner of your palms from using that thing. And then they finally came out with the round one. It just like you look at it after the fact, you're like, why wasn't it always round? Like the joysticks on the arcades were round, everything else was round.
That's how Sega was.
Yeah, you guys did have a round one. Of course, then you had the long freaking loading screens for the Sega CD.
Shh. Oh, I didn't play that. I skipped that one.
10-minute loading screen for Sewer Sharks, and
Sega CD was terrible.
yeah, it was horrible. I mean, if you got a scratch on it, oh my god, you're done. You're just done.
Terrible.
Because you wouldn't know. It's not like a movie that you get 45 minutes into and you get a little scratch. And you're just like, oh, maybe it can skip past it. No, it's a freaking video game. It does not skip past the scratch. You have to get past the scratch. And you can't because it's frozen. So you lose all your work after 45 minutes or sometimes even longer.
Yeah, why is Donald sleeping on the job?
Is he? I think he went AFK for a second. Let's get his kid ready. I guess an early day tomorrow. Early shifts. They have some pretty decent controller. I think my favorite out of all of them right now is the Xbox 360. Just seems to fit right. It has enough weight to it. The PlayStation one, it seems like it's very close. It just feels like a toy in my hand. It feels like if I dropped it
really
might break.
lightweight. Yeah, really light, kind of small. Yeah,
Oh, I
360
never
or
could stand
Xbox
the-
One.
Controllers that vibrated on me. They distracted me so much it would make me wreck.
I like the vibration though. Kind of brought a little bit like third realism into it. Like a 4D where they shoot little ice at you when you're watching a movie. I haven't tried the Xbox One yet. Is it close to the 360 or?
Yeah. The control's got a little more weight to it. It feels better.
Yeah, I would like that.
I like it.
Yeah, it really comes down to what fits best in your hand. I could imagine some people were like, "Oh, the PlayStation 1 being lightweight is what I'm looking for."
Like you can look at reviews and people talk about the D-pads and all this stuff are more reactive by this amount. Blah blah blah. Whatever, dude. I don't care. It feels more comfortable.
What, for the PlayStation 1's more reactive?
No. For the 360 versus or the Xbox One controller versus 360 controller.
Which one seems to be the one that they're siding with the
The
most?
the Xbox One.
Oh, is
It
more
does
reactive?
have it. Yeah, it does have more technology in it. It's a whole lot better.
I'd imagine it would be.
But I'm like, it feels kind of the same, but it feels better. It's not way off.
Yeah. Same thing when you're buying a mouse. Like, you really got to find one that... holy shit. Zone, or back it up, guys. Back it up. I'm going to zone this.
Train.
Yeah, somebody... Monk pulled like 40
I'm
mobs.
as far back as I can go.
Yeah. There's like 40 mobs literally in there. That was nasty. Oh, yeah. Feint it right there. You're golden. Thank you. Go around the corner and see that many mobs coming at you. I don't know how he bunched them all up like that. You see it?
Yeah, I just saw just on your stream. Oh, that's from Castle.
Yeah, they're bunched up nice and tight. I don't know, but I'm not even risking not zoning that mess. I didn't attack anything, but...
What a D-bag.
And he feigns it too, so he may stand back up and get the aggro again if they haven't all, got back into their places. So be on the lookout for more of that stuff coming in.
Wow, Candy 2 for 2K. What? I'm doing the quest, thank you.
Canny 2?
Yeah, Candy 2.
Just skip to Canny 3. You get it for like 25 platinum, Seb.
Yeah, Candy 3 is not great, though, and you need something in between.
Only 2.5?
I got people running into the zone line. That's not a good sign. Let's see. They probably got wiped. Sorry, man. That was a group that trained us. That was not my group that trained.
This is a strong group. I don't have to do a whole lot.
Okay, so yeah, it's cool, man. I mean, happens. Nobody died from it. It was kind of cool to see it. It was just very scary to see that
Honestly,
many.
him flopping there at the zone line is probably a good thing, depending on how close some of them were to him. People may have been AFK or whatever.
Well, I mean, he probably could have zoned it, though. And he still would have been okay.
Yeah.
And, at least that way you can make sure that when you stand back up, they don't immediately come right back at you.
It is what it is.
I did Canny 2 quest on my Xiaomi. It was horrible.
Why is it horrible? Well, I can see one piece being horrible, and that's the dust, I think it is, off the shaman and Track's teeth. But that's what I got Nano for.
Shaman. Yeah, he can track pretty well in there. You just need a ranger if it's really deep.
Nah. They're the shaman are all over the place. I just get Nano to do it for me.
They always drop it or no?
I hope. I don't know if they always drop it or not. He's gotten. Well, he thinks he messed that piece up. Because they drop two different powders, and one is the right one, one's not.
And they look the same?
That I do not know.
That'd be some real trollage right there. Just be like, yeah, one works and one doesn't, and you also need like 15 other items, and they're really hard to get. So
it's only like 4 things. It's like he said just now. There's a drop from KC. That's the grayish bones, which I already have. The clay from City of Mist, which I already have.
The ochre something or other?
Well, the Owamp is who you turn it into if you're evil. But you're talking about the ogreish, whatever clay, ochre
yeah,
clay?
The orcish,
yeah, whatever it is. The dust, the shaman dust off the mob in Track's teeth, and then crushed Durfanite or something or another, which is you can get as a ground spawn in Tim Deep, or you can do the quest for that too. But I'd rather go do the ground spawn.
Yeah, but can you imagine how horrible that shaman would be if you didn't have a nonal?
Hey guys, what's
up?
up?
I just use a chupa.
Hey man.
Oh my god, it's 4 degrees out, dudes.
Oh my god.
Play outside.
Yeah, AFK, I gotta go find my balls. Be right back.
I
think they shattered on the ground.
It's not good.
So yeah, Nano, I'm gonna need your help in the future.
What's that? What's up, man? Sorry.
Tracking that shaman in Track's teeth for the Candy 2 quest.
Okay, so is it a certain... Because, see, I screwed my shaman one up. I got the wrong powder. Is it a certain one, or is it any shaman?
I will look up right now, sir.
It's a shaman powder. But I looted one
You
on
can also
my.
get those off the shamans in Beyond the Valley.
That's not the right one.
Yeah, I think you need it from. This is a very specific thing, and I screwed it up, so I'm going to defer to Chupa. He can loot whatever he wants, but I will help him kill it. That's no problem at all, man.
It is droppable, black and called Yoon Shaman Powder.
Okay.
Identifies as powder of Yoon.
I will tell you right now that I had a no trade one because I looted it on my.
Oh, you had a no drop one?
Yeah, I had a no drop.
Yeah,
no
that'd be a problem.
That's probably what I did wrong then, man.
He says it
So
is
the
a
best part
certain
is-
shaman.
Yeah, it is a Yoon Shaman.
Oh no! Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I knew that, but I thought it was
A frolic.
a
He
named-
does drop. He does drop two of them.
Yep.
The Shaman and Trax Teeth drop two different powders.
What's the other powder called?
I'd have to check. Hang on one
Oh,
second.
okay. That's all right. Because I think I turned in the other one. That's what I think I did.
Oh, actually, he does not drop a different powder. Let me see.
What the hell did I do wrong then?
You did the TT mob on a 54 Druid and a 51 SK, and we both died 2 times getting the TT mob. That zone is very dangerous. Adds like a lore, and shamans are always wicked with their slows and dots and nasty stuff. So
The thing is that mobs are in like, I don't know, mid to high 30s. It's just the zone itself is dangerous.
yeah, I don't know how many times we've gone through that zone to look for things, especially like the keys, and we're in there by ourselves. So many. Oh yeah, you're saying the same thing. So many ads, man. That zone is like notorious for it.
Yeah. And those mobs, they have so on them.
Yeah, everything seems very fast in that zone.
Good thing is I have. You're on your necro.
Necro? Yeah, I got my druid the key the other day for Seb, and I ran her over there. You know what I mean, to get in. That was not a fun run.
I have that too.
Oh, nice.
Specifically for these kind of quests.
I gotta do that for my ranger someday. If you got a chance for like 20 minutes to get that key.
Yeah.
I want to get that.
Seb key?
Yeah, I gotta get that no
Anybody?
tray boat.
I think we talked about that too, doing that. I think Mavis still needs it, right?
Yeah, I need
We
to
all
get.
need something.
I need it on several guys, like my monk and my wizard.
What we can do is just
Ranger.
one day take all our tunes over there, bring out the high level ones, kill everything, and then loot the low level ones.
Yeah.
I'll bring my mage out there. I gotta bring Chupa to finish his because he only has one piece. I got Soju, got Draxus.
Should take.
My shaman has it, but he hasn't handed it in yet. He has the 2 drops.
Well, give him up.
Give it up. I don't think it's
Trick?
MQ. I mean, I guess you could MQ one part of it.
Yeah, I
Well,
did that for
give me
Zoom,
some plat
remember?
instead.
I did that for Zoom. I had half of it.
What are you gonna do inside there?
The other half?
Actually, I'd like to get my rogue keyed, even though he's only like 35.
Nah,
Because he
yeah.
probably could drag in there, man.
Yeah.
Drags, yeah, you should be able to.
Yeah, that definitely worked.
Take my rogue over there at level 6.
I've seen some low levels in there before, dude.
I've seen a level
I really
1.
have.
I've seen a level 1 in there. No idea what
In
he was
where?
doing, but he was in there at the entrance. Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna take my ranger in there so he can get that no trade bow from
Probably
NG.
went in naked.
I would take him in naked. That way, if he died, I didn't lose anything.
Yeah. Take
Yeah,
him
I
in
would
went
too.
naked. Except
Ranger
for the
gate,
key,
baby.
of course.
Ranger key.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the only other thing too. Is if he dies, like I don't know where to bind that dude. Maybe City of Mist.
Man, just bind in Freeport. Who cares?
Be one of that.
Well, if he dies, how's he gonna get back?
Okay, Sora.
He ain't getting no res anytime soon in that zone. Like nobody's
City
resing level 1.
Mist, hey, Sora, you'll be fine.
I got a druid, dude. I can just get you backtracked on teeth, give you camouflage, and wish you luck.
Yeah, I just gotta
Nice.
get him to NG, and then when I'm there, just like be on the list and be like, hey, if it drops, let me know. Give you 100 plat.
They'll be like,
Give
nope,
you
I'm
100
looting
plat.
it and destroying
Nope.
it unless you give
Yeah,
me 30k.
I'm gonna link it to you and just drop it right in front of your face, break it over my knee.
Because they could. I mean, it's free 100 plat considering it just rots. I would have done it all those times that it dropped.
Just bring you the string off the bow. Here you go.
Whip you across the face with it.
Oh.
Why is that
It
showing?
felt so special. Is there nobody in graveyard?
Not now. They got trained out with that last one.
Oh,
I don't know if they ever recovered from it.
That
I don't
sucks.
know. Give them a half hour. If they don't go back, we can take over.
They're calling it graveyard. They said,
Okay.
21 in graveyard might be bad. Okay.
yeah. I don't know if I could tank these guys just yet. Seems like right now the shaman does a better job tanking than I do. He's 26 or 27.
Chupa, does your necro noises in the game make like slithering sounds, like when you cast and stuff, dude?
I usually don't have audio enabled in the game.
You
I was
guys
talking
are
to him
weird.
about it, and it's like, you know, it's weird for me because I turn my audio up and it's just really cool sounds
How do you guys
coming off my
not?
necro here.
This is weird. How do you play it without audio?
I'm typically
Digging
listening to you jokers.
I play with minimal audio.
Yeah, that's what I do. I have the audio in the background. I can still hear people being, killed and the crunching of the bones, but I can hear you guys
Now-
still.
The main reason why is because those certain zones where the audio is completely just jacked, certain things are quiet like it's supposed to be, then other things just blow your eardrums out. I don't
Yeah,
know
Or
what
anything
it
Like
is.
the
weird.
boom and
Lava
lava
storm.
storm.
Lava storm is the one
Yeah.
for sure.
Lava Storm is one of them, but then certain pet sounds, the skeletons, I mean, all sorts of weird stuff in there. It's just
Oh, there
Oh,
goes that
logic.
group, dude.
get out.
I don't hear any environmental noise here.
You can turn it completely off. I do turn that environmentals off.
Oh, yeah, there's a.
Some zones don't have any
Oh, dude,
environmental.
here's a caster. Oh, never mind. Oh, yeah, by the way, is DeChante still here? He was helping us out, man.
He was here a
I
minute
love you.
ago.
That's pretty cool of him.
Oh, was he?
Thanks, DeChante.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's-
he's been hasting and mind buffing and stuff for us.
Sorry I didn't see you, man. I'm not spending very much time at camp with this guy, so...
He's fat. He can't see
He's
around
got
his
two
thighs.
biters.
Getting chafing down there, man. This chainmail's not good in the thick thighs.
Some dude in EC just dropped 80 some odd thousand plat on me so that way he can move. I can trade fast as all get out, dude. I'm like, oh, come on, man.
No, you can't move.
I've seen the guys that will run by and they'd be like, they put it in the trade window and they immediately cancel it.
Yeah, that's because when you put it in the trade window, it lifts it off of you so you can actually move.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought he
And
was...
as long as you're holding the forward key, it should allow you to move until you actually physically stop.
Get out of range and then it breaks the window.
Yeah, it breaks the window when you go out of range, but you're still running as if you don't have it on you until you stop.
Ooh, Mistmoore.
That's how most people move with their mules within the tunnel itself.
So he...
Somebody.
Whose quest?
It's
Do you
just not them being pricks, huh?
It's a soul.
No, it's for a reason.
know? Yeah,
I do it all the
I
time.
thought they were just
Might
teasing
be a
me.
ranger. Might be a ranger.
If you guys see a replacement, that guy said he's going to be heading out here, the shaman, so if we can get another shaman in there, it'd be amazing, because I like Spirit of Wolf.
I don't do it with 87k though, man.
Because that was a tactic on Red Server. If somebody, like, you're in a group like this, and someone comes in and attacks his Demi's character because everyone else is out of his range, you run up and you take something and
Oh, there's
like a
the
piece of
Shanti right
trash, put it in the trade window, and they can't attack them. It's
Oh, yeah, 'cause
cheesy and
that's
it's
you
cheap,
instead.
but it works.
there. You can turn that
Yeah.
off, though. You can do auto trade,
Yeah.
turn off or whatever.
They have to go in after that because I did that a lot on Red Server. I got reported for doing it too. They were like, "Nope, that's legal.
Yeah, we
You
did it.
didn't do nothing wrong."
We did it to that guy who was trolling through him that one day. It was a guy in full plains armor. He was like level 6 or something. He had D-leveled.
The ranger.
I think
yeah,
you were supposed to 12, but anyway, I remember.
Yeah,
that.
whatever level he was. We were over there at Crushbone, and he was. We were zoning in and out, and on my side, I was too low for him to attack me, so I was able to just sit there and trade with him over and over and over again, try to get through him some
I'm
time to get
surprised
away.
he didn't stop. Stop it. It closed out the trade window. Trade with no one.
Oh, he did eventually, once he got sick and tired of it.
I did it to guys, and they usually do it right the first time I do it, and then I'm like, "Oh, dude, you're on your own run." It usually is if guy can't be beat, gives the guy a chance to get away.
Well, he was being a jerk, dude. I mean, he was just trolling
Yeah.
somebody for the sake of trolling somebody.
That's what a lot of red is, but it's the ones that people are coming up with you at the same time. Those are the best fights. Because it means
Locaine's on.
they can't handle it. If
Oh,
they
is he?
come down, they de-level because they can't handle the PvP at top end.
Hit him up in there and see if he wants to join the call. I don't want to just cold call him or anything, but if he wants to be in here, maybe we can get him in the group.
Did my bus wear off of you, Dungalang?
What bus did you give me?
Oh, I gave you. Well, I tried giving you symbols, but that didn't stick, and I gave you holy armor and center.
I have none of those.
Incoming symbols.
Let me
If
come
you
back.
ran out of range.
Let me come back.
Oh, I'm out of cat's eye agates. I can't give you those. This one I can.
Hmm.
And by the way, dingage.
Congrats, dude. What level are you now? 21?
Yeah. Alright. That should buff you a little bit.
Did you ding AC yet?
Oh, yeah, a while back.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty close to getting another level.
Sweet.
About a bubble and a half. Hate to say it because he was a good shaman, but it should go by a little faster now because he was the highest person in the group. So you should see your experience go up a little bit.
What level does the Ranger get, so?
30.
Ew, fuck. That's horrible.
Yeah.
Used to be 40.
Ugh.
But then, Rangers.
Suck.
I wasn't going to say it, but,
I was thinking about making a Ranger, too.
I made one, and I was telling Chupa the other day, I was like, man, I decked them all out. Of course, he's not, like, super uber, but he's definitely above the point in where you're supposed to be when you first make one, and he still can't take hits. He can't dish them out. He doesn't get his spells until, I think, level 14 or something. Or maybe it's level 9. I don't know. It's one of those, and...
Level 9 is when you get your first spells. You get Flame Lick, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's your main aggro spell. It will be for a while.
Why would I want an aggro spell?
Snare,
I can't
obviously.
take hits.
It's good for pulling, too.
Later on, if I wouldn't pull a Flame Lick personally, I just use a bow and arrow, man. Just because Flame Lick is a debuff.
Somebody was saying that a equally equipped monk and ranger, the ranger will do more DPS.
Yes.
So at some
If
point they become
They
uber.
both have their epics. Yeah,
Well,
they both have
equally
their
equipped,
epics.
yeah.
have
I
a
wouldn't say
slow
equally
sword,
equipped
right?
going up later on. Yeah, they have a slow sword as well.
One does slow and one does haste? Does that sound right?
Yes, for their epics.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, so like I said, some point they do get better, but at lower levels, man, they're pretty rough.
They get enhancements for their weapons as well.
Yeah, they're gonna
Like they'll
need
get a spell that will enhance their weapons with DDs, I believe. Rangers, I mean, they do some DPS.
Mm-hmm.
Was Locaine getting on?
He's in TeamSpeak with a friend right now.
Oh, okay. I was
They
just
said they're bringing a friend or something, AC. I don't know what's going on in the chat there.
yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Well, you're not gonna let me go. I can't come join. Is that what it is?
Yeah, you want in, man? You got a spot?
No Puerto Rican club? No, it's cool, man. Whatever.
We got a
That's
spot,
whatever.
dude. I'll hold it. I'll be like,
Someone's
no, sorry.
asking.
I don't want to join you guys no more, anyways. That's cool.
You can have my spot. I'm going to bed in about an hour, but you can have it
No,
now. If you
no, that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, look, Chupa. I'm a queen.
You got the little lip on the bottom.
Yep.
It's quivering.
My coffee maker broke.
Why? Why did somebody?
Why
do it?
me, Cletus?
She's laying on the floor with a broken ankle. Why?
Hey, do you? I know you're kind of getting things together for maybe this weekend.
Bunch of rawhide.
He's going to be on, man, or are you going to postpone if he's not, or has to
Yeah,
work? or-
I kind of
do you
think
like
that
that?
this weekend's probably not going to happen because you're not going to be on. Chupa's not going to be on. Thoom is very unlikely that he's going to be on, and yeah,
This
I mean,
weekend?
if you guys, this weekend. So I mean, if you guys aren't going to be here, then there's no point in doing it because I want all you guys to be able to participate and have fun with it because it's pretty good when we get to do it, man.
All right.
I started watching the footage for the Halloween one today at work.
What'd you think?
You guys are a trip, dude.
It's pretty fun. We like it. It can
Y'all
be
need Jesus.
it can be crazy.
Did Cypher fall asleep?
Oh, he had to
Cypher
go.
left.
He had to go buy presents. Buckets and buckets of weed. Reefer mindness.
I love my Cypher.
I
Ariel
got a
Roots. Ariel
prescription.
Right, it's for my glaucoma.
Oh, my glaucoma.
Yeah, I hear more and more
Cigarette?
states. More and more states are doing it, man.
Yeah, 5 states this year. 5 states had it on their ballots. I don't remember how many passed it, but
Lots of money involved in it when it comes to taxes, dude.
Can be, yeah. Colorado at first was saying it was a curse, but now the governor of Colorado is like, if you do it right, it works out great.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with the gambling.
Here,
Like, you just
here
don't.
my, here my new swimming pool.
Did you see Colorado? I think it was Denver actually that was getting mad at Amazon because they're like, well, you don't have any operating bases here, so the people who buy stuff from you don't have to pay state tax, and they just released their quarterly report like they do every year because they're a publicly traded company and everything, and they saw that they could have made like 127 million. I never understood the mindset in looking at something and being like, we could have made that money, as if you lost it, because that's what they said. We lost that much money, and I'm like, no, you didn't lose
You're
that
always
money.
going to look at it that
You
way.
never had it. It wasn't yours. You know, you could have made it, but you didn't, so therefore you didn't lose it. So they're getting all mad, and they put in like a request to get a law done, and the Supreme Court like tossed it out and said, you guys are, we're not wasting our time with that.
Get a log done for what? Like,
To tax people, whether they're in the state or not. Because if you
Oh.
buy something from Amazon and you don't physically have a Amazon distribution network in that state, you don't have to pay
you
that
don't
state
take
tax.
state tax.
But they're like,
Yeah.
we had this many people from Denver buy stuff from Amazon, and we could have made like 127 million dollars off of it had they paid taxes. And
Well, then start coaxing Amazon to make a distribution center in the state.
no, they don't want to do that. They just want you to pay taxes on it.
No, hell no. You don't get one without the other.
That's what I'm saying. They're like,
It's called economics. I
No.
mean,
call
taxing me for what?
for
What are
doing
you taxing me
business in my state, and I'm the ruler. I get to make the rules, dude.
Bull. Kiss my left testicle.
That's what everybody was saying. Even the Supreme Court's
It's
like,
like America.
we're not even here in that case, man. We got bigger things to do. Like, that's stupid.
Yeah, that's dumb. Greed.
Yeah,
That's dumb.
There's some guy, some penny pincher, who was reading that report, and he's like, "Ooh, $127 million dollars. I could buy a new
It's a
car.
lot of capital.
I could buy a new car."
It's kind of funny. They want to tax the little guy and the little things, but don't want to go after the guys who are making all the big bucks.
Oh, they're going after
Oh,
him.
we
I
got to
mean,
give them tax breaks.
nah, like the pot guys, they're paying their fair share and then some. Like, they're being taxed up the yin yang, but they're still making money.
Some places, yeah. Some places like, well, we'll be making more, but these taxes are outrageous, and they do the licensing and all that stuff does cost quite a bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason they're doing it on the licensing is, well, one, it's going to, bring in money revenue to the state, but also it keeps the wrong people out, which is, they're trying to keep that, it's very fragile. And if they put the wrong people in there, the whole thing
Road ain't just familiar here.
could just fall apart, and all the work that they've been spending to get
They
this
say
thing
too
passed.
though that stores are popping up left and right.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can imagine, right? I mean, as long as you can get a license and whatnot, it should be. It is actually pretty easy to get a license for it.
Well, it's pretty easy as long as you don't have a criminal record.
Yeah, you got to be in the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
So
I mean, so if you're a drug dealer, you can't just go in there and be like, I'm doing it legit now. No, it's
they
not
actually
gonna
have
work for you.
fools in the military. They're like, well, it's legal in the state. Why can't I smoke pot? It's like, because it's
federal?
not. It's against the UCMJ.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. You
Fed-
tell me.
Federal, man. Federal.
Well, not even just federal. There's certain things that aren't viewed as illegal federally are still illegal in the military.
Oh, that's true. The NFL had the same thing. They're having the same conversation. They're like, you're making it illegal for us to have this in our system, even though it stays in there for like a month and a half or something ridiculous. And they're like, it's legal in those states, and we play in those states. We do this stuff while we're in that state, and then we leave the state, and you're like, oh, now we're getting penalized for it.
Well, not just that, but if they're residents too,
Yeah, well, I mean, that's even worse.
Yeah,
So-
NFL's got to look at it a different way. But no, as far as the military, UCMJ rules over everything.
Oh, but I mean, you know, when you go into the military, you're losing your freedom in some regards because you're taking that as a, like you're putting up with that because you're trying to do a bigger service. So I mean, it sucks that you guys.
You think that people know that? There's some people that legit are blind to it,
Yeah,
and they have to be educated.
yeah, but I mean, there's nothing you can do to those.
Because they say it, they're like, I don't understand why. I was like, bro, did you read your contract, bro? Because you get a contract
read
before you
your
join the
contract.
service.
Yeah,
I read my contract.
it's
It's a long read.
Mhm.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. I read every single time that I re-enlist. I read my contract.
they basically say they own you. I mean, no terms.
All you need to know, the term UCMJ is in there. And there's 132 plus articles in there for a reason.
Yeah,
They got one article in there with
The catch-all.
catch-all.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. But
If
they own
They'll
you.
catch all.
With any other article, this is the one. They can make some crap up.
That's what I'm saying. They own you while you're in there, but hopefully you got the right people in charge and they're doing it for the right reasons. It doesn't always work that way. You hear about it on the news. You hear about from people in the military. There's slip ups and things that get by, but it's not a perfect system. But then nothing ever is. So
Yeah,
Well,
Rafe.
that's
The
perfect.
first time you sign up for the military, you actually do have a contract for your first enlistment. After that, it's re-enlistments contracts, which are different, but they state in there what you must do and what the military must do.
Yep, but they also got this thing called convenience of the military, or in my case, the
Yes.
Navy.
Always for the
Yeah.
betterment of the Air Force.
Tomorrow's my last day. No, it's not. We've extended it for 8 more years.
Mhm.
What? I didn't sign that. You don't have to.
well, they can get you even after you're out. Like you're retired for 20 years, they
That's
can come
only
back.
officers.
Oh, is
It's
it?
only officers. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was for anybody. They can come back and be like,
it's not only officers. It depends on your for the Navy now. What do they call them? Rates, NOS, whatever they call them now. I think it's NOS
That's why
now.
if you don't want to come back, make sure you do something that will give you an RE4 code.
Well, once you do over a certain amount, you've already done your active service commitment.
No. It's a code that's attached to
I know, but it's the same.
Honorable RE4, Honorable RE1. It's a particular code. It's a desirability code, basically. RE4
Oh,
is
my
like
bad.
the first.
Rafe was like, I was in the Army. I thought it was a question.
no, yeah. I mean, I imagine they will be the very last ones that ever put in the ability to use that stuff. Although, as it is now not being categorized in state laws, anyways, as a Schedule 1, there's a lot more scientists that are allowed to study it. Other states, or not states, other countries have been doing this for a long time. And they are finding out that it actually does have medical reasons, medical purposes to it. And if that actually becomes more accepted in the country, then I can imagine that people who suffer from those conditions will be allowed to get exceptions in the military, hopefully. So,
I pretty much will guarantee that if your command doesn't want you using something, because my last command did that, the CO says, well, I don't want my 18-year-old sailors drinking in the club.
yeah, but drinking isn't something they prescribe to you from a doctor. That's what I'm saying. Like, once it becomes accepted that it's a medical purpose, then I think even your commanders are going to be overruled because the military itself is going to have to make a statement. They're going to have to take a stand on it and be like, this is okay for blah, 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 blah reasons. And, they actually are making pills that don't have the active mind-altering thing in it. I think it's THC is the term for it. And then they have the CB somethings that are for the other one. And that stuff is what they're finding out is for, like, the cancer and for some of these people who have seizures.
Glaucoma.
Yeah, glaucoma and things of that sort. So you can get just a pill full of that. And they're actually making strains that are really high in those and really low in the THC ones.
I think we
So,
got another cleric here. What's he do? Well, he's too high. He's got his clicky.
oh yeah, way too
You
high.
bastard. No.
Cannabinoids
Oh,
or something. I think
okay.
CBCs is I don't know. I don't know what the terms are on it, but they as they find out more and more stuff about it, and doctors are actually allowed to research it. They weren't allowed to research it for the longest times. Yeah,
Schedule
CBDs,
one
I think, is what you were saying right
labeling.
there. But
It's because it was labeled as Scheduled 1.
right,
There can't be no studies of marijuana because of that.
yeah.
Doctors
I mean,
can get arrested for studying it.
yeah, you hear about that with the Flyboys, man. The Go pills that they hand those things out, and there've actually been cases
Yes.
where they're too trigger happy because of the Go pills, and they even blame it on them after the fact. They push the trigger or pull the trigger, and they're like, "Oh man, I shouldn't have done that." And then the missile's flying through the air, and it destroys a bridge, and yeah, casualties of war on that one. Yeah.
Oh man, look at this. Oops.
So I mean, they already use those things in there, and this.
Those are no joke, man.
Oh yeah, I mean, it seems like that will keep you awake no matter what. I mean, those planes are
It's
expensive.
the best way to study for a final.
They said I think we're one of the only militaries that provide those type of pills to their pilots. So yeah, I don't know, but I think there's a place for different kinds of medication out there, and that one is pretty much as natural as you can get, at least for now. Maybe once they refine the process and do all this unholy stuff to it, that is going to take on a new term, and people will be ODing on it. But for now, I haven't heard of one case. I do remember a story which I thought was hilarious because they were explaining it on the news on a radio station that I was listening to when Denver first got marijuana legalized, and they were like, there has been no pot deaths related to marijuana,
Not one.
not one, except the day it got released. They were like, oh, somebody's finally died from marijuana, and they were like, the guy got hit by a car. Right, and I'm like, oh, okay, so somebody was smoking high and they drove a car into something and they killed somebody. No, that's not the story. Apparently, the other side of the story was some guy was drinking, so alcohol, drinking and driving. He ran into a ladder that some guy was standing on while he was painting a house and smoking. He, on the ladder, got killed, and so they called that a marijuana death, even though he wasn't doing anything wrong other than standing on a house or standing on a ladder painting his house, and got hit by a drunk driver. But they twisted the meaning of the story, and they put up the big headline, first marijuana death, and it had nothing to do with anything. So I thought it was just, you have both sides of the arguments, and the people right down the middle who are like, I don't know which side to take, or I don't really care, as long as it doesn't affect me in any way, and you're just getting your butt kicked over here, dude. There we go, we got it. I got a prescription for medical cannabis, hoping it would help my injured back. And after 13 years in the military, having never had a drug in my life, I wanted to try. It didn't help my back at all. Yeah, it's not a cure-all. Like it doesn't help everybody. But what's his name? Sanjay Gupta from the Fox or CNN? Sanjay Gupta. Yeah, there you go. He did a 2-part 3-hour episode each on the effects of it. And again, it's the news, so you take the story for what it's worth. But,
you better come back. I was trying to heal you, and you ran off.
You got mana or no? Because I got 2.
I got a heal or 2.
All right, good. It's coming in. It's coming in. If you want to heal me.
And that's it.
But yeah, I mean, he did a. I'll wait till you get some more mana. He's there mezzed right now. But yeah, he did a story on it. Well, I was googling out 22, I think. Let me look. 22. Yeah, and he showed both sides. People who are abusing it, people who are, saying it's medical, blah, blah, blah. It's not really doing any of that stuff. And then he showed this little girl, which I just thought was... oh, you guys are on the other mob. All right, let me switch over.
I'm rooting that familiar.
Sorry to Chanty. Didn't mean to... I appreciate it. Yeah, she was suffering from seizures, and she had tried every medication under the sun. None of them worked. Her parents were at the last straw because the doctor says the seizures had been getting so bad that if she got too many more, she was going to die. Like, that was it. She's just not going to survive the seizures for too much longer. And then they heard stories, on the internet about, this stuff working, and they're like, what's the worst that can happen? She gets high from it. It doesn't work. She passes away anyways. Like, they're at their last end. So they're like, we'll give it a shot. And, of course, they tried it, and it worked wonders. In fact, now she's running around like a little girl should and having fun and laughing, and she doesn't suffer from seizures at all. Is that going to be the case with every child that suffers from that? Probably not. But the fact that it works with one is more than enough reason for me to say, let her use it. Even if it's only like 1 in every 1,000 people, it helps. As long as it helps one person, it has a place. So
I heard a story similar to that. It might be the same story, but yeah. And then the state giving them flack for it because they didn't live in an illegal state, right?
Oh yeah. They moved after that because I think they were getting flack on it on something, and they were like, "We're out of here."
The state was threatening them, and they're like, "Well, screw this noise," because they went to court for it.
Yeah, it's
like saying that medically it's suiting her needs, and they're like, "Well, it's not legal here," and they just up and left.
Yeah, I heard a story on the
is that works?
Radio a while back. Maybe it was TYT. I heard it. They just in Denver made smoking pot recreationally legal, and so a guy in like adjacent state says, "All right, hot damn, we're moving there." The authorities got wind of it and arrested him for trying to move to use drugs. He hadn't yet.
It's not gonna stick.
That makes no sense.
You can't arrest somebody for thinking about committing a crime.
Yeah, you can't arrest somebody for doing something that they haven't done yet. And since when is moving illegal?
If somebody decides, hey, this summer I'm gonna go to Thailand and get me little underage kids, They could arrest me for that, even though I haven't done it yet. I'm thinking about doing it.
Nah.
Pot helps my baby finger paint better. Her work was, yeah. It's like Nick. I mean, I understand. A lot of parents are like, I don't want my kid getting high. With this one though, it was the pills that they were giving her, or the oil, and it was high in the CBDs and not the THC. So the baby, the little girl, was still able to act like a little girl. She's not high all the time. She was just getting the benefits from part of the chemicals that are in the plant. And so, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, there's ways around. Everybody's always worried, you know, like, oh, what if you make crack cocaine? Well, what if there was a part of crack cocaine without the part that everybody else seems to enjoy and gets high off of that was useful? And that's kind of the same thing with the marijuana. Is there's a part to it that can be used medically. Same thing with like the poppy plant. Poppy plant is made into morphine.
Opium.
Yeah, opium, and then is made into morphine. So that has a very useful part in our society, but can also be abused. So I think as long as you're willing to accept that things need to be used properly and by prescription from a doctor who actually knows what he's doing and is accepted.
Opiates are hella addicted.
Well, yeah, but
yeah,
I mean,
Oxy. Just
Yeah.
as bad as Oxy.
Yep.
but morphine has a place, and it saves a lot of people's lives as a
It
painkiller.
does. So is Oxy. So do other opiates and stuff like that that are legal. They have their
Right.
place, but they're
It gets
man, they are
people
hella
easily
addictive.
That's what the problem was.
Yeah. Well, you had that whole thing with China, with their, being imported from England, and they were like, most of their countries was addicted to opium. And, China was like, you got to stop bringing this stuff in. And they had a huge war over it. So, yeah, back in when England was taking their colonies over and doing their thing. Yeah, it really comes down to, I think, quality of life. If you can help somebody, it's pretty hard to say no to that, in my opinion. Like, I wouldn't be able to be like, well, I physically or, my sense of whatever tends to disagree with the way you're living your life. If it helps you and it doesn't harm me, and it's not harming me in any way as far as I can tell, like there aren't more crimes being committed, there's not more, accidents happening. In fact, they're actually finding out, crazy as it may sound, and it may actually be completely, crazy, that people who are high on marijuana actually drive slower and more cautiously than people normally do. So it makes people better drivers. That seems horrible, but I guess if it works, I mean,
Get on the road, you damn hippie!
I would love to see, a change on the roads where people were the paranoia thing, I guess.
Setting in.
I feel like, am I driving too fast? You're driving just like the speed limit, so I mean, if it works.
Oh, you think paranoia is spot bad? You ought to see some
Schnozberries taste like schnozberries. Start licking windows.
What was that, Nuddle?
Was that Tommy Boy where the cop pulls him over? Is like usually people pull over on the median or
The
not
shoulder,
median
yeah.
or whatever.
He's like, could you please get this chicken fucker through our state a little bit faster?
Yeah,
5
4
miles an hour.
Yeah.
But I think they were high on the nitro in the back.
Yeah, the
Like
nitrous oxide tank.
It sprung a leak or something. Like, I don't even know if that's possible for you to get high off of that. So it'd probably just kill you. But yeah, Chris Farley, dude, I love that those guys' movies.
Roads.
Roads. You ever notice how roads are a little weird? Roads. Not true in any way, shape, or form, AC, about the Padre. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just talking about like the stuff that I hear, because it is such a new thing. There's so many rumors going around and so many false claims on both sides. People making it as like a miracle cure to everything. But oh my god, I pulled
And
four.
it's not.
What the hell are you doing?
I pulled
sir?
four, dude. They spawned on me, I guess, on the way back.
I'm about to die.
Run it if you got to.
Root.
But yeah, Rudy.
No, we gotta.
Oh, we got Dechanty. We got Dechanty.
Oh,
Chanty's all over it, man.
You
Hip
got
hip
the
hooray!
I'm rooted by that. There we go.
there must
Yeah.
have been 3 or 4 nukers.
You might want to kill you might want to kill this one first. Though.
But yeah, so there's a lot of rumors out there that are false. But then you hear about the stories that actually work. So, like I said, even if it's 1 in every 1,000, I'm okay with it. And I don't really see it being any more harmful than cigarettes. And cigarettes are legal, so.
Yeah.
Rooting this familiar. There.
it's probably more harmful than. I mean, you know.
I don't know. I don't smoke cigarettes either, so like I have no idea if those are more harmful. I do notice people who smoke cigarettes tend to get very agitated when they don't have one after a while. So they're going through their withdrawals, and then of course they seem to be very much calm afterwards. The same thing as like people who smoke weed kind of have that same.
Pot smoking doesn't make you very ambitious. Or less ambitious, or however you want to say it, to be honest. I mean, I hate to generalize that, because there's probably some people that it makes them very ambitious. You know, like paint better, or you know, or do art better or something.
Can you really regulate, we want you to be more ambitious in life? Like, isn't that a personal choice?
No, but to say that it doesn't hurt anything would be...
No, I just meant that it's not as bad, or it's not any worse than cigarettes, because cigarettes do things, and weed's going to do things. They both are going to have their side effects, but it's a personal choice, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
How else would you disappear to?
Yeah, there's that argument too that cigarettes are more harmful. When you get into that, it's like the pot calling the kettle black. I mean, it really is. They're both going to be pretty bad for you in some way, because you're still inhaling fumes. I do know they have like the vapes, which are like I don't know what the best way to put that is. It's like
supposed to be better, but I don't think they are.
Yeah, so and they have the same thing for cigarettes too. They got the vaporizers for cigarettes, and they got the little pill one. They got them in food and stuff for the marijuana. So I guess if you're eating it, probably better for you, because then you're not you're not inhaling it. But I don't know if there's enough medical studies, to show what happens after you've eaten that stuff for years or decades in long term. So again, it's kind of like a new frontier. Everybody's still working things out, and again, I always take in whatever floats your boat, as long as it's not sinking mine. Go for it.
Great.
POTG addiction is caused way more harm to our community than weed. Yeah, a little bit.
Ain't that the truth? And that clarity.
I like crack.
I like crack too, man. Give me that clarity all day long. Not on this guy, but...
Crack is whack. I don't do crack. Crack's cheap.
Have you seen the new... I just saw it yesterday, so I don't know how new it is, but there was a commercial. This is your brain on drugs, and they do the little frying pan and the egg crap that they used to do. And then at the very end, they're like, yeah, but what about weed? What about this? And what about that? And they're like, oh, your child's going to ask these questions, so make sure you have an answer. Like, they extended the commercial instead of just like, you know, this is your brain on drugs. It's actually like now answer the questions behind that.
Yeah.
So I guess they're kind of poking fun at themselves. Like in the 80s, of just say no, which didn't work at all.
Had a lot of kids join that thing.
Oh yeah, it was
or whatever. I don't know if they really didn't do drugs, but
no, it was one of the biggest failures as far as like the documentaries that I've seen about it. It's catchy though, man. Just say no to just say no.
Not that catchy. Lots of people still say yes.
I think I still have some shirts in the attic with that on there that I got when I was a kid. Used to hand those out. Had the cops come to the school and talk to all the kiddies.
Nancy Reagan.
Kids these days don't have to know the pain of picking seeds out of the brown weed.
Brown weed.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know how to reply to that one. Yeah, I guess. I mean, you know, everything's getting more... I've seen the videos with the Gupta guy. He was showing it all over in Colorado. It looks like an Apple store, to be honest. It's all white, it's, you know, clean.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, very professional. Very... and like, I thought it was going to be... I guess somewhere in my mind, I'm still like the old days where it's just like seedy and there's like security guards out front and, you know, you got like some guy strapped there at the counter with a machine gun and, you know, like just staring you down a scope and that, like none of that crap. Like it didn't seem like we're about to get robbed today. No, it was just like we're doing regular business.
Free samples?
$2.
Free samples?
$2. And they seem like they're selling you wine when the way they talk about it. They're like, well, this one has more earthy to it, and this one will give you more of a body thing, and oh, you got a back problem, so this is for you, and this is the new one called Grape Killer, and you know, like the crazy stuff they name these things is. One of them was something piss, like monkey piss, and I'm like, nobody's gonna use that.
That sounds sexy.
Yeah.
What about bath salts?
Film would be,
Yes.
Film
Who
would
the
be
hell
all up in that.
Think about smoking
like,
that.
Not like no. Like obviously they haven't gotten commercialized yet because somebody who's making these names is not thinking about long term trying to sell that to a mother. You know, like I'm not getting monkey piss for somebody.
Oh, you got a pot behind you.
You got 3 here already.
some
Is Vape
reason
Dog
you're not
coming to join us?
in.
It's a little too high for us.
Is he here?
Yeah. Was
Is he hanging out?
didn't they say they had a friend coming who was like a cleric or something?
Uh,
A while back I wasn't paying attention, but I think they said somebody was coming. I don't know. It's an interesting topic, I think, just because you have a lot of people on both sides, and it seems like it's a long time coming for a lot of people, and they're really excited about it. So, we'll have to wait and see where it goes. But either way, it's a lot of money for the state, and that's kind of where we got talking about Denver and then wanting money from Amazon. Somehow went into this conversation about doing the weed thing over there because that's kind of where it started, I think, if I'm not mistaken on that one.
What, the laws coming down for the weed?
Yeah.
It started out as a racist thing.
No, I just meant like where it became legal. I think they were the first ones to do it. Weed is habit forming, not addictive. Cigarettes are both habit forming and very addictive as well. I have plenty of experience with potheads, and my intel days of cigarettes are no way in the same category as pot usage. Never have smoked either, so, well, these days anyways. I smoked cigarettes way back when.
yeah, me neither.
I didn't like it. I did it a couple times. I'm just like, I don't get the whole thing. My dad did it when I was younger, and I had to sit there and smell that stuff in the car all the time, and it just, turned my stomach to no end.
I tried it. I never could get high off of it.
Cigarettes? I don't know
No,
if you're supposed to. I mean, you're supposed to get something off of it, but all I ever wanted to do was puke.
That's weird, wire. Just saying.
All it ever gave me was a freaking sore throat. Hey, it's Vape Dog.
You didn't inhale?
No, I inhaled all the way back down
It's
into
like-
my lungs.
I
Like
did not
Clinton.
have sexual relations with that marijuana.
It's Clinton. I didn't inhale.
It's kind of weird, too, because I was looking at my friends all zoned out. I'm thinking, man, what the fuck? But I tell you what, I never laughed so hard.
No more going over to some shady dude's house. Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube that I watch. He's a comedian. He was on Star Search way back in the day, and he does comedy shows, which is how I found him. He's called Doug Benson, and he has he cooks. He does the Doug Interruption, where he goes over movies and he makes like comedy jokes throughout them every so often. But one show that he has, but one show that he has in there is Getting Doug with High, and like Getting High with Doug, but it's in reverse. But he brings on guests, famous potheads and things of that sort. He's done ones with like Snoop Dogg, and I think he had Willie Nelson on there. He did Cheech and Chong, or Chong I think is the only one he did. I don't know if he did Cheech or whatever, but he brings him on. He like interviews him. He makes jokes, and like he's not like being mean to him or anything. Like he's a comedian, so he's making jokes like with them, and everybody's laughing and joking around. But it's pretty cool. So if you guys are like interested in that kind of stuff, I would highly suggest you guys go check him out. It's a pretty cool show. I think he does one every couple of weeks, so you can watch it live or you can watch like all his old stuff. But he had like the Trailer Park Boys on there a while back, and my brother's really big into Trailer Park Boys, so
I don't even know who they are.
TV show.
Doesn't ring nothing.
It's like Canadian
Big
humor.
Indian?
Canadian.
You say?
Canadian.
Canadian?
I think they're Canadian. I mean, have you guys ever seen it? I'm not a big fan of the show, so I've only seen like one episode.
I've heard of it.
I didn't even know it existed till just this very moment.
I've heard of it. I think it's supposed to be like that kind of rednecky, like police show comedy one, isn't it? Or no?
I think so. I mean, they're obviously trailer parks, kind of Canadian style. One of them wears like these big glasses that are goofy, and the other one's very much almost a little bit like Jackassy from the movies Jackass, where they just kind of do all sorts of crazy things.
I can't remember that.
You had Jack
Police
Black
show
on there.
I'm thinking of.
You had Jack Black on there as well. He got high.
Yeah, he's weird, dude.
I love Jack Black though, man. He makes some funny crap.
Yeah. Well, we just watch
Yeah, but
with
it's
him.
the movies or whatever's got to fit his personality.
Oh yeah.
Kind of
Yeah.
like movies have to fit Jim Carrey's personality.
Jim Carrey's pretty good though. He can fit his personality into a lot of roles.
Like, was that one God Almighty or Evan Almighty or whatever it was called with him in it?
Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty?
Evan Almighty, I think maybe was a sequel. I know they made a sequel to
Yeah,
that
Yeah,
one.
but it was made with a different guy.
That was good. I liked that one better than I did the other.
The first one.
I liked it when
Yeah.
he said, really? Well, if that's
I like-
true, then monkeys are going to come flying out of your ass.
I like that actor though from The Office though. To be honest.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I love it how he shaves. It's almost like Groundhog's Day. He shaves and like comes back, and she's like, "What's with the robe?" I don't know. I find it kind of vaguely comfortable.
That would be you with your robe.
Be like, I do it. It's comfortable, right? You bought all the lots here. How am I
Yeah,
supposed
like
to?
that one.
How am I supposed to build these things? I need a little bit of help, man. Like all the animals start showing up. It's hilarious. You guys have a favorite YouTuber out there that you watch a lot? Somebody that maybe doesn't get a lot of love out there?
Depends on the subject or the genre. Let's see.
What about the rest of you guys? What he's thinking about?
Metatron.
What does Metatron do?
He explains things from a Roman and Japanese historical perspectives. Talking about Mars. Did you know the European had a fighting style called Hema? That's
Yeah.
very similar to what the Japanese Bushido fighting style was.
Man,
Hand to
man,
hand.
Called HEMA. Spelt that way. Hema.
With a weapon or hand to hand?
With weapons.
I imagine if it works, it would spread to everybody else out there who wants to.
That most people are unaware. They think the Japanese have the better, but it's almost identical to their fighting techniques. With, like swords, for example.
I hear the Israelis have a pretty good one, the Krav Maga or whatever it's called.
That's barehanded knuckles.
That one's brutal.
Yeah, I mean that's what they're training people
Brutal
to use.
to learn.
Yeah, it hurts like hell.
It's supposed to be pretty efficient though.
It is.
He
Gets things
talks
done.
about weaponry like a nodachi. You know what that is?
Mm-mm.
Yes, you know what a katana is, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Now picture one with like a half a sword longer with a longer handle.
That was like a broadsword for the English.
It was meant for taking down the cavalry horses.
Yeah, just like the
Chopping
broadsword.
the
Yeah.
legs out from under them.
Like the one in
Then they got-
Braveheart. Did you ever see that?
With the big old two-handed thing he had.
Big old claymore.
Yeah.
Threw it out there in the
Um,
field.
There's another weapon based off a combination of a naginata and a sword. It's a sword polearm. And it's like its length of the blade is long and the handle's equally as long. Called a what they call it?
Yeah, I love seeing those.
Noggin.
Not gonna work here anymore. From
Not
Office
gonna
Space.
fire.
This guy from Office Space. I don't know what his name is, but he's not gonna work here anymore. Yeah, they have the old English, like museums where they show like the weapons they use, and they have like the mace, and it's kind of cool to see some of those things. They're definitely gruesome, for sure. Made for one purpose only.
All weapons are made for killing.
I don't know.
kinda
Some of these
whole purpose
weapons,
of them.
some of these weapons were made for killing. Other ones seem to be made for doing damage. Just they weren't actually supposed to kill you. They're just gonna maim you. It's still cool to see like the technology that goes behind creating these things.
That Ancient Architect on History Channel or whatever it's called is a pretty cool show.
Is that the
They
one?
show you how to build catapults and stuff like that.
That's what I was gonna ask you. The catapult one.
Yeah, they show you all sorts of stuff, like what the things they would build to break into fortresses and stuff, and a little bit of everything.
The catapult one I didn't know was lost technology. I had no idea that they knew the basic design for it, but the actual blueprints for it were never kept. Like, it was just inside people's heads because they didn't want to getting away to the enemy. And so,
Makes sense though if you think about it.
yeah, but I mean, like, to this day, they don't know what the actual designs are. They're just kind of spitballing on what they think they are. And we've never been able to make a catapult that looks like the ones they had that work as well as they said they did. So I think that's, pretty interesting that they had information we didn't have. I heard the same thing happen with mirrors. That was all on one little island. It was only given to like 5 people, and they were confined on that island. They weren't ever allowed to leave it. And for the longest time, they had the market on it because nobody else knew how to do it.
Nagagiri, that's what it was called.
So it's weird how.
Now we're getting into the weird stuff. Like one of my favorite shows is Ancient Aliens, dude. You're gonna get into the real weird stuff now.
The dude with the haircut or lack of. He's the perfect person for that.
I don't buy into the whole, thing, but they do make some really good points, like how they moved those big ass blocks around and stuff, and how they were carved so precisely, and you know what I mean, like so many thousands of years ago and stuff. You know what I mean, like.
I think it's a lot like those crop circles. They showed that those were very mathematical done, and then later on they figured out the reason they were very precise mathematically is because the farmers put lines in their crops every so often that were there for measuring purposes, and the people who made those crop circles used those lines as guide points, and they just happened to be very mathematical after the fact because of the initial reason they were there. So it could be very much like those. But I don't know. I think if there's aliens out there, they probably bypass us because we're way too freaking violent. Like, I wouldn't want to come to this planet if I was them.
No. Well, their theory is they were here and they left because of that, kind of. But they were going to come back.
They seeded us. They took the hominids.
They seeded us. Wording on that one, man. Phrasing.
Yeah, that's one of the shows, is that we were spliced together out of different DNA.
And ape DNA.
Well, then, whatever DNA we got from whatever side, one of them is very violent.
Half alien and half ape.
You ever seen
what they're
apes? They're very violent. Yeah, Planet of the Apes got it wrong.
That part of it I don't get into too much, but I like the architecture. You know, like they took a stone or whatever, a big giant stone, and they took like a guy that ran a drill press, you know what I mean, or whatever, or a granite press, or whatever you would call it, a granite stone place, and they asked him to make it, and he could not do it, like with the stuff he has nowadays. He could not cut the same angles. He could not cut the same sharpness of what he has now.
That doesn't mean a lot to me because I don't know what the name of the bowl is. Chupa's still here. He'll definitely probably remember this. There's a bowl they make down in Mexico. It's made out of stone, really, really hard stone. It comes with like a avocado-shaped stone on the inside, and you use it to crush spices.
Yeah, in Spanish it's called pilon.
Yeah, that is made by hand. And if they try making it with a machine, it doesn't come out. It just craps up. It breaks, it cracks, it becomes disformed. It all has to be done by hand, by banging another rock into it and chipping away with it bit by bit, bit by bit. So sometimes the older methods are 1,000 times better than the newer ones. And I think it's probably the same way.
It's basically a mortar and pestle.
That could be too, to be honest.
Well, the Egyptians did a certain thing. They would heat rock and then splash water on it, and the temperature difference would fracture the rock too. So in such a way, they could actually control the way the rock crumbled.
Yeah. And you got to remember, as we mess with certain things as far as technology goes, we learn how to use those items. And we have forgotten how to use stone, I think, in a lot of ways because we just don't use it. You know, we use concrete. Concrete is everywhere. We don't chip stone anymore.
Well, they do for faces of houses and steps and things like that.
Only for like super rich people. Like there's no artisans.
If you can afford it, yeah. If you can afford it, you can get that done. That's very expensive to get, though.
Yeah, and it used to be people were kind of passed down generation after generation. Glass blowing is one of those things that is still done that way. And there's secrets that have been passed down from family glass blowers that other people were like, how do you do that? Like, how are you getting that look in there? We don't know how you're doing it, but obviously you are with the technology you have. Again, I think it's a lot of that. A lot of things that unless you're working with that material, you're not going to realize you can do it this way because maybe you figured it out by accident. Maybe you're just really skilled. I don't know, but I think everything can be done. It's just how much experience you have in it. But I do like the shows. I like hearing the crazy dude,
Which one?
the one with the hair.
Aliens.
The one who paints?
I love how they call him the ancient astronaut guy, or ancient astronaut theorist, or whatever.
Yeah, they some ancient astronaut theorists believe. That's what they always say.
They have another one where they go out and they investigate UFO sightings. It has like 3 or 4 guys. The guy's always wearing glasses, and he has like 3 young guys. I think there's a woman in there somewhere, maybe. It's almost like Ghost Finders, but it's like for aliens.
Yeah, well, I got friends who do that ghost hunting thing. I think they're a little cuckoo.
It's still better than the what's the Bigfoot show they have where they go out and try to find Bigfoot.
Oh yeah,
have you seen that one?
Yeah,
that one's pretty far fetched.
Jacklings.
I like it. They're going through a house.
Jacklings.
Did you hear that?
That's it, man.
is it?
Did you hear that?
Looking for
Didn't
Sasquatch.
hear a gun.
That's oh god, she just like totally blinded that thing.
Yeah, way too soon.
No, that's he's talking about the beef jerky commercial.
Oh. Yeah.
I can't snare it. Sorry.
Step into a Slim Jim. There's Rudy
You've
right
seen those,
now.
right? The Jacklings looking for Sasquatch or whatever. it is.
Yeah,
Whatever
yeah.
they're
They troll him, and they're like,
Working out
"Oh,
with
he's an
Sasquatch.
idiot."
called. Yeah.
Some of the old
That
stuff.
Paladin Fear just a little too soon.
Way too soon. Some of the old
Could be.
stonecraft use abrasives, and through multiple thousands repetitive scratches, you were out of the stone. I do quite a bit of laboratory work with jade, and those of how many of the ancient Chinese worked on the carving. Some, yeah. Again, I think it's man hours. Like you sit there, and you do something again and again and again, and you get this finished product that looks amazing. But nobody wants to do that anymore. And the machines built nowadays, they don't do that slowly. They do it really fast, and doing it fast creates friction, which creates other problems that they don't have when they do it, little bit by little bit. And of course, you can feel the difference when you're doing it. If you've done it a lot, you can feel like when something's about to break or when something's going to happen. So again, like experience and the human touch.
I'd love to get one of those granite ones you're talking about, man, but they're expensive.
They're not that bad. You go down to Mexico. I got 2 of
Well,
them.
you go down to Mexico, but yeah, being in the military, you just can't go to Mexico whenever you want.
Oh, I got 2 of them, so like maybe I can pick you up next time. I go down there every so often, see family.
Hey, how you doing? How you doing, AC? What's up,
Yeah,
dog?
they're not that bad, dude. Like you can get them for about $25 down there.
Yeah, I'll send you some milk.
Some milk.
The hell are you talking?
I don't know. I mean, it's like,
I'll send you like 12 gallons of milk, man. That's equivalent to $25.
not here. It isn't. Like that's probably like $150.
What the hell's he gonna do with 25 gallons of milk? He's lactose intolerant.
That kind of
Oh, I'm not
That's
lactose
his
intolerant. I
problem.
mean, I can drink milk. It just gives me heartburn. But I mean, just like 25 gallons of milk is a lot of freaking money. Like it's what, $3.50, $4
I'll send you
now?
$25 worth of Omaha steaks.
That would work. I don't know if it's gonna be as good as Texas steak, but I'll switch you. I'll trade you some.
Do you have a
Well,
freaking
Devil's
cow
got
or something?
better than
Jeff?
Trump
What the
steak.
hell's going on?
He has a herd, dude.
Like he milks his own milk and cuts his own steaks or something?
It's called the grocery store, dude. I go to the commissary.
Holy crap! What level is this thing? We're not doing any damage to it. Super red. I don't know if we can take this. I don't know where this came from.
Oh, you're gonna die.
Came from that dude.
Oh, we got it. We got it. Stay in there. You got some mana there, Mister Dwarf?
I'm doing what I can there.
Is that the Rayfish, whatever her name is?
Yeah,
That's from Castle area, isn't it?
I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I've,
that gully.
Oh man, I don't have my undead spells up. You guys suck.
She's not undead, bro.
Oh, okay.
She's naked.
Vampire. Still be considered.
No, she's standing straight up. She's not a vampire.
oh, that was on the wizard. If you guys have a root, maybe cast a root on this thing, because I think
I
we're
don't have a root.
probably
Which
gonna
one?
have to back this up.
You got
I got
vapors
you.
all right there.
Yeah, get in there,
Oh,
vape.
well,
Get in there, vape. Kick this
Maybe
guy's
if
butt.
I quit healing the
Rooting.
Vapor needs to stun her.
if I quit
Or
healing
just
the
kill
mob,
it. He can kill it. It's at 41, so we'll get the experience.
See if I can stun it.
he's all right.
Yeah, Wizard needs to do some DPS.
She's the only one doing DPS to it, actually.
Freaking melee.
The wizard. Yeah, he's meleeing. And he backs up and casts a spell. Yeah.
Yeah, that's sucking
That's
up
funny.
all of her mana on that
That's
one.
hilarious.
Yeah, I couldn't get Engulfing Darkness to stick.
Bear back, guys. I'm gonna give me a snack.
We were fine. What are you guys worried about?
The fact that we were at 100%, now we're at 0.
Down to 21%.
I'm at 40%.
I healed you almost a full on a couple occasions.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That dude was beating my face in like I owed him money.
It's like you had sex with his sister.
She was a girl, so I mean maybe I could have sex with her sister, but she's jealous.
You defiled my sister. We have to have an honor killing.
Well, how was I supposed to know it wasn't you? It was the movie with Adam Sandler where there's twin sisters. He was playing basketball or something. We now pronounce you Chuck and Larry or something. Where they
Oh, yeah.
And then Bob, and this is my other brother named Bob.
Yeah, lost spirit. I got spirit. Yes, I do.
Please don't cheerlead as an ogre. Please.
Look at that shadow on the ground with your sword. It looks like a pizza box.
Yeah, some people were saying they hate the shadows that I have on. I kind of like them. I mean, I don't think it was classic, but I kind of like the shadows.
I don't even see a
The only
shadow.
problem I have with the shadows is they pass through walls.
You got your... Yeah, and it shows you if there's enemies up, though. Which is nice.
What are all these people doing around us, man?
Watching.
I mean, I know some of them, but I don't know who the other...
Looking for group, maybe.
Oh, you don't like me, do you?
Oh, he's getting a cookie. I'm gonna get me something to eat. I got him right here next to me, actually. I got brownies and cookies from my nieces.
Which ones do you think to go through first?
Brownies.
Yeah, that's what I would have gone for. Especially when you put them in the microwave for like 10 seconds and you get that gooey texture again. The only thing a microwave is good for in my book.
Sorry for
warming up donuts and brownies.
Sorry for your eating your ear,
There's
guys.
still one here. Oh, you got one down there. Never mind. I'm an idiot.
Oh, I'm good.
Oh, my pet's gonna do it. Go, pet, go.
Oh, you gotta.
And now I'm back.
What'd you bring, man? You bring me some brownies?
Hell no, dude. You eat your poopy brownies.
I got some brownies. I'm eating right now.
Are they poopy brownies?
They're delicious. They kind of look like poopy brownies, but...
Well, when you get that below, send me some.
You have a color that you like the most, man? Because usually gray is what they have down there, but you can get black
Yeah,
ones.
they usually do gray, and then they either stain the stone with something or paint some pictures on the outside. Whatever, don't matter, dude.
I ain't never seen the picture one before, but...
You gotta send me pictures of the ones you got.
Yeah, I got a black one, and then I have the whitish, grayish one. It's more white than anything else, but...
Yeah, send me a couple of snips in Skype when you get a chance later on.
Yeah.
But I'm down.
I got the second one because I lost the little avocado thing for the first one. Don't know where it went. It kind of disappeared, like a sock disappears from your dryer, and you're like, yeah, where'd it go? They eat it?
Oh, that reminds me, AFK sec. I need to go eat a sock.
Okay. Make sure it's clean, man. Oh, those are your fans. We don't have fans. Just have people who like hanging out with us.
Not those fans. These fans? No, those fans.
AC has familiars.
Am I a vampire?
Yeah, man.
Sparkle in the sun? That's the new thing, man. All the vampires have the sparkle in the sun.
No.
Yeah, from now on, it's like it's a rule.
No.
If you don't...
See, I was gonna be cool and call you Deacon Frost, you know, because you are kind of...
Deacon Frost.
Snowflakey.
I don't listen to dance music in a library. He's in the water. Yeah, I never understood why they always underestimate their enemy, like every single time. Always, just 100% guaranteed.
Well, my May Young Mistmoore is factioned out in the wrong direction.
Hey, Maltros. Is that Maltros Dexter from What People Are Allergic to? Why do I recognize that? Is that from Daddy Daycare?
Got Pops over here.
When he's like telling all the stuff he's allergic to, he's like Red Dye number 5 and Maltros Dextrin. Oh yeah, got some ads, dude.
Is Nano there, or did he go AFK?
I think he went AFK for a sec. I think he wanted to get some cookies too. It's cookie time, guys. Oh my god, cookie time. Isn't that, I'm thinking of all these movies now. Beverly Hills, what was the name of that,
Ninja?
Girl Scouts? No, it's the girl, she's like reddish, blondish hair. She did the movie, Money Pit?
Troop
Shelley
Beverly Hills,
Duvall.
or
Troops
something like
Beverly Hills, there you go.
that? Something like that.
They had that cookie time because you were selling the cookies door to door. Maltros. Oh, okay. Yeah, the pally in your group that I ran with a couple days ago on my monk. Yeah, I actually grouped with this guy in Unrest not too long ago as well, so I guess he kind of made his way over here. Unrest has been fairly dead of late. Like, there was a couple of days there during the weekend where it was packed nonstop and there was just tons and tons of people, but it seemed to have calmed down, and now there's just not as many people there hunting, so a little bit easier to find people in this area to group with than way over there. So that might be why she made the trip, because it is kind of a long run, especially at her level. I think it's dangerous to go through that cauldron. Well, I got a level I didn't even notice.
Yeah, man.
That's what happens when you hang out with friends, guys.
Cheap, I gotta get my guy out of lower gut. He's still stuck down there.
Where at?
Your Shadow Knight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Why is he stuck in lower gut?
He doesn't have invis.
What room?
Lower gut. Or lower gut zone. Excuse me. Lower gut zone line.
Oh, he's a low level?
Mm-hmm. 20. 21.
Yeah.
125, Donald?
Yeah, that's cool, man. Right on. I appreciate
All
you
right.
looking out
Yep.
for me, man. I'll take care of it.
What are you guys getting?
What breastplate? Centennial breastplate.
Ooh, not bad. 125 is good. Saw somebody selling like the sleeves for 100.
Mm-hmm. I think Chip already got me the sleeves. And I had the legs, so I think I just need the helm now, maybe.
I think I gave the legs to somebody. I can't remember who it was.
You can go with some Cresty in there. Like, you don't have to go full bore scent.
Oh, I gave the legs to AC for the giveaway.
Oh, well, you can have them back.
No. I don't need
I
them.
don't need them. I don't need them.
Oh, I thought you said you needed them.
No. Said he already had them.
Oh,
He
okay.
needs the helm. Is that what you need left, bro? Is the helm?
Yeah. Well, I have a skull bar boot on my guy. I guess I could.
Oh,
give it.
dude.
That's
yeah,
gonna
that's
be
a good
better.
helm. I think that, yeah, you.
But I was going to give it to you if you still needed it. You said
No.
you hadn't get
that-
one back from somebody.
That
Or
wolf
something.
was going to give me the one that I gave him, and he got rid of.
Oh, you got rid of it?
Nah, he had two of them somehow. He got rid of one of them. He's holding on to the other one for me.
You want another one? We were in the room where it drops.
There you go. That's what it was.
I didn't even know they weren't Laura. He had to go get a little Debbie brownie, dude, and it sucks. It's horrible. It's like eating a fucking piece of cardboard with frosting on it.
Oh, man, you should have get some of these homemade ones, man.
Dude,
Yeah, you should go to AC's house right now and go get one. Good
Hey,
luck.
yeah, you come over here, dude. You get to do the whole 9 yards. You get a brownie, and you get to try the VR unit.
that wouldn't be weird.
And you get to
Showing
sweat
up
because it's hot.
I'd make it by about this time tomorrow, maybe, if I was lucky.
It's cold in my house right now. I'm freaking sweating like a pig anymore.
Is she taking all the hits, or he, or whatever?
She's pulling for me now.
Alright. I just seems like I'm healing
What's-
them a lot,
what's-
whoever that name is.
She's a lot higher level. I think she's 24.
You guys check that sword that she's using for me when you get a chance.
It is Sword of Justice. Sure.
I am the sword master.
Sword of truth.
You're gonna click on her, or you want me to?
He's selling it on
I
eBay.
didn't even try.
So
It looks like the Shield Storm, dude, to me.
I click on her.
Unless
Look,
she has-
somebody's buying it now.
Unless she
I
has
am the
the
sword master.
Gulbane. That's not the Gulbane, is it?
It should be if she's fighting here.
No, Goldbane's a one-handed, bro.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the Shield Storm looks like that. It's bigger than you are. Bring it on.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you got the shield storm?
Yeah, I picked that up. It's actually Alar gave it to me.
Well, what's
What's
the
the stat
other
from
one?
the Shield
There's another one. I can't remember the name of it. Arbiter Sword?
Oh,
Arbiter?
She,
Is that it?
she has
Maybe
the Ruined Velium. Ruined Velium.
Good lord, dude, that thing's huge.
She's
What kind of damage you doing with it compared to the pizza box?
You know, I do more. I'm hitting 44, but I only have my skill is like 3 in it right now.
Yeah, but it's good to work everything, man.
Yeah,
In my opinion.
Two-handed slashing is 8.
Ah, it has to be on the screen.
So, yeah, I need to work that. I think once it gets up a little higher, it's going to do more damage.
Mhm.
I don't know what that is, though. I've never seen...
I look. I just want to know what the name was. It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, 22... Ah, come on.
Sounds like a Velium something, man.
It is
Was it
Velium something.
Rune Velium what?
Claymore?
Or Velius, I think I meant, sorry.
Yeah, Shield Storm is 22 damage, 43 delay, 15 AC, Spirit Armor, 5 Strength, 10 Dex, 10 Agility. 5 to resist everything.
It's good to use everything. I like on my word. That way I can get different procs off of different things.
Well, this one doesn't really have a proc yet. I think that's Shield Armor, whatever's
You
at a
will,
higher
though.
level.
You will, though. Well, unlike the weapon from COM, two-handed sword that procs like a 45 DD fire is nice, and I think that starts at like 35.
Yeah, but will a warrior ever use a two-hander? All I ever see him is using one-handers for aggro purposes.
It just depends, man. It's a pretty good DPS sword if you're in the situation like this where you're the second tank. And if it procs a lot, if you got a lot of decks, you're going to get the aggro anyway.
Yeah. I mean, the other one procs an 85 direct damage spell, which is amazing. So I'll do this one now because we're not really taking a lot of damage, and we can definitely afford to lower our DPS a little bit.
And up your skill as well.
Yeah. This guy actually levels up his skill a lot faster than I thought he would. Like, his Bind Wound is already 100, which is nuts.
You'd think he'd be stupid. No offense.
He is stupid. He has a very low intelligence. Like, his intelligence is 60.
Dude, that's the one thing about this Necro. Her intelligence is 171, and like, I have like 3 pieces of gear.
My two-hander is at 20. Okay, so he's watching too. Yeah, that's Trooper was kind of wondering what that weapon was. If you want to link it, we'd love to be able to see it because it looks kind of cool. But 25 for two-hander, it's higher than mine. Mine's only 8. Never get to use it. I've been using my one-handers. Here we go. What were you saying though, Nano?
I don't remember.
Chicken?
Yeah, dude.
You like chicken?
I need to get a fix wanting to play Pantheon so bad. So do I, man. I know exactly where you're at. I really, really want to try that game out, but not until at least next year. First or second quarter sometime before they allow you to do it. If you pay the $100, you get the 2 Steam accounts. So you can play with you and a friend. You can go in there together. It's going to be interesting. I don't know if Everquest is going to take a big blow when it first comes out or not, but I do know a lot of Everquest players and viewers are interested in that game. So it's going to be pretty telling to see how many people stay over there once they try it. Because I think that everybody's going to try it at least once.
I might wait for it to go down in price and wait for it to sink or fail a little bit before I try it.
Yeah. But people are going to
Avoid
be
the
watching it.
Mm-hmm. I'll watch it, man. I'll be like if you Twitch it or somebody else makes videos, I'll be watching it for sure. I'm really like trying to figure out like how they'll sell it and if it'll be a monthly thing. You know what I mean? That's like what I'm interested in.
Yeah, if it's going to be a monthly
how they're
thing,
doing it.
I don't know if I'm going to pay for that. I kind of... I did EverQuest and then EverQuest 2 and World of Warcraft and... I paid monthly for years upon years. I don't know if I have it in me to do that again for a game.
They said in those videos that they just did recently with Co Carnage,
Mm-hmm.
the 3-hour one. They said it's going to be subscription based.
So monthly?
They're not going to. Yeah, they're not going to do the whole, marketplace pay to win kind of thing. They're not doing that at all. At least not right now. But they are looking at it being a subscription based game.
That sucks. Because if it is, I probably won't play it.
It wouldn't be so bad if it was a decent price like for a year, like if it was like $30 for a year or something, but it's going to be like
now.
$10-15 for a month.
Yeah. If that, I mean, it's probably going to be a lot more than that, to be honest. I'm thinking it's probably like $30 a month. It's free at first, and you just pay a monthly free. Well, it's not free at first because to get into the open beta, you have to pay $100. Or not open beta, but to get into the beta version, blah blah blah, you have to pay $100.
I'm gonna follow Liar like how he is not paying like for a ring that he can't use. I'm not gonna pay for the video game that's not done yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No offense out to you, Liar. I'm not trying to pick on you, but if you agree with if you think like I do or whatever, I'm not doing it.
Keep bringing that ring up. Hey, what's with you guys?
I just, I refuse to pay for something that's not done yet. I ain't doing it.
Just won't let her rest.
I've never bought a half a car. I've never bought a half a house. I'm not gonna buy a half a game.
Good as half a car.
I don't want to buy it even if it was done. Like I don't mind buying it. I don't want to rent it. Is what I'm saying. I've done it too long. I've done it for too many games out there, and it just sucks.
The subscription thing?
Yeah.
You might fall in love with it though, dude. Think it's worth it?
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like I did it for EverQuest, and it was worth it for EverQuest. I did it for EverQuest 2, and I thought it was worth it for EverQuest 2 at the time. But it just after so many years of doing it, over 20 years, you're just like I'm done having to pay monthly fees for play a game. Like why can't I just buy it and play it? Because there's other MMOs out there that have done that. You can play, and you get a few things that are nerfed if you're not paying monthly. But I don't mind paying in-game currency to get things every so often, to help support the game. That I don't mind because it's my choice. I get to choose, but
well, wouldn't it be great if it was a game that made you feel like you should spend $15 a month on it because you're so in love with it?
I don't know, but
that'd be something.
But it always sucks because the moment you go real life happens or something is the moment that you just put down like 6 months worth, and then you don't play for 6 months and you're just getting ripped.
Yeah. Well, you can do. Usually, they have you could do it month to month, but it's cheaper to do it. 3 or 6
or you do a full year at once, and then again you get boned if you go away for several months at a time. So, unless they're going to stop my progression on my account when I'm not playing for a month, then that would be okay. Like, if I pay for 30 days, I should get 30 days. It's not 1 month.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that.
I don't know if they could do that. Like,
sure they could.
Like,
Your in-game time.
Charge you by the time you log on.
Yeah, like hours. Like buy so many hours.
No, just by day. So if I log in on a Tuesday, I get charged for the whole day. I'm okay with that.
Well, what would they? I mean, would they consider a day 2 hours, or would they consider a day 4 hours, or
No,
what would they?
a second.
Just at all.
A second. Yeah, you log in on Tuesday, you get charged for the whole day.
It would be. I mean, that'd be fair. I think. That way you wouldn't. I mean, it'd almost be worth that second, just so you wouldn't get charged for the other days. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, man. I mean, because I'm not trying to gyp them out of money. If I log into the server, I should get charged for it, but I don't want to be paying a nickel and diming me for minutes because I logged on for 5 minutes. I have to pay this much. Like days are fine, but I don't want to pay monthly for a game and then not log on for 28 of those days because work got in the way or family was doing this or that, and I'm just getting ripped.
Hey, see, you need to prioritize, bro.
Everybody else needs to take a back seat. I'm just gonna play.
Y'all feed yourselves.
I'm busy.
I'm all for backer stuff. I just don't have the money for that at the moment. And you also got to put it into context and realize that you can buy an Assassin's Creed game for about $60.
They were giving that one away there for their birthday or something.
Yeah, I'm talking about like a brand new one that's just coming out, or a new Mass Effect game.
It's different game styles though too. So yeah, you can buy those for $60 because of the fact that you got to play them for a little bit, and then that's pretty much it.
But you can come back and play it as many times as you want.
True, but it's the same thing. I mean, granted, your choices leave the storyline a little bit.
Oh, okay. Then put it in this way: you can play a game on PlayStation. That's a multiplayer game, like a first-person shooter. You buy the game for $60. PlayStation doesn't charge for online, or at least they didn't. I don't know if they do with the new PlayStation, but they didn't charge for online on those. So you bought a game for $60, and you got to play it as long as you wanted with friends online for free. For as long as you want it.
Until the next one comes out, and then that one dies because of the fact that the next one's out, and everybody's going to play the next one.
And so it's another $60, but it's not, $20 a month for as long as you're playing.
No.
So they can still make money with that model. They just choose not to, either because they wasted a lot of money, they spent too much money, or they're just greedy. And I'm just kind of tired of being taken by companies that are greedy. I'm not saying that's what Pantheon's doing. I'm just saying that model is not a model I like anymore. Like, I did it for a long time. I'm just not doing it anymore.
But as well, you look at the player base for those games versus an MMO. I mean, granted, MMOs that launch well, they're in the millions at launch.
Who did I kick out? Oh,
Way to go, hero.
Who did I kick out? Grimblin? No, you're still in here. Latex? There we go.
Latex.
No, Latex, man. Latex. You got to come up with a nickname. This is the military, dude. Let me make you leader, because apparently I am a leader. There you go. I can drop out, and you guys can get clarity.
I got clarity 1. I've not been under 95 mana since we've been here. Or since
you're not doing your job, sir.
Since the Chanty's been here, dude. I snare, I tap, and I heal on every mob, and I'm still at 95 M by the time it's over.
All right, toss me an invite once you guys get your stuff.
I guess.
Who got leader?
What?
I made you leader, Nonal.
Yeah, well, we haven't even. I didn't realize I was leader.
Oh,
so.
yeah, I made you leader.
Just be a second. I just invited the gnome.
The gnome? I'm a druid, dude. I have a name. We kept calling that guy the druid the whole night, and he's like, I got a name.
That's Wraith, isn't it?
Draco, or whatever his name was. The one in Kale.
Wraith in chat, I think.
He's like, I got a name, guys. I want to live the 3 days.
Oh, that druid didn't do this at the other. Oh, yeah, I remember that. That was funny.
Let's see. I see it as entertainment cost, a $15 a month. That's cheap. I'll play the game instead of going to a movie or something, other random outings. So in the long run, it's cheaper monthly entertainment. No, I don't say it's not cheap in the sense that you're getting your entertainment out of it. What I'm saying is they don't have to even pay or charge you that much, because there's already models out there that have shown they can make money without doing it. So again, it's just if it works without me having to pay more, then why are you charging me more?
Dude, there's a big old nasty mob behind you, and I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're good.
Paper Dog's trying to kill us.
What kind of nasty mob is it? Like the dragon?
A ghoulish and chilish or something like that. And chili.
Oh, that's from over near the castle entrance. That's down in the gorge area.
Pulling CE.
This is the guy that beat our faces in last time.
Is that undead, Chupa? Is that undead, Chupa?
No, they're not. They're the ones that are wearing the plate armor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
If they're crouched over, if they're hunched over, they're undead.
Dude, I can't remember that. That's a lot to remember, dude.
Well, sir, you need to use that brain power for something else then.
What?
Yeah, both those aren't sticking.
No.
Twister? Put your left foot on the green.
Life draw. Life draw should work.
Life trial will work.
Somebody was talking about Twister earlier. They were like doing Twister championships or something. I think that would only be a really fun game to play if you were in like the Playboy Mansion. Twister Championship. I'll lose that one. Yeah, I do wish them the best. I am going to play it because I've already, paid the $100. But if they end up going with a monthly thing, I don't see myself sticking with it, to be honest.
Did you say Twister in the Playboy Mansion?
Yeah, I'll lose that one.
I thought you said right hand on the white breast. My bad.
Yeah, that's exactly probably how it would go in that one, to be honest.
Oil each other up
Which one? There's so many to choose from.
and start.
Oh, no, it would have a little symbol, big or small.
Oh, nice pull.
It's like a
It's
Lars.
terrible. Terrible.
Somebody was, you know what it was? It was Family Feud. They did a survey from Hugh Hefner. At what age? Because at the very end, where you have to answer the 5 questions really fast, and it was at what age does a woman become over the hill, according to Hugh Hefner? 30. 30 was the number
30.
one answer.
Yeah, I was gonna say 30.
30.
Yeah, I was like,
Dude, he's
what?
like-
Maybe that's when they're
105.
just getting going.
Exactly.
Is
I
he
was-
dead yet?
No, well, he might be. I mean, with the amount of money.
It's Hugh Hefner.
I think when you inject money straight into your veins, you live longer. So
Could be.
it's like a South Park episode, I think.
Figurado's the fountain of youth.
His daughter is going to take over for him, I think, because he's supposed to have a son, but I've never seen his son even remotely come out with the business. Like his daughter
They
has.
stopped publishing, I think, didn't they?
It's online, isn't it? Like he's never closed up shop.
I don't think they publish anymore, though.
They don't do the paper copies. I don't think anymore.
So it's all digital then.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they still got the thing going, but I think his daughter's going to be the one that takes over.
They got more money than God. They don't need to do anything else, really. Make some hats. They probably make more money on hats than they do anything else, dude, or clothes.
Make some robes and cigars and be happy.
Actually, from what I see, the Playboy stuff that they sell is for women. The shirts and the belt buckles and all that stuff.
Yeah. They have like the Playboy, like naughty shops or whatever they call it.
Oh no, I mean, I'm sure they got those, but the ones I was talking about are the ones that people wear out like in the open because they all want to feel like they're Playboy bunnies.
Yeah, but I mean that's where they sell all that shit at. Is at the Playboy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Clothing line place. Hey Chupa, Mavis said he's got a flower for you.
Ooh.
Rose
that the one from the
Verona?
You guys going to the prom?
The one that you can get anytime you're in Fiona Bay.
I don't know.
No.
Said
Tell
he
him he's a
got
buck late and the dollar short.
No, you guys are going.
Rose of Verona, and he said he got me one too. I was like, oh, you're giving me a flower.
Tell him
Sweet.
you got to have him back by 12, young man.
Nah, he's my bitch. He doesn't know it yet.
Lord.
Okay then.
There was a phone call that I don't know if you guys have the same thing. In the morning they do those stupid talk shows, and if you're stuck in traffic, you're listening to them. They had one this morning where they're trying to work out the differences between a married couple that are no longer married anymore and their daughter did something they weren't supposed to, and they can't agree on it. So they call into the show and they air all the dirty laundry and try to work it out between the two with the host of the shows listening to it. And there's 4 of them on there as a host. And they call in and they're like, okay, so the deal is they have a tracker on their daughter's cell phone, and they can keep track of like where she is and how long she's there for, and blah, blah, blah. She turned it off one night, and she said that she clicked it by accident or something and then fell asleep, and the father's not buying it. He wants to punish her. The mother doesn't want to, and the way that the father wants to punish her is by not letting her go to her prom.
Ooh.
And so that's what the host was kind of saying is, yeah, it's a little harsh, but his thinking behind it is that's where she came from. On their prom, he got his ex-wife pregnant, and she's the baby of a prom. And,
Yeah, but
and then he can't trust
doing
her.
that ain't gonna help.
No, but then he's like, I can't trust her.
Anything.
I can't trust her because she turned it off.
He can't trust himself.
Well, he can't trust himself, and that's why he's kind of misplacing it onto her. But at the same time, she did turn it off.
Yeah, she didn't turn off by accident.
No, they
You
definitely
gotta
didn't.
dig deep to turn those things off.
Don't sound like he trusts her anyway. To be honest, if
Yeah,
he's
he doesn't
pregnant,
trust her because
like-
he has it on to begin with.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be able to like take pictures and
There's some
listen. So
problems.
like, yeah, there's some.
Yeah,
there's
there's,
some
Jesus,
there's
dude.
some problems.
but like they were saying it's kind of severe because the problem is like a once in a lifetime thing. You don't ever really get that back. But yeah, they
Sure
couldn't.
you do.
They
Depends if she's a junior or not.
couldn't. She gets to go several times. No, they couldn't agree on it. So if you guys are listening, what would be your take on that one as a parent? Would you let your kid go to the prom? Would you? How would you punish
Yeah.
her?
Prom is kind of steep, dude.
How would you punish her? Because like obviously she turned that off.
I have no clue, but I'm sure I'll find
I
out
would
soon
let her
enough.
go to the prom, but for 1 year she wouldn't get used to the car.
I'd take her. I mean, if it was a
Except
cell
in
phone, I'd
emergency
take her cell phone or
situations.
something.
Well, no, he doesn't want to take the cell phone because that's the tracker.
That's how he keeps track of her.
Yeah, and it listens to like her conversations and stuff. So,
It damn near be
Now
like
that's
grounding
creepy.
her and taking the phone at the same
Dude,
time.
but
Dude,
they said
it's always,
she's run into other problems too. Like she's not a bad kid, but she's not a good one either.
Well, yeah,
Well,
but I
then
mean,
hell,
like,
Her
she's
going
a
out and
normal
about
kid.
without. Yeah. Well,
You know, kids are supposed to get in trouble. That's the age that to get in trouble.
Yeah, but parents don't
So
see it
they
that
can
way.
learn
what they're
down the
doing,
road.
dude. I'm sorry, I didn't cause trouble when I was a kid. I was pretty decent.
me neither. But
Well,
I
you
also
know, I'm
didn't have
talking a little
someone
bit like
monitoring
maybe
me
smoking a
24/7
joint,
either.
That's
or
true.
Yeah, that too.
they're sipping that the dad's whiskey when nobody's looking. That
You-
kind
you-
of stuff.
You
They
guys
all
tell
get
me, man.
sometimes.
We
To
had
some
we had
extent.
kids that came from like the Christian school, like they went to school the whole time at the Christian or whatever, and then when they got to high school,
Oof.
you know what I mean, they didn't have it.
They
They
cut
got there
loose.
and they
Yeah.
went, oh dude, they went wild.
They cut loose.
They were the worst ones, dude.
Hmm.
Yep, because their parents were too restrictive.
It's like the same thing with alcohol over here versus France. Like they grow up drinking it at like 4 years old,
Mhm.
so it's not a big deal. But then all of a sudden we can drink it at like 18, 21. Obviously 21 is the age, but 18 is when they really get a hold of it, and they just go freaking nuts with it because it was denied to them for so long. So
Yeah.
I don't.
What
Yeah,
I call the taboo factor.
I'm not a parent on that one. I don't know how to come down on that one, to be honest. Other than if you can't trust your child, you can't trust your child. Like it's you're not
Sure,
gonna fix
Sure,
it.
you can go to prom, but I'll be a chaperone there.
Oof.
But I mean, really, if you can't trust your child,
That's
you didn't
actually
raise them right. You know?
plausible.
Not to be mean, because my boy's just entering that. But if I felt I couldn't trust my child, then you failed as a parent. You know what I mean? I mean,
Well,
you
I
can't
mean,
trust them to go to prom, or you can't trust them to go on a date.
It
Without
depends, though, man.
monitoring what they're
You can do everything right, and the kids still come out
Well, yeah,
mean,
but
disrespectful and whatnot. It does.
but if you
some
feel
things
like
you
you
can't
have
knock
to
in.
monitor
Yeah,
them, have something
that's
monitoring,
an
that's
issue.
over the top, man.
That's an issue.
It's
I don't
like
know. dude.
parents who used to read their kids' diaries. Why do you think I never wrote in one?
well, it's a journal for a dude.
You
Yeah,
have
it's
Same
kind of
difference.
Diary.
No
Yeah.
vagina.
Diary, journal.
Maybe. I don't know.
You know, because it's the journal of Anne Frank. No, it's the diary Anne Frank.
Yeah, it's like my mom came to me when I was a kid and said, "Here." I said, "What's this for? School? No. I want you to keep a diary." I said, "Fat chance on that."
Take her car. Yeah, that was one of the answers they gave, and the dad was like, "Well, if I take her car, then she has to go with her boyfriend, and I don't want that." So like,
Who do you think she's going with to begin with?
yeah, but not going in his car. I guess is the way he's looking at it.
And
Like she
wherever
has to go
she
with him
would
on the
go,
way home.
I'd be taking
This
her.
dude's out of his damn mind if he thinks that she's just gonna take her car and then come right back home.
Like I'm saying, man. I mean, he obviously had issues, and the mother was
How
like,
many of us didn't go to the party after prom?
everybody did.
I
Man.
didn't.
Everybody always goes. I'm
I
just
was
saying, you
tired
know,
of
like
it.
how.
No. Don't do that anymore, Chuba. How old are you?
The
Jesus,
party.
dude.
No,
They have
dude,
after
alright,
proms
dude.
now.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
talking
at
about.
the hotel. At the hotel is usually
at
where they
wherever.
After
There we
proms
go.
are school functions where they have like walk-ins and they're there till like 9 o'clock in the morning.
Oh,
dude.
f that, dude. No school
What?
functions.
That-
Nobody's doing
Dude,
that.
that's what they do. I'm serious.
No.
That's what they do.
The
after
last,
proms.
my brother
And they
was
make
the,
it a
Your
big
loopy
deal.
ass school.
Yeah, I was gonna say my brother was the last one to go through that, and theirs was at a hotel, and all the rooms were booked by the kids. So, yeah.
No, that's not, dude. That's not how they do it anymore. Or at least not in my community. Now it's like they rent out the whole YMCA, and you go swimming, and there's a
It's for like the goody
There's
two shoes kids that
pizza
show
all
up.
night long, and a movie room,
Pizza?
and
What are they, like,
you know all
5?
sorts of stuff.
Like a pizza party. I mean, it's your prom, dude.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Nah,
and
see,
then
like-
they give they have a
graduating
raffle
class
to
of
give away a
15.
car.
The
You know
schools
what I mean?
the
Someone
schools
donates a car.
No, the schools were talking about how they weren't allowing kids to dance close together, so my brother's class was like, well, if you guys are going to do that, we won't hold the prom here at your school. We'll hold it at the hotel. And they paid for it themselves. And they rented the big area, and they did it all off campus. And so the school had no say in it whatsoever.
Yeah, we did the same thing.
So, like, it's like the school can go, to themselves, exactly. And we're going to go do our own thing.
Footloose?
Kind of. I mean, except now they can do whatever they want. It's their thing, so. Maybe that was just a few of us in different places, but I mean, yeah, like the schools are very restrictive in what they can do. So the kids are going to find a way. Drive her to prom. Never said she was good looking, dude. And probably jailbait, considering she's still going to prom. She could have failed
that
it.
The father would drive her to prom.
He said with a bunch of ha-ha-has on the end of it. I don't know about that.
He said he would drive her to prom.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
I love it.
God, I hope you mean that you as a father would drive her to prom.
I don't think that's what he meant.
Yeah, but I mean, even if you did, again, that would probably be an overreaction in some people's eyes, because you're basically ruining the prom if you're going to be standing there the whole night.
Yeah, and you don't want her to regret that for the rest of life and be pissed off at you too. She is your daughter.
I don't know. I'd rather her regret that than regret what could happen afterwards if she wasn't careful, which clearly she's not being if she's getting caught doing this stupid stuff. Like there's little apps.
There he goes. I was right. He said the father. See?
Yeah. I was gonna say there's little apps that you can get if you know your phone's being monitored that will fool those apps into believing you're someplace else that you're not. So, like, she's obviously not putting a lot of thought into what she's doing. I would be more upset when she's not being creative.
Then I would turn that around on him and said, make it look like I went out of state, went to a gambling house. Right. Freak my dad out so bad he have a heart attack.
Nah, I think
Pro tip, people, love your children.
Love each other.
Who's more tech savvy?
It sounded like it was just a bad divorce. Like he made her sound like he called her, whore a whole bunch of times, and the other guys were like, whoa, you're the one who got her pregnant. Like you gotta take responsibility for your actions. So
well, you don't know why they're getting divorced.
No, you don't. But he was saying that she's that way because she got pregnant at an early age, and he was the one that did it. Doing? That's what I'm saying. He was the one that was doing it. He was the one who got her pregnant.
Takes two, you dumb mother.
Right, and so they're just like obviously there's something else going on there, and there's a lot of hurt feelings, and maybe she, the daughter, is just getting caught in the middle, and she just doesn't want to have anything to do with it. But it was an interesting story to hear these people go back and forth. Like nobody could agree on it. It's like parents, everybody has a different way of bringing up their kids. Every single one of them.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of marriage. I mean, you're supposed to sit there and compromise and figure out what's going on because you're not going to agree on things.
But you're not going to compromise with somebody you're no longer with.
Yeah, true. That's what I'm saying. But you still have to.
You do, but some people don't want to.
A child, then immaturity rules all, I guess.
Yeah.
Dude, since the beginning of dating and teenagerisms, there's been people sneaking around. I remember my mom telling me a story. My aunt, as she got older, she started to get Alzheimer's. You know what I mean? And she would go sit with her and stuff. But she was there one time, and she's like, with Alzheimer's, you know what I mean? So it's kind of, it's humorous, but it's also surreal, you know what I mean? But she's like, we have to be quiet because her sister was my grandma. She's like, she's in the back room. She snuck a boy into the house. You know what I mean? She's like 70 years old. And she's telling a story about how her sister stuck a boy into the house. You know what I mean? So it happens, man. It always will. I think kids will always find a way. You know what I mean?
Didn't we?
Yeah. I mean, you have to kind of realize that it's going to happen and trust them. I mean, I know it's different now with everything that's.
I told my nieces.
How scary it is.
Every time I see them talking on the phone, like, make good choices.
Right. Yeah. They don't. I don't think they really get it at that age. I know I didn't. I didn't get like half the stuff.
My youngest niece does. My youngest niece does. The oldest one worries me, man. As soon as she turned 18, that girl went and got a tattoo, a big ass tattoo on her rib cage. On her rib cage. And I look at my brother because she was still living under their house. And I look at my brother. I was like, dude, what the fuck are you doing, man? Well, she wanted the tattoo, so I took her. I'm like, oh my god, Lewis, what are you doing?
At least he took her, I guess. If she has her mindset on it and she's gonna get one, at least get it at a place that's not gonna infect her.
They've always been more friend than parent with her and stuff. So it's just one of those things.
That's dangerous.
Yeah. So, but the other one, she's got her head on straight, man. the youngest one. She's squared away.
Isn't that usually how it works out though? Like you have one that's crazy and the other one just like watches all the craziness and is like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
Like they see, like you're rebelling at that age because when you're a teenager, dude, like everything you want to do is just the exact opposite of anything anybody ever tells you. So if people were telling you your whole life that you don't need to study, the one thing you want to do is study, but nobody ever tells you that. They tell you the exact opposite. So
Yeah, it's scary, man. My kids are still young, but
it's coming, man.
it's coming. Yeah.
It's gonna suck.
Too soon.
I hate you.
Too soon.
You ruin
My boy's
everything.
13, so
I'm gonna sit there nodding. Yes, I do.
Yep.
Go to your room.
Can't wait till I never see you again.
Cool. You're putting me in. I got one leg in there already.
dude, I
You
gotta
always, you always
gotta
tell the
tell
kids,
from
I
Mavis.
brought you in this world, I can take you out.
Chupa. I just gotta tell from Mavis. He wants me to tell you something. He says, "Tell Chupa I'm naughty and I need a spanking."
Oh,
I don't know what that means.
because
I
he's a
know what it
daddy.
means.
He's a daddy.
Does he have daddy issues?
Kind of scary.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
scared.
he might now.
Kind of scary.
If you do spank his ass, make a video and let's watch it.
Wait, what? Where? How did this go down that route?
Over and over.
That doesn't make it any more. or
No,
less weird.
that makes it even like weirder.
I know.
Is he
That's
is he gonna call you daddy when you do it, guys? I mean, you know.
like, yes, daddy, may I please have another?
Oh,
Whack.
jeez, where did this go?
Chupa, I think, dropped the phone.
Yeah, I think so. He's
Or it's like, I'm out of here.
he's trying to pick up his chin off the ground, and you're like, what?
I'll stick it on the porn Christmas tree.
Right when his wife handed him another cup of hot chocolate.
And she's like, what are you
did
guys
they
talking
just
about?
say?
Is he wearing khakis? No, he's not wearing anything. He's wearing a big
Jake
diaper,
from State Farm, what are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
giant diaper, and a
I think-
pacifier.
Briefs?
Well, you know, Mavis, you have to be careful because we know that you play, next to your wife sometimes too. He will get you back. You know this. Turnabout is fair play, sirs.
Let's see, what did my skill go up to?
Dude, this is so red. It's so red.
41. That's going up.
I
Yeah.
got about a half an hour and I'm getting off here and going to bed, dude.
All right.
So
11?
if anybody's out there looking for group, you can have my spot.
Uh-oh.
Fanthier. Spank me.
Whip that honey.
Back that thing up. Show me what you're working with.
Vape Dog probably would like that. I'm just saying.
Well, that's vape, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've
I
been
can
talking
just
about you
hear
the
him
whole time
saying
you're
it
gone,
right
dude.
now, dude. I know. I wasn't gone. I
He's
wasn't gone.
grinning ear to ear right now.
I was,
he was making
sending-
plans.
Sending Mavis a little chatty chat.
Love letter.
These little plans. They're scheduling like when they're gonna meet. Is Friday good for you? Yeah, it's good for me, man. I'll be over there later. I'll bring the Vaseline.
What?
The paddle?
Do you need Vaseline for spanking?
The
No,
paddle?
I just sent him. I sent Mavis a tell. I was like, I'm your Huckleberry, Huckleberry, and he goes, "Oh, give me the berry, Mister
Wording
Huckle."
this familiar. If I don't fizzle.
Wow.
I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you drinking? Nothing.
Jake from State Farm.
Is he at work by any chance at
Yeah.
all?
He is at work. That's why he's getting lively. He's not at
That's
home.
right. Dude, did you get fatter, AC? Jesus.
I did. I ate some of those brownies, dude. Like, this guy, his, what do you call it? His, jeans don't fit?
His G-string?
It looks
He's
like you
wearing
have
a
any pants
G-string?
on, man.
You wearing elastic pants?
Yeah, you can even see it. Like, the rope goes all the way down to my butt crack. See it right there?
Yeah, that's the best way, man. It's the best pants to wear.
And they're, like, torn on the side. They're not even real pants. They're just, like,
They look like jorts. for
They're
real.
not even like
What are
numbered
shorts?
sizes. It's just these are
They're like
double X,
I-
double X, triple X.
I think at one point they were marine shorts, and then I tried putting them on, and they stretched up. Look at these things. They go where the sun does not shine.
No, if those were marine shorts, bro, they'd be all up in your ass.
Yeah.
Your anus would be swallowing them.
You should be able to see, like, the butt cheeks sticking out on
Butt
the sides. And
Crunch, crunch, crunch.
they're ogre marine shorts.
Reminds me of like when turns into Incredible Hulk and they split out of the jeans. You know what I mean? Kind of turn into shorts,
No,
purple shorts.
maybe the Blob.
They're not purple, but you know what I'm saying.
It's the Blob. He's the Blob. Marvel's the Blob.
He was saying like I'd kill you with like an inch of my fat or something like that.
I will smother you.
Yeah, it's.
You guys want to get that bard for me when I go? Or wait, 28's probably too high. Never mind. Trying
Yeah,
to find me
out of range.
28's too cheap. Come over here and play with
No, I'm going to sleep soon.
Yeah, that's one thing I have noticed that with my ogre more than my cleric, if you get a really high level person in your group, the experience slows down really slow, just absolutely abysmal. I don't know if...
Well, your ogre's got a slight penalty too because of the race.
Yeah, it just like with the high elf, I've never noticed it. Like it just seemed like it was good no matter what. With this guy, it gets so slow that it's like I'm not even moving. I can spend an hour in the main room
Night
in
mode.
unrest, and I can do one kill outside the group and I make just as much experience.
Yeah. Ogres get that. I think it's like 5% penalty.
Yeah, night milk coma. Hopefully you don't drink too much milk next time.
You're
No.
still a whole level ahead of me, man. So you're doing all right.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried. Like we'll get him up there.
Yeah, it's nothing compared to a troll or an Ixar.
Well, I mean, you were a level ahead of me when I got here, and I've had 2 dings.
Dragon
And
just
you're
came
still a level
online.
ahead of me.
Yeah, I have 2 dings too. Yeah, I want to get to the plate house and get this guy some armor, and I want like a full decked out suit of plate for this guy.
You want to get third stuff to play with?
Yeah, because then I will definitely be able to solo by myself a little
I'm
bit.
I'm contemplating, man, whether or not I'm going to do that or just try to hold out for
You want
some
do you,
KO
are
or
you a
Sky Shrine stuff.
physical religion?
You know, how often do you go to Sky Shrine though? Like if you go to Sky Shrine a lot, then yeah, hold out for that. But or not Sky
Well,
Shrine,
just
but
because
you
of
know, TOV.
just because of the thought of spending just on a chess piece alone, what 15,000 as of right now?
I mean, you could farm the
The
pieces.
flawless diamonds.
You can farm them.
I don't know if we're hitting places that would drop flawless diamonds, bro.
We can. Don't they drop over in those crates in Cobalt Scar? Those treasure chests.
The one chest,
Yeah.
the one treasure chest. There's one treasure chest.
Yeah, but I mean, we can hit that one every often, and I think the Geonids drop them as well as the
I don't know if
suits
the
of
Geonids
armor.
drop the flawless diamonds. I know suits of armors don't.
We just have to figure out where they drop and go kill those guys. I've heard that you can kill the dragons in Western Waste with one good group if you know what you're doing. So I mean, that might be something we could try. But I mean, if we get enough MQable pieces, we can definitely sell an MQ for the breastplate, which will pay for another breastplate, or for like the gloves or the bracers and all the stuff that drops a lot more often. So
Yeah, possible. Yeah.
we just have to figure out how many people it takes to actually do that area. We got a pretty
Yeah,
good group.
Playhouse. You want 2 good groups for sure for Playhouse.
And it drops so often. Like Doom got an entire full suit there in less than like 4 hours, and I think somebody else got an entire full suit as well.
It might be doable. We'll see.
So like it drops a lot. I think there's enough for everybody to
I
go.
mean, the main
around.
thing I gotta look at it too is right now I'm currently using the quest armor for the XRs and whatnot. So for me, it's probably worth it.
Brood Mother camp is best for chest gyms. I don't know where the Brood Mother is.
Yeah, Broodmother's down past Lower Dogs and Velks.
Oh, we need to do that anyways.
She's a bitch.
Yeah, but we need to kill her. Like we need to get that Paladin weapon and the Shadow Knight weapon for so many of our alts.
Hell yeah, I got a Paladin. What's up?
Heck yeah, so do I. We both got Shadow Knights and Paladins. So we need to do that.
I'll be stuck doing Call of the Hero all day.
Yeah, but once we get them down there and we get that, we get a few gems, like it's gotta be worth it. Just gotta put a
That's
day
next thing.
aside.
That's the next thing. Somebody's got to level up as a mage. Somebody else.
I
needs
got
to get
one.
their mage at 55.
I got one.
I
Just
got
he's
one,
very
mate.
far away from getting there. He's level 4, I think, right now.
28 level, but
And then we got to spend the 5 to 8k for the spell.
Oof. Well, if we can get those gems from Broodmother, that will help it.
If you come across them over in Seb, don't sell them. Just keep them for the group.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you
What are you
find
talking
that one,
about?
the spell.
Spell you were just talking about.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah, dude. If we get Call of the Hero, yeah, hold on to it.
Do it. Mavis
Like
is saying
that
do it
one I
Sunday
gave
after
you a
the
while back
non or the noon kale raid.
was 20K. What Demi was telling me. The Mala.
Mallow level 60 mage spell.
That's
I
That
worth.
one's
That one's worth
yeah,
quite a
that
bit.
one.
I think it's 20K.
No, that's Mallow. That's the shaman one.
Oh okay.
Mallow's worth maybe 200.
Need to work on my EQ install so I can get on the server. Pretty easy. You just need a copy of Everquest Titanium, however you want to get a copy of that through legal means. And once you're done, you just go to the website Project 1999, and you will be able to download a little tiny small file that doesn't have any viruses or anything like that. It's completely legit. You will delete 4 files. It's like Lava Storm and like 3 other ones. I can't remember what the other ones were, and it's listed
Then
on
they'll
there.
probably have you upgrade the spell effects and.
You don't have to do any of that. That's, I mean, you can if you want. You can download the Velius UI and those other things, but that's pretty much it. You're done. You've installed it. Should work. I've done a little video on it in case you need any like hand holding on that one a little bit because some people do have problems.
The directions on the wiki are pretty
Yeah.
straightforward too, because you got to change a couple of files here and there. The patch me file and stuff like that. You got to point it to a different server or name.
Otherwise, you'll be dialing Sony's.
Yeah, you'll be patching through
And then you
Sonic,
gotta
and then
reinstall
you gotta
it.
reinstall it. Yep. Because you do not want it to patch.
Oh yeah, if you patch, you gotta start all over. But it's pretty easy. Like I said, some people have run into problems. There is a frequently asked questions where if you go down the list, the top 20 I think answer like 90% of people's problems. I need the pants from the quest. She would kill giants. That's 3 punts. Oh, I think he needs the Thurigan quest pants. Yeah, pants and breastplate are the ones that don't drop as often. Those are the ones that Thum didn't get, right? He got pants, but he didn't get the breastplate.
He got the breastplate, I think.
No, he needs the breastplate.
No, he still needs a breastplate.
And 1 bracer.
Even if he did get the breastplate, he's still gonna be waiting forever and a day for the gems. Flawless diamonds, bro. They're 5K a pop.
I know, but I mean, we could probably scrape enough money up between, like for me, I'd donate money for him to help. It's gonna make a huge difference on him. 2 or 3 nights in Seb, come away with a couple blue diamonds. I mean, if we go down there together, we walk away with all blue diamonds. It's pretty good.
I still haven't sold the one I got from the last time I was down there.
The blue diamond?
Yeah. I'm only
Yeah.
selling it for like 1,200.
Hold on to it for resist gear, man. Get somebody to make you resist gear.
If it doesn't fail. I hate to say that, but I've heard a lot of people say they do it, and
happens.
it fails
There's
a lot.
always a 5% chance to fail. I think it's 5% no matter what. Even if you're maxed
I
out.
think it's a little bit higher. Like one guy said he turned in 4 blue diamonds to the jeweler, and he lost all 4. Like
What level was the jewel crafter?
He said he was max. I mean, I don't know if it's true that he was or not, but like that seems like horrible ratio.
I
or
would
just bad
not
luck.
be turning in. I would not be turning in high-end jewelry items to somebody that I didn't know.
Well, it was in the guild that he turned it in to somebody else in the guild.
Even still, there's only one person in my guild I trust to do it because I know for a fact he's maxed out.
Right.
Everybody else, I don't fucking know.
It was super easy. I just made sure to keep a unaltered install backup of the drive somewhere in case the worst happens. I have harness to put on the broodmother, and she goes and kills giants. Giants drop militia pants. I didn't know you could do that.
What kind of pants?
Militia? Or just the fact that she's dropping anybody's pants. You guys get in there, man. It's been a long time for her.
I'm getting sleepy. I missed that one.
She's the brood mother. Sleeper has awoken.
Yeah, there's a There's a shrine quest I'd like to do, but there ain't no way I'm going to be able to get into the sleeper tomb.
Maybe one day. You know, it's maybe 4 or
Rope,
5 years
man.
off, but we could probably do it one day.
Can't you just pickpocket it?
Unless I talk ZK into going in there and killing the one mob. It's not going after the sleeper. It's going after I guess one of the gargoyles in there.
I don't know if you can talk just like one. ZK's Uber. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, he's talking about the broodmother, the shardworm broodmother in Great Divide. Okay,
How often does she
that
spawn?
makes sense. I don't know.
There's a gargoyle on that one. Oh, these is more than one brood mother. I'm speaking about the sharp. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, we got an incoming. Yeah, we gotta, as we get high enough level, we're starting to up our game. We're doing raids in KO, which is something we've been talking about doing for a while, and we've already put 2 together. I think, Chupa, you said you got some time coming up this next couple weeks where you're gonna have just time to relax.
Possibly.
So if we can find a day in there where we don't got anything going on, we can get everybody on, and
Yeah, I got my folks coming in for 3 weeks, but I hope I'm still getting some playtime during the day and stuff.
yeah. Or at night.
As long
when
as
everybody's sleeping.
my mom doesn't hit me in the back of the head.
They're like, what are you doing?
Suck that asshole! Yes, mother.
It's amazing how even when you have like all those years behind you, you're still
Oh, bro, I'm Puerto Rican, man. You're never too old to get hit from mom.
no. It's the same way here, man. Like you just instantly become a kid again.
Start cursing around mom, man. We get popped in the face. I just look at her. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? She's your mom,
Yeah, what
man.
are you gonna do? She got old lady strength and big old bare hands, and yeah, it ain't gonna happen.
And she's your mom. You ain't gonna do nothing.
If I do something to mom, dad's gonna stand up, and that's the last thing you want.
But I couldn't even do it anyway. I
If
could never
dad
bring
ha-
myself to do it.
If dad has to well, I've talked back to my mom once. I'm not kidding. When I was in high school, I got froggy with my mom. And I was like, she said something, I don't know. And I told her I'm not gonna do it. And she was give me this look like, what? I said, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? And my dad came out of the room, bro, and I was like, oh shit.
With the belt in one hand.
Not even, dude. Sergeant Major came up and looked at me. I got pinned against the wall. He didn't touch me. He didn't say nothing. He just looked at me. What do you mean? What you gonna do? Calm, right? Calm as all get out. I was just saying.
Intimidation, man. You don't even have to lay a finger on people.
I got
Intimidation,
my
guys.
dad, dude. Oh man,
It's good, man. It's good that
I'm
you got
sweating
strong.
right now. Thinking, holy cow! Woo.
That's what you need, man. When you're that age, you're so silly, so set
That
on
was
like
the
knowing everything.
That was legit the one time that I did something stupid and I talked back to my mother like that. After knowing better, right? I mean, when you're a kid, you say stupid stuff to your parents, and you're just a kid.
Yeah.
But once you get to 12, 13 years old, you know better. Nah, my ass got froggy at 18 and I got set in my place quick.
I remember I was about that age, and my mother come in and started swinging, and I was blocking all her shots, and she looked at me and said, "Put your hands down. I want to beat you." I'm like, right. I'm gonna put my hands down and allow my ass to get whooped.
Yep.
Hey,
I
now.
didn't.
You're
Even
rock
her
star?
boyfriend at the
Game
time thought
on?
that was a hilarious
Just
statement.
made my first spell, dude.
Oh, sweet.
Harm shield.
That's the day she realized I was getting too big to whoop. When she can't even lay a glove on you.
Oh, no such thing here. Mm-mm.
This is
someone
a
just-
cultural thing, though. I mean, like Mexican families got the same thing
It
going on,
is.
you know.
It is a cultural thing. I'm also super close to my parents, though.
Same here. Yeah, I mean, we have like 4 generations living in one house at one point, so.
No, we didn't have that, but like whenever they come over here, because different people, different strokes, different folks, right? You said cultural thing. I talk to the guys in my job. I'm like, yeah, my folks coming to visit for 3 weeks, and everybody's like, oh my god, I'm like, nah, bro. If I could swing it, man, I have my parents living with me. I wouldn't mind one bit.
Yeah.
I love having them here.
Yeah, because I think a lot of them, I look at some of these friends that I have, and it's just, Seems like their parents are always picking on them, telling them, "Oh, you should do this, you should do that."
You need to
And
do that. You need, yeah, not mine.
yeah, they don't do that. I mean, if you want to talk to them about stuff and you need to ask questions, like they're always there for you. They're willing to
Yeah.
help you out, but they're not judgmental all the time,
Yeah,
24
there
hours a
for
day.
advice, but not that you have to
You
do
haven't
this.
met my
You have
mother.
to do that.
She's
Well, that's-
100% judgmental.
That's
That's what I'm saying. It's a cultural
That's
thing.
what we're saying. It's a cultural thing. My parents aren't like that one bit.
She threw a fit when I was dating an Italian girl.
You catch a glimpse though. Like all you got to do is look at them, and you already know what they're thinking. But
Yep.
When you go over a friend's house and you can see how your friend interacts with his parent, you're like, damn, when can I get some of that?
What?
Not that way, Nano. Come on, man. Get your head out of the gutter.
I was gonna say, what are you thinking, man? Like he's getting
Damn,
some on
dude.
the
No,
down low. I mean,
like,
what's going on, man?
He said
Some
it
of
like
the way
that.
They talk to their parent. or
TLC, some TLC.
Right. Just some tender love and care, man. Just like a little bit of compassion.
That's what my parents are, though, man. Even when we were growing up, my friends would come over, and it was like they were freaking adopted. Seriously, my mom would always be like feeding them this, that, and the other. I'm like, dude, y'all need to come over more
You're
often.
wasting
'Cause
away.
I'm getting fed. I'm getting
Here,
fed when
eat this
you're coming
turkey
over.
leg.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all getting all the
Okay,
nice shit.
bigger than I am.
And they're like,
Won't
what
be
is?
for long. Eat that turkey leg.
It was always great because it's like they never heard of it, like any of the food that we're eating, and they're just like,
Yeah.
what's that? And they're like, this is delicious.
Good thing for us too is military brats, right? You got people from different cultures already, anyways, and we all get together for block parties, on the street, and you get all this different food, man. Like Filipino food, I love me some
Oh,
lumpia, pancet, all the stuff. The escabeche they make, oh man, ceviche, ooh,
Ceviche is pretty good.
yeah, the Filipino
Ceviche
style
was
is
Spanish,
so good. It is, but I mean,
That's right.
Philippines
That-
were
culture-
invaded basically by Spanish.
And Spanish.
I mean,
Yeah.
the Philippines, haven't they been invaded by a lot of people? Like, haven't they?
They have been, but yeah, when you got Filipinos with the same last name that I got, it's like, hey brother, what's up? Yeah, give me some lumpia. That's all I
Yeah.
came for.
It's you know, it's Texas, so there's a lot of Mexicans down there, a lot of Hispanics. So you got enchiladas and fajitas. Oh, I love fajitas, dude. I could eat fajitas every day if I had
I
a
can eat
chance.
enchiladas every other meal. I say every
No,
other
tamales,
because
man.
usually
Tamales,
oh,
yeah, tamales are good. That's what I'm saying. We're making them.
I
Try
would-
not to
I
think
will
about them
slip
because it's like
into
it's
a coma.
still a little bit of ways.
I will slip into a coma over for some tamales.
I'll make sure to take plenty of pictures so you guys can see the fresh masa. The barrel that we make it in. I'm not even joking, guys. It's like a freaking barrel is the masa because so much of it.
Big old 40-gallon drum.
It's huge. It's huge.
You guys make it from scratch too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're gonna make that much. Why not go all out, dude?
Who's grinding that corn?
Oh, it was it used to be my aunt that would do that, but now you know she's a little too
Freaking-
old for it. So
you just
Getting
buy a bag of
arthritis.
cornmeal, can't you?
No. Man, Alar. Don't talk anymore, dude.
it's there's a little bit of labor involved in it, to be honest.
Wasn't Alar just 2 seconds ago talking about how his mom was making green bean casserole with a canned cream mushroom soup,
Yeah.
and you want to make it fresh from scratch, and she was like, "No, I can't do it that way."
You
No,
know,
okay.
I won't put down people who don't make stuff fresh because it is something that is passed on or passed down from generation
Bro,
to
but
generation.
if you got 20 folks in that house coming together to make that big old thing, somebody better get some elbow grease in that mug and start grinding down some corn.
Yeah, well, you grinding up the meat isn't easy either.
That
I think that
yeah,
was a
shred
long
it all
time.
down. Yeah.
They have a little hand grinder with 2 wheels and it grinds out the
We used
They-
to,
They
but
do.
yeah, we don't use that anymore because of the amount that we use. So
You guys do it by hand with stone, right?
with the masa,
Yeah.
Can
well,
you do it in a food processor?
we do a little bit that way, but no, I mean, it's just too much, dude. It's too much.
Food processor probably burn out. Honestly, you want something mechanical. You don't want
No,
something
no,
electric.
we got a industrialized one that does it like the
Uh-huh.
ones you get from the restaurants. So like it does
Almost
it.
like a pulverizer.
It's all like chromed and like it works wonders. It's amazing. But yeah, if you do it by hand, it's just like we'll
Bro,
do a few because that's how my dad likes it, and so we'll make just like a batch for him, and he can have those, and he can be happy with those. But everybody else is like, nah, I'm not freaking grinding that by hand. Like that's
I can't remember what I did in my Vitamix last time,
No.
man. But last time I
Do they
smoked my
sit
Vitamix
around
out.
and churn ice cream by hand?
ugh,
I've done shit.
it's horrible. Every time I've tried to make ice cream, I've always messed it up somehow.
Ah?
Yeah, always, man. Like it never comes out like ice cream. It always comes out as like a liquid. never freezes right, and the parts that do freeze too much, and it's not the
You
nice
gotta,
smooth
you
consistency
gotta
that you're looking
keep it
for.
moving. You gotta put plenty of salt in
Keep
that
it
ice too.
moving, and yeah, plenty of salt in the ice, and
Like lots of
fix it.
salt in that
Yeah, if
ice.
anything, I've oversalt it, if that's even possible. But I don't know. It never seemed to come out right.
No,
Every single time
it's
I've
not
The
ever
more
possible they
salt you
oversalt
add,
the
the
ice.
colder that water gets. The water and ice.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know what I'm doing. I've never seen anybody do it right because it's not something we ever grew up doing.
And they
So
got these little versions of them that are electric motor now. A little
Yeah.
plastic paddle.
All
yeah,
They
you do
work
is
great.
put the cylinder in the freezer beforehand and chill the
Yep.
cylinder, and then you put it inside the housing for it, and then you go around for I think it's like 5 or 10 minutes max, and then you pop in the freezer and you're done.
that one has turned out okay.
Those are
Those,
good, yeah.
but the
I
handmade one,
guarantee you,
no.
the hand crank ones that you're doing, it's probably not enough salt in the ice, probably.
Or
Hey
you
guys, good night.
didn't
Sorry.
give it enough time, because remember, hand cranking is a lot slower. And occasionally you stop for a second to rest your arms.
What'd you say, Nano?
Crystallized.
Sorry, I'm going to bed. I didn't mean to
Oh,
interrupt,
did
but
we
I'm
No,
out
just
of here.
no, you're. Well,
You
good
guys
night.
have a good night, man.
Good night,
Enjoy.
man.
No,
See,
no, you
Passing
can't
out.
leave.
see you guys. Good night.
All right, man, have a good one, bro.
Good night,
Try to
Mavis. I
stay
love you.
warm.
Yeah. See ya.
Guggen keeps running out of range when I'm trying to heal him.
Alright, I got it. There was a 20 enchanter looking for a group.
Oh, we got a pop right here just as you came back.
But yeah, it's an all day thing. It's nice though. I mean, you get the whole family together. Everybody's having fun, and the only thing that kind of sucks is, you get different. You get the new generation in there. It hasn't done it as many times as we have, and they're not quite as good at wrapping it as others.
Lazy.
And they, some of them wrap it backwards. So instead of like when you cook it, you can just slide the corn husk off. It gets stuck because you put it on backwards.
What?
Yeah, because like one side is kind of smooth, the other side not so much. Has little
Yeah.
ripples
The
on
inside, the inside portion's a little more smooth.
So if you put it on backwards, when you cook it and you're trying to slide that out, it sticks to it
Yeah.
and it tears it all up. And then some of them wrap it up too much so that the inside layer actually has the corn husk in it too, and you pretty much have to unravel the whole thing like a. I don't know what you would compare it to, but it ruins it too because then it breaks it apart and you're spending more time like unwrapping it. Like it's just not done right. So like when you're teaching the new generation, you try to teach them right, but obviously they're learning as they go along. So you occasionally find like one or two that are like that, and you're just like, oh, okay, so that's they made that one. Next year, make sure. Richard says, "I'll teach you AC. My grandpop taught me, and get back to you word better. Money come tomorrow." Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would love to be able to make homemade ice cream. I think it probably would taste better, and I love freshly
it's
made
so
ice
much
cream
better.
Freshly made vanilla bean.
because it comes out smoother, at least from what I've heard. And I
Do
love
you like
like
the kind
soft
that
serve
you
ice
use
cream.
the egg yolk?
I mean, you
It's
can.
that's a true custard. I prefer what they call the Philadelphia style. There's
Who's
no
leader?
egg in it at all.
It was not at one point.
Grimby, your leader. If you want to toss Zip an invite.
Who? Is it?
Yep, Zip. He's right here in the red jacket or red robe on the other side of the tree.
That's why I couldn't see him. The tree was blocking. Uh,
Pina colada all day. That's another thing about the ice cream is you can really make it whatever you want.
yeah. Like chocolate, mint chocolate chip without the chips.
Yeah.
So it'd just be mint
Yep.
ice cream? Like it wouldn't be
Mint
mint
ice
chocolate
cream?
chip? Yeah.
Yep. Because when you put the chocolate in there, it gets so freaking hard. It's hard to chew.
I don't understand
Mint
why.
chocolate chips without the chips.
Why not just call it mint ice cream, dude? Like they have mint ice cream without the chocolate chips in it. That's the thing.
Freaking Richard can't even spell pina colada right.
I said
killing
I
zip.
me.
must have had a couple of pina coladas.
They have the
I said Richard
non-alcohol.
can't spell it. He's pina colodia. There you go. Colodia.
Yeah, it's the female version.
You get
Pina
the, you get the,
colodia
you
fish.
get in the colonic.
It's the female version of it.
You get in the colonic.
Oof, it's like those coffee enemas.
How you doing?
Yeah, no, thank you.
This just hurt just a little bit.
Yeah, this is gonna be
your
hot.
butthole
So-
top
Dude,
grounds?
that Zip dude in your group, he's from Square and Compass. I've been seeing a lot of those dudes around the last few
Okay.
days.
So have I. Like I've never heard of them beforehand, but they're
Nope.
definitely recruiting or something.
They're out and about in that area.
It's good. I like to see new guilds coming up.
Oh,
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Dinged.
Ah, congrats, dude. Yeah, I don't know about the pina coladas. I mean, they're okay, but
What's wrong with the pina colada?
no,
It's so
you just
fattening.
I just don't have one very often, to be honest.
There was a phase that I went through in Charleston. Man, I was drinking them like every weekend, like just chilling.
Yeah. Wait, that is a very much of a relaxing drink. Just while you're.
Then like 10 pounds later, I was like, why am I gaining too much weight?
I don't know. It could be all the coconut.
That coconut,
and,
yeah.
All the coconut
Coconut.
cream in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the coconut cream. I read the label. I was like, oh my goodness, this freaking 4,000 calories in this thing.
Yeah, you didn't know coconut was fattening, dude?
Well, I knew it was, but I didn't know about the cream, how fattening that cream was because it's concentrated and whatnot.
Yeah, it's like avocado. People are like, "Wow, those are fattening." Yeah, they are, but it's
But
good fat.
It's good fat.
Yeah.
Not coconut cream. That ain't good fat. That is fat.
Yeah, probably. Avocados are delicious. I can eat those.
I mean, you could like,
Yeah, well, I gotta draw the line there. They are
Okay.
not delicious.
oh my god, dude.
what's not delicious?
Avocados? He's not a fan.
That's-
Alar needs help.
Yeah, it's
I
just
do not eat no guacamole.
guacamole is amazing.
Guacamole is like one of the best things ever.
No, guacamole.
Hey, you've been having some bad guacamole. Is all I'm saying, man. Like, you need to make it fresh.
Must be that navy guacamole.
And what kind of avocados are you using? Because if you're using the Haas or like the ones with the bubbles on
yeah.
them, I don't like that.
Avocado's an avocado.
No,
look like a freaking-
they are not. No, they are not. There are two different types that you will probably see in the store more than anything else. One,
Haas avocado is the most common.
when you cut it open, it has that white foamy kind of stuff coming from the shell. Like you can see that one. One has bumps on it. The other one is smooth, and they make very different flavors to your avocados. So
Yep. Haas avocados are great for salads and stuff,
Plus, I don't like the texture of avocado.
or
either.
just raw. Straight up.
Yeah, all of them are good raw. I don't really like the one that has the white pus kind of.
The white around the pit?
Yeah, it's not the greatest.
What is
It's
that
a little
around it?
it's a little sweeter than the regular one.
It is. I don't like the sweet. I like a savory avocado.
Yeah.
I'm not big on sweet. If I want sweet, I go eat a freaking orange.
Exactly, man. That's the way I feel. I don't like sweet meats.
He has a dude at work. He eats avocados constantly, man. And every day he eats one. I'm looking at it like, bro, that looks good.
It is.
You want some? No, because if I have one piece, I'm taking your whole freaking meal.
Yeah, it's like you just cut up half of avocado, put that in a tortilla, toast the tortilla, and you're good. That's all you
Do
need
you
right there.
mash your avocado?
You can,
I-
you can, or you can leave it in halves. I mean, it's
Square thing, and then spoon it out.
throw
I can make
throw some hot sauce on there. Like it's delicious.
Just a touch of salt, and you good.
Yeah.
a
Doesn't
couple tablespoons of salsa, a good lime, squeeze it over that son of a bitch.
I mean the lime you can throw on there if it's gonna sit there for a while. Otherwise, you don't
So if
necessarily
your
have to.
avocados are super ripe, you're gonna want to use that lime.
Well, you don't take them if they're super ripe. Like if you squeeze
You don't
it
want 'em
and it's
super
hard,
ripe.
you're not. Don't eat those. You don't want it rock hard. You want it where it kind of squishes a little in your hand, not a lot.
Yeah.
A little give,
Yeah.
just a little give. You want a dimple.
Yeah.
No.
You don't want it to be like,
Mangoes,
ooh, this feels
I'll
like
eat them
putty. Then
things
that's
until
it's
the cows
rotten.
come home. And I'm sitting here talking, and I should be healing.
Did you say dingoes? What?
The dingoes ate your baby.
Mangoes.
Dingo ate your baby.
And if you feel like getting fancy, go ahead and throw some, tomatoes cut up and onions and garlic and cilantro and.
I cheat when I do mine. I put a can of Rotel in it.
Why not
You could
just
do
use a
that.
little
It would add a little
pepper salt?
spiciness to it for sure.
It does. I like my guacamole spicy.
Yeah.
People think I'm a Philistine because I use salsa when I make my cheese sticks.
Salsa. How do you make cheese sticks salsa?
No, you make cheese sticks instead of using marinara. You use
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't understand how
I'm
you're
like,
making it.
what the hell are
Like,
you talking about, man?
it's like a weird cheese
I'm
stick
thinking
with
the
no
same
cheese
thing.
in it. Like,
Cheesesteak with no cheese. Yeah.
it's kind of like the mint with no mint.
I see what you're saying
There
though.
you go.
When you fry or bake your cheese,
Yeah.
like appetizer cheese sticks,
Yeah.
mozzarella sticks. There you
Mhm.
go.
Oh, somebody just took a hard
That's the
hit.
enchanter. He's getting
Actually,
beat
I
hard.
like mine the same way too. I like it with salsa as well.
I sometimes will put the red spice in mine. The spicy one. What's that one called? The
Sriracha,
no. It's
cayenne.
cayenne. There you go. Just a tad bit of cayenne on your guacamole will give it that spicy flavor too.
When I make my salsa, I use one chipotle pepper.
Good
Nothing
flavor.
else.
Yeah,
Gives it a smoky, hot kind of flavor.
that's what I was
To
gonna
it.
say. Do you roast it? You smoke it?
No, it's already roasted in the adobo sauce, and
Only the all-in-one installer. Cool. Mount
but they're
Rose's
so
downloaded.
soft, it's almost like they're rotten.
Yeah, they feel that way because they're all like floppy and
They're canned.
yeah. Or you can do it yourself fresh, and you really get that smoky
I've
flavor in
never
there.
done peppers that way.
All this talk of food, dude. I'm getting hungry.
That's why I've been snacking on these little sweets. I got to eat actual meal
No,
later
like
on
I
though.
want to go fire up the grill.
Yeah,
This hour outside,
you might do it.
Why not?
you'll be a popsicle, man.
Your neighbors must
I want
absolutely
to.
hate you, man. They're just like, oh, that
They're
dude.
looking at the window.
Dude, I got
What a dummy.
the dude next to me. He's got a gas grill, and during the summer I was grilling. For a few days in a row, I was grilling like 4 or 5 times in a row, and he's like, "Dude, you're grilling too much, you're making me want to grill." So when he saw that I bought this, he's like, "What the hell? What the hell is that, man?" Bought a smoker. First you got the charcoal grill, now you got a smoker, man. I gotta get rid of this gas thing. I'm like, I don't know why you bought it.
Because it's late. I mean, it's cheap. They're usually cheaper, and it's lazier
is.
because you don't have to put charcoal in. You don't have to clean it out, and
It
you
is,
don't have to get
yeah.
it started. Like it's just like the poor man. I won't say the poor man because they are kind of expensive,
Even
but
the smoker that I have though is for lazy people. It really is. You set the temperature, you walk away.
it's lazy people. But it's not because you're still using good ingredients. You're just using technology to make it easier on you.
Yeah. Like if I bought this thing and took it down to Texas, I'll probably get shot. But I don't have the time or the patience to actually do an offset smoker.
I'd have to try it before I could tell you if it was as good as like the slow cooked, mesquite wood and everything else. But
If you do it correctly, if you do it right, it's not as good as doing an offset slow smoke with mesquite or something like that, or another hardwood. I still get plenty of wood, smoke flavor in it because if you're cooking at low enough temperatures. But there's just something missing, right?
oh, okay. Well, I mean, then comes down to I guess time. It always comes down to time, really, when you cook. How much time
Time
do you got?
and technique, because because I've had plenty of Texas barbecue. Texas barbecue is by far my most favorite. I compare all barbecue to Texas. And this one place that I went to in Austin, man, every day I was there for a week and a half. Every flippin' day, I had lunch and dinner from that place.
It's good that you don't
And
live here then, because you'd be dead
I'd
like
be,
this guys, man.
I'd be having transplants. There was one night though I was going
I've
back to the
ever heard that.
hotel,
That's the ribs.
and President Clinton was in town that day, so there was traffic jams left and right. I was like, everybody else is getting upset, it's getting out of their cars. Man, I just popped open that styrofoam container and started going to town on some brisket.
Yep.
I was happy.
Yeah, I won't say that ours is the best because I do know everybody got barbecue pride where they live, but it's good. It's good, man. Like I love it.
I love Texas style barbecue. A lot of folks are like, "Oh, the mesquite's too strong." I love it. I love mesquite.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with mesquite.
I said more flavor, the better.
If I buy wood chunks when I use my charcoal and I put wood chunks in it, I always buy mesquite. Unless I'm doing like something a little softer, then I'll go and for an apple wood or a cherry wood. But
Yeah.
typically it's just mesquite.
It just seems to be like it grows down here very, very commonly, so it's something
everywhere.
Well, it's reclaimed swampland is what Houston is. So I mean, I guess
Yeah. Mesquite's everywhere though, man. You go in your front yard and cut off a piece of mesquite.
right. Although you need to let it dry for a little bit, but
You gotta
yeah,
let it sit out for a while. Yeah.
I mean, you could technically do that and have it, but yeah, I mean, you can get that anywhere. It's real cheap. I think you can get like a bundle of like 14 logs for like $5. I mean, it's super inexpensive, but it works so well, which is amazing. And I mean, we just kind of grow up with the flavor, so I think that's why I like it so much myself. But
All right, fellas. On that note, I want to go ahead and call it a night.
All right, man. We'll take it easy, and we will
Always
see
talking
you.
about food.
You're gonna go cook some barbecue right now, like.
Oh, I wish, dude. Nah, I'm gonna pass out.
All right, man. Well, we'll see you either this
That-
weekend or afterwards, man.
Whatever I put in there tonight would be like toast tomorrow, unless it was a Boston, but I don't have one.
Mm.
So, all right, you guys have a good one.
All right, man. Later.
Later.
But yeah, I think everybody who's watching right now is probably incredibly hungry because we've been talking about food.
Refrigerator.
We've been talking about food for like the last 2-3 hours. You said what now?
I said they're probably in the refrigerator rating it right now. Them bastards made me hungry. What is in here?
Let me get a Spirit of Wolf real quick. I've been slowed down.
I still got a Philly cheesesteak sandwich to go through.
That wouldn't be too bad. Now, do you Philly cheesesteak? Have you actually had it from Philly, or you just got?
Yeah, it's not as good because one they use cheese whiz instead of provolone like I like it, but and then they dip the roll. They dip the roll in the jus.
Oh,
they
really?
soak the roll.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, I've seen people do that before. I didn't know they did it for you so that you get like the soggy bun, almost like from
Yeah.
what's that burger
I'm
place,
not
White Castle?
crazy about the soggy bun myself because just bread is like ugh. When it's wet like that.
Right.
I don't mind if they take some and ladle it inside of the bread, but that's all right. But when the whole roll is soaking wet, falling apart,
Well, I mean, if you want to soak the whole roll, what you could do is toast it, and then it wouldn't get soggy as much. Like, it's still gonna get soggy, but it's not gonna be like falling apart. I just don't know if that's like traditional to toast that. I've never had a Philly cheesesteak from them. I've always had the, you know, remakes.
you ever get over there?
No, I've
Go
never
to Gino's.
never been to Philly before, so.
Well, I say if you ever go there for some strange reason,
It wouldn't be that strange. If I was in the area, I'd definitely be checking out Philly cheesesteak, man.
that would be Gino's.
The
There's
original.
actually two. There's another one I can't seem to remember the name of, and personally, I like Gino's better.
I must resist the urge to defrost Trip Tip and Freezer. All right, man. Thanks for joining us, Joops, and hopefully you have a good night, man. There we go.
Okay, I cast it heal, but it didn't seem to take. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna eat later tonight, but you guys definitely been making me hungry all day. It's the foods channel now.
Yeah. As soon as I logged on, you were talking about Mexican rice and
Oh, it's because this weekend, man. I got my aunt coming in, and we're gonna be making the tamales for the whole family. So, like, that's like it's hard not to think about food when you got like delicious stuff coming in the weekend. It's almost like a couple days before Thanksgiving, you got all that food on your mind.
teasing your stomach. Your stomach's like, you son of a bitch, it's that time of year again, isn't it?
Yeah, because you've been out for a few months and you haven't had anything.
So what one item are you looking forward to?
What, as far as food goes?
Yeah, when your family gets together, is it that aunt or is it grandma that makes that one thing that you could kill a whole species of animals just to try that out?
To be honest, I was always into cooking growing up, so whatever my mom cooked was freaking delicious. I had no idea how lucky I was when I was a kid compared to what most people tend to have nowadays. I look at like my brothers that never really got too much into the cooking, and man, their kids eat nothing but processed stuff. It's like all chicken, frozen chicken nuggets and hot dogs, and I'm like really? Like that's what you want to eat? Like you want to eat that yourself? Like I don't want to eat that. Like if I got an hour to spare, I'm gonna cook me something good. Throw some fajitas on the grill, something. But I'm not warming up a hot dog unless I'm just like I don't have time and I got to get something in my belly because I am starving to death. And even then, it's probably like frozen. Oh, bless you, man. Gesundheit.
Ugh.
Yeah, usually it's like frozen burritos that I had made earlier and put in the freezer. So, yeah, I pretty much can make everything that my mom can make. I will admit that she still makes it better, but
Well, she's had more practice than you.
right. But I definitely enjoy the the tamales for sure, and a few of the other dishes like Mexican rice is something that I look forward to. I try making it myself, and I do it all the time, and it comes out okay. But I still think that there's something she's not telling me, like an ingredient she throws in there, like crack cocaine or something. That's it's making it where it's just like hers is slightly better.
Here, son, eat this stuff.
Like I don't know what it is, but it's good. And I'll sit
Like,
there and
thanks,
watch her
Mom.
do it, and I'm like, I do that, I do that, and I do that, and somehow, maybe it's just the fact that it's from her, like just mentally, oh, she made it, so it's just better. Period.
Yeah, it reminds me of that one episode of Good Eats when Alton Brown had his grandma on and they were going to make biscuits. Grandma didn't measure a damn thing. She just
Oh
dumped
no.
and said, "That's right, that's right, that's right." Alton was there measuring this, measuring that, and they came out practically the same. Although her baking sheet was real black and stuff, and so hers burnt a little bit on the bottom. Other than that, they were identical.
Yeah, it's the same way with my mom when I was a kid, and I was like, oh, how do you make the? Because we make our tortillas from scratch. It's actually strange. Like she told me this story, like when she was getting married to my dad's mom was like, you cannot get married to my son until you know how to make food. And she's like, I can cook food, and she's like, no, you can't. Right? So it was like this long week that they had to spend together down in Mexico where she basically trained my mom how to cook food. Tortillas, enchiladas, all of it. And to this day, like when I was learning how to do the tortillas, she's like, okay, you put this here, and I'm like, okay, but how much? And she's like, oh, well, it depends on the size you're making and how many tortillas. And I'm like, okay, for the size we're making, she's like, well, just a little pinch of this then. And I'm like, well, what's a pinch? And she's like, I just, this, and throws it in. I'm like, oh, come on, right? Like, how am I supposed to remember that? But you do it enough times and you pick it up. But it's one of those things where it's just passed down from one generation to another. And I won't say ours is like the best tortillas ever. They are to me, and
Hmm.
I love the tortillas we make. But everybody got their own, and
How
that's
do you
fine with
cook
me.
them? You just throw them in the oven, or
Nah, you don't throw them on the oven. We have these little plates that go onto the whatever you call it, the fryer, the griller, the thing on the top, right where the flame comes out. Because my brain is not working right now. But yeah, it's a black
oh,
plate.
the burner?
Yeah, you throw it on the burner. It's a little black plate, or you can do both burners, and it's a long oval black plate that you throw on there. You heat it up. It's smooth as cast iron, and you roll out the tortillas. You throw them on there, and they heat up, and then you flip them over and heat up the other side, and you're done. Like that's it. It's pretty simple once you make the mix and you let it sit there for a while to rise up a little bit. And you can take the same mix of tortillas that you use on that one and cut them up into fours. So you roll it out like a tortilla. You cut it into fours. They basically look like triangles with a round side on one end, and you
Mm.
throw it into very hot grease and they bubble up. And then
And
you
you put a little
use
cinnamon sugar on it.
yeah, it's like empanadas or something. I forgot. I think that's the name of it. And
Is that what everything is?
you throw on the cinnamon and the sugar, and you can fill it with honey, and it's freaking delicious, dude. Like it's
So us
amazing.
white, it's similar to what we white trash use. We just take biscuits, poke a hole in the center of the biscuit, and throw it in the deep fryer.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's a lot thicker. Like this comes out and it's super thin.
then
Like
you
just
put cinnamon sugar on it or a glaze, and it's like a donut.
yeah, and you put butter on it or something like that, and you're in heaven. So, but it's like it's a dessert that you make out of what you're already eating. So if you made too many tortillas or you have some left over, you just make a dessert.
About to go freezer burn.
Homemade cheesy scallop potatoes with bacon and mushrooms with the was a
That
dish my
sounds
mother
good,
taught
actually.
me when I was a kid. That does sound good, especially the mushrooms. Like throwing that on there, I think is a nice little touch.
Hop.
And she fell in the water, where she's getting her swimming skill up. Cheesecake cherry, yeah, I love cheesecake. Regular creamy cheesecake, I think, is one of the best. But if I had to pick, it either would be cherry or the caramel. If I'm going for a topping, they have a caramel topping cheesecake that I think is just really good. Just a very light touch of caramel on it. I think it adds a little bit something to it, a little kick that I think.
Sounds like a turtle version. What they call a turtle. It's like chocolate chips and caramel chips.
No, I mean, the place that I see it often is when you get one of those sample trays of cheesecake, where it
Mm-hmm.
has the strawberry, it has caramel, it has chocolate chips, it has
I used to sell
blueberry, and
Sam's Club. They come with like little tiny, what do they call those little cakes that are like 1 inch by 1 inch square? They kind of
Oh yeah,
resemble them.
the little pies that you can get, like the little portion pies that are about the size of your hand. I've been sit-
No, this is in the freezer section. It's cheesecake, little tiny squares. On the bottom is like the chocolate crumb, um,
oh yeah, I think I've
Oreo
seen
cookie
those.
crust.
Yeah,
They
it's
come in like
interesting.
three or four different flavors.
Like the Renaissance Festival has one that's cheesecake on a stick, and it's not nearly as good because the cheesecake has to be frozen, so it doesn't just like
Mm.
slide right off the stick. And I like the cheesecake to be moist. I like it to be fluffy as well as just kind of like melt in your mouth and not let me bite
Boy,
into it like an apple.
Ganache has really taken some hits.
These days, there is a guy called Chef John on YouTube channel. Is called Food Wishes. He does some excellent how-to recipes of all kinds, homemade cherry cheesecake. Yeah, I actually want to do that one day. As soon as I get the setup made up in my house, I want to do some cooking shows to kind of show off some of the recipes I know. I mean, it may not be, like I said, anything anybody wants to watch or anybody wants to make, but for me, these are dishes I grew up eating, so I like to share it with other people out there and see if maybe they like it as much as I do, or if people hate it. I don't know, either way, but
Have you ever seen that cooking show on YouTube called Cooking with Dog?
mm-mm. Like
It's a little
dog.
Japanese lady who speaks Japanese, and then she's got a narrator.
Mm-mm. No, I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, she's got a lot of good recipes. What would it be? Instead of being AC Gamer, AC Cooking with AC?
Or something. I haven't really put too much effort into thinking of a name just because, I'm a far way off from doing it. I need to get a really good camera, and I need to get
AC
multiple. So,
Gourmet.
because I don't want to do it like halfway. Like when I do something, I usually tend to do it all the way. So I want to create a place where you can see me cook as well as so you can see the food itself. Because a lot of cooking shows, you see them standing in front of the oven and they're cooking stuff, but you don't actually get to see the food being cooked. And I like to be able to show off. This is how brown you get it. This is how firm it gets, and you got to have that ability to do so. So it's several good cameras in different positions, and I ideally, maybe one point, I would love to be able to show the food in the oven itself being cooked, and I don't know how you go about doing that. I think maybe you can just cut like a plate in the back of the oven and put down like glass that's heated, treated, or something to be able to show that. Put the camera on the other side,
You
but
would have to get a heat resistant camera. I
well,
don't know what that would run you.
and the heat resistant glass could block off a lot of that heat too. But yeah, either way, it's a little bit of work and a lot of money. So one day I'll definitely end up doing that because I have a passion for cooking and I'd love to be able to share that with you guys and maybe do a day of gaming and then at night do a day of cooking and afterwards pick out a movie and do that like thing that you see on like FX where in between the every half an hour or
Commentary?
something, yeah, I come in and be like, okay, and here's some little tidbits about the movie you may not know about because
Mystery Science Theater 2000.
nah, I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't make crack jokes through it. But I did grow up at the movies. My parents owned a drive-in, and then eventually went to the Cineplex. And I did get to hear a lot of like behind the scenes of stuff going on about the movies and things that were going on at the theater about the time these movies came out. And I think it'd be kind of interesting to share some of that and share some of the other interesting facts that you could look up on the internet that most people just never bother to look up. So yeah, there might be a place for that. Like spend the evening hanging out with you guys and do it like once a week where we do cooking and a movie or something. But yeah, it's a little bit further down the road. Hopefully you guys might actually enjoy that. Do some cooking themed for like the new oh man, I can't wait till the new Assassin's Creed movie comes. I say new, but it's like the first Assassin's Creed movie ever. That one looks amazing. I know some people were saying like Cypher had some issues with it, that the animus that he goes into doesn't look like the animus from the video game. Again, I think that's a little bit of a poetic license on the entertainment movie part, trying to create something that is both eye-catching and exciting for people who didn't play the game, as well as trying to stay true to people who did play the game. So I'm hoping, I'm very optimistic about the line that they're walking on and the actors that they got. It seems like they got some really, really good ones.
Uh-oh, someone left the group again.
Good night, Gosta. Okay, so Gosta left. Where's the other guy? If you want to throw in... I don't see him here anymore. This thing is blasting the crap out of me. Let me
First
look
things
up.
first.
Julius? You see him in the zone still? J-U... If you can send him a tell, it's J-U-L-L-I-U-S. Let's see if he still wants a group. Because he was next on the list.
Oh. Spot his name here.
Ah, sweet, man. You got it to work. What character are you going to be making?
God, I wish I could make my fonts bigger, but they're maxed out.
Let me send him a tell.
Gillian,
Yeah, I told him. Oh, no, that Chanty. Okay.
you're out of range there.
Shanty, take it easy, bud. Safe, have fun. Gotta go help guildies with transfer. Till next time, keep up the awesome work. Ah, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Because I Joe a tire.
Oh, okay, so he joined Graveyard. Alright, never mind then. Yeah, if you see anybody else who's looking for a group, that's around our level. And it looks like Moltros got his Everquest to work, so we got another member of the community back here, guys. Did you ever say that you played the game back in the day, or are you starting it over and trying it out from scratch? And I'm going to switch weapons, because I am the only tank now. Oh, you made an Orc Shaman. Definitely check out Super Bits and Bob. He has some wonderful videos on how to be a shaman. Of course, I'm not saying you need those, but if you ever have any, questions or like where do I go hunt, how do I level up, what spells should I use, things of those sort. He has really entertaining videos for one, and then of course very, informative as well. So. Let's see. We're gonna get anything else in here. Grab these. Now just need to stay in full screen. That can be an issue. I play my game in window mode. I did used to be able to play in full screen, be able to switch between monitors, record, and have no problem. Lately, the last like 8-9 months, I have to play in full screen. One thing you can try to do is when you start Everquest, start in administrative mode instead of just regular mode, and that might help you out. It might not. But, yeah, it seems to come and go. Alt-Enter will get you into full screen. Alt-Enter will get you out of full screen, so if you're trying to figure out like how to switch back and forth between the two, that will do it for you. But sometimes switching into full screen will give you a black screen. So, yeah. Yeah, you played EQ a long time ago. Okay, cool. What classes did you used to play, or were you a shaman? Coming back to your roots. I think that's what most people tell us they do when they first come back, is they recreate the character that they love the most. Whether it was the very first character they had, or a character that just seemed to be the one that they enjoyed the most. And that's a very, very hard thing to kind of pin down, is, this game has so many classes to pick from. You want to find one that is going to stick with you. 30 minutes, guys. I gotta head to bed. Oh, okay, so you're heading to bed pretty soon?
Yep, at midnight. I got a doctor's appointment. I gotta get hyperbarics again. Hopefully my ear is better so I can get through it.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, I'll probably head out at then as well. So if they want to start getting some more people in here, keep the group going.
Yeah, I'll transfer leadership off to... Who's a good person here?
I ask them. I say who wants leadership, just in case. Let's see. I played on this server for a few. Let's get these guys back here. But never had anyone to group with and such. Yeah, I run 2 monitors. Yeah, you're definitely welcome to come out and group with us. If you see us on, of course, as you can see before, sometimes we have a full group. When we get all the guys together, it can be quite a bit of a raid force, actually, which we've been doing lately over in Kale. We'll get 2 or 3 groups going. So, yeah, you're always welcome to hit us up. If, we're busy or we can't group with you that day, remember to hit us up again. I know a lot of you guys have done that before in the past, and we're like, oh, we really want to get you in. We don't hear from you again. Um, when we're doing these things, I hate to say it, but I suck with names. Absolutely suck with them. And I will forget to send you a message when a spot opens up. So I hate to say it's up to you guys to keep hitting us up because it just sounds like we're super lazy, but I am absolutely super lazy when it comes to those things. Not a good thing to keep promoting on myself, being like, yeah, I'm just really bad with it, but I'm trying to be as honest with you guys as possible so you don't think we're ignoring you because we're not. By far, guys. We want you to be part of the groups. Just sometimes we got a lot of things going on and we don't remember to hit all you guys up. So you see us on streaming or you see us on the game, send us a message, send us a tell, and just kind of see what we're up to. And if we got space for you, you're more than welcome to be part of it. Pretty much all the guys that you will see, actually all the guys that you will see on the stream have at one point been viewers that have hit us up and been like, hey, we want to group with you guys, and they become like a regular thing on here. So mage and warrior, that's what I'm playing right now. Is my warrior. Chupa has a mage level 56, 57, and he loves that little dude. He hasn't been able to get his epic, and I think that's kind of hindering him a little bit. Plus his hours, he's not able to play as often as he might like. We have all different level characters. I got a level 5 bard that I've been leveling up. This guy I'm leveling up pretty fast, so you may not be able to keep up with this guy. But, yeah, level 5 bard. I kind of want to level him up at some point. Got a level, 3 mage or level 4 mage or something like that. I don't play him very often either. We got all different sorts of levels, like 12 necromancer and 30 wizard and a couple 20s in there and some 40s and some 50s and... Yeah, so pretty much spans all ranges. It really just depends on what we're doing that day and what characters we're playing. We're a little bit have that alt-itis of creating more alts, but it allows us to group with you guys of all levels. And normally we can at least find something. If Seb is camped, and there's nothing for us to do over there, no group we can get, then we can always go over and do something in a lobby zone. And if the lobby zone is camped, we can do something in a mid-range zone. So it leaves us a lot of opportunities to check things out. And I got 3 incoming on us, guys.
Before we out level it, we ought to go over and take these characters over to the Warrens.
Yeah, that would be cool. What level is it?
20 to 25, something like that. I'm not exactly positive.
Alright, remember not to attack any of the other stuff. We got an enchanter who's trying to mez.
I'm going to get aggro here because I'm healing.
Yeah, I mean, until he gets those things locked down. He's trying to. He got one locked down already. And he's trying to get the other one. If he doesn't here, I'll jump on it. There we go. We got this under control now. A little bit. Fat fingers. Experience here is not too bad, though. Like, we've already gotten 3 levels. I'm almost to my 4th one, so...
I've gotten 2 since I've been here. Well, 1.5, but I dinged twice. And I'm about 26% in, too.
Into your level?
Yep.
Yeah, this is a good
I just
spot.
dinged, like, what, 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, this is a really good spot. I mean, there's a lot of experience to be had here. A lot better than Unrest. I don't remember Unrest being that bad, but with my warrior, Unrest sucked so bad. And, of course, one of the biggest things that I didn't realize is that Shrink does not work in outside zones. Of course, why would you need Shrink in an outside zone? Well, Unrest is considered an outside zone, and it has a building. And in the buildings, I have to crouch with this guy in the hallways. I cannot fight when I'm crouched, which means if I get rooted in the hallways, I am absolutely defenseless. I just have
Helpless?
to stand there and take the hits. It sucks so bad. There's also a little bug over there for those of you who are watching. If you happen, and of course, it's probably pretty rare that you do, but if you happen to have the venomous axe of the Velium Brood and you are inside the main room, you are perfectly fine. However, if you go into one of the hallways and you hit with this weapon, and you might be wondering, well, how are you going to hit in the hallway if you're so big? Well, there is a hallway next to the front door, which is large enough for me to stand in. It's the only hallway in there that I can stand in and fight. If you're fighting next to that front door, next to the main room, and this weapon procs, there's a little bug right now. I don't know if they're going to fix it later down the road, but there's a little bug right now where it will fall into the world somewhere and take a random path back to you, which definitely means you're going to die, or at the very least, it's going to bring 2 or 3 with it. Chances are that's going to kill you. Worst case scenario, it pulls the entire zone, and then you kill everybody in it, and that has happened. So, yeah, be very aware of that. I would say, remove that weapon if you're fighting in that exact spot, but most of the time you fight inside the main room, and that's not going to be an issue. However, if you happen to run into that issue, you know exactly what's going on, and I would say zone it as soon as possible if it teleports on you, so, yeah.
When does a cleric get their next spell? After 18 or 19?
I think it's every 4 or 6 levels, so if you're... When did you get your last one? 18?
I think so. Hold on, let me look at my spell, see what it says. Did we heal? No.
I think it's 24.
Holy armor? Oh no, that's 5. 9. Symbols is 14. But, okay.
Sounds like fun. Yeah, it could be interesting, but definitely very dangerous. The weapon is amazing, though. I paid about 1,100 plat for it, which, is not on the cheap side, but it's not on the expensive side either. It goes up to like 1,500 is down as far as 1K, and it has an 85 damage direct proc.
So for every 5 levels, that's 19.
No,
20.
every like 4 to 6.
Well, 4 is definitely for ink casters. I think wisdom casters is every 5. 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yep, 24 at level 24.
Yeah, that's what I figured, 24.
Oh, God. Ugh. Because I didn't get any new healing spells at 19. That sucked.
Every other one. Be thankful, though. You don't always want another heal spell. Like, you do, but you don't. If you get another heal spell, it's fantastic. That means you can heal for more, but it's gonna eat up more of your mana. And the very first level you get that heal spell, it's enormous amounts of mana. As you get closer and closer to the next one, that becomes a smaller and smaller percentage, and then you start wishing you're like, oh, I could really use another one until you get it, and then you're just like, oh, this sucks. I can only cast 3 heal spells and I'm out of mana. So, yeah, you usually want, for me anyways, I have up to 3 heal spells on at a time. One big one for the main tank, as close to a complete heal as you can get for those really, really bad fights. You have one medium heal for the main tank when he only needs a somewhat of a spot heal, and then you need a small heal for the casters. So, yeah, the reason you want to do that is, one, with the casters, you don't want to waste more mana than you have to, so you give them just the amount of healing that they need. And with the big heal, the reason you want to do that rather than small or medium heals is that you don't want to build up aggro on the fight. So if you got to heal the tank because he has 5 mobs on him, he's about to die, you want to make sure you get the biggest heal on him as possible, because the very first thing that's going to happen is all those mobs are going to jump on you, and you're not going to be able to cast on him again for a while. So yeah, you want that complete heal or something. Complete is amazing. It changes the game for you. Very, very low aggro compared to superior or greater healing. And, you can cast it on him when he's almost dead, and 9 out of 10 times, if not more, the mob will not even notice you, nor come after you. So that's a game changer.
Yeah, I'm currently up to healing. It's my best heal spell.
Not bad. I mean, I think you get greater healing next, and then superior healing after that. And then complete heal. Then you get your first, is it Remedy that you get next, and then your first heal over time, or you might get your first heal over time and then Remedy. Either way, the heal over time is close to 50s, if not beyond it. It's an amazing spell. So one I use most of the time when I'm lazy. Because if you want to do complete heal, that's great. But if you get too many ads in and you're not paying attention, you're not being Johnny on the spot as quick as possible, you will find that a lot of the time you don't have time to get that complete heal off. So I end up using heal over time. I can sit down, med up while it's going off. I don't get a lot of aggro because it's not something that is hitting them very quickly. So I don't do like 800 heal or hit points on them right off the bat. I do 160. Then it waits a few more seconds, does another 160, waits a few more seconds, does another 160. So the aggro is spread out. And why that is taking time, the tank is doing damage, so it evens out for me, and I get very, very little aggro over it. It's not as mana efficient, though, as a complete heal, so you have to decide that on your own, what kind of cleric you want to be. Sea heal kind or the lazy kind, and I usually end up being the lazy kind. Unless I need to go into the mana efficiency of a complete heal and build up my mana back if things are going bad.
There's one over by the wall there.
Yeah.
Rooted.
How do you like the cleric so far, though, man?
It's not bad. I mean, it's weird because usually I'm over there backstabbing and doing DPS. Sitting on my ass feels strange.
Night Vanther, thanks for coming out, man. We're going to be calling it here pretty soon ourselves, so, I definitely want to thank you all for being a part of this, and we'll definitely catch you either Friday or this weekend.
Where'd it go?
It's right over here beating on his face. Yeah, he's using that Bonecaster rope, too.
Who is?
Lay.
Oh, I better check, make sure he's okay.
It's running away. Yeah, this is an amazing zone. I think I came here with my cleric around this same level, and he spent a long time here at the pond, and then he left. He didn't go any deeper into the zone just because I couldn't find any groups. Not that there weren't enough groups available, it's just that he couldn't get into any of them. As a tank, it's going to be a little harder for him, I think, because you need to be a little bit higher level than the mobs you're fighting just so that you can tank them fairly easy. Are they pulling those? Okay, yeah, so they got people in here camping these things. We'll let them have those. And we'll pull these out here. It doesn't leave us a lot of mobs, to be honest. I mean, it's pretty slim pickings out here until they repop. You pop pretty quickly, though. And I need about a bubble left before I level to 24. So that'd be kind of cool. Now, one thing I would suggest you guys keep in mind if you're an enchanter, when you charm a pet, it's cool. It adds DPS. It's kind of a neat little thing for you to have as an enchanter. The downside to it is that it does not respawn. So you are taking up a placeholder in the area that you're in. And say you're inside Unrest in the main room. If you charm one of those mobs, there's only like 8 of them in the entire main room. That means for every respawn, that is one more that you're missing for that round. And after 10 or 15 respawns, you've cost the group 10 or 15 mobs. That's a lot of experience.
You can always try charming from outside and then dragging it in.
Right, yeah. So usually you want to charm from somewhere that you're not fighting. So like in Seb, when you're moving down to a room, you'll see a lot of people snag a spot. Normally you want to be somewhat kind and drag a spot that nobody camps. So like in Seb, you do it from like the exit. Nobody kills the exit unless they're leaving. So if every enchanter in the zone goes up there and grabs a mob, nobody's gonna be upset about that. So yeah, it's just kind of a little interesting tidbit that enchanters tend to do, and most people kind of take it for granted. At lower levels, it's something that you'll notice a lot more being done. I won't say the wrong way, but it's very much inconvenient. Like you're losing out on a lot of freaking experience, and it just kind of sucks. Now I'm not saying this guy's doing it wrong. I'm just saying that we have plenty of mobs here, so he's fine doing it. But in say the main room, not a good idea. This dude's a freaking caster, and he's gonna dispel me, or not me.
Let him dispel and I'll rebuff you.
He dispelled you, not me. Let's see.
Did not take hold.
Shanty looking for group level 25. CC
Did not take
tower.
hold. So much for that.
He's beating my face in.
Incoming healing on you.
Nothing like taking the named placeholder. That would be trolling to the extreme, and that would just suck. So yeah, definitely don't take the names placeholder. You will be killing your group, and it will take them a while probably before they figure it out, and they won't be happy. You're not going to be happy because you're not going to get that experience. There we go. 2 people are leaving soon. May as well get what we can, right? Sure. Who's the leader?
I haven't made anybody your leader yet.
I usually just charm the Dwarven Ghost. That dude is pretty hard. So if you can charm that guy, you're doing pretty well for an enchanter. He is like a freaking freight train. So
One from the basement or the one up on the first floor?
The one on the first floor.
Because that one in the basement will wreck your face if you're not high enough.
Hey, he's not camping the bedroom if he can go down to the basement. Go ahead and toss that enchanter invite, dude. Diana. I think she might be in Viz, but just say yes.
I can't see her.
She's in Viz or something. Or give it to somebody else. Give it to Lay. Give leadership to Lay.
Okay.
And let him know he's a leader.
Oh, frick. Frickin' frack. L-A-Y.
N-I-X.
N-I-X. What do you mean he's not in my group?
Just click his name in the group chat and say make leader.
That's why. So I guess that particular guy isn't in my group. There we go.
Unrest is by far my favorite zone in the game, and maybe my favorite dungeon idea in any game. I won't go that far. Seb is by far my favorite dungeon in the game, but I do like Unrest. It definitely has a unique aspect to it you don't normally find anywhere else. The whole like haunted, Halloween-y kind of feel to it. This one definitely has it too, but not as much, and definitely not until you get a little further in. It's light in here. If it was darker, it does rain, so that gives off that kind of gloomy atmosphere in here. But I always thought these zones needed more fog, kind of coming in, that like rolling, thundery fog, just kind of coming down the banks, maybe creeping over the hills a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit more advanced than the game allows for back in the day of 1999. But the new game definitely can do that. And I don't want to see it like cartoony. I don't want to see it overdone. Very subtle. These games for Everquest, I think, were very good about being as subtle as possible with the things they throw in here. You know, they throw in trees, but the trees, once you start looking at them, you're like, oh, they're kind of gnarly, right? Like, they don't go straight up. They actually come in and go from one side to the other. Obviously, some battles, or maybe a big fat ogre used them as a scratching post. Who knows? But not the most beautiful looking of trees. Unrest definitely has more characters in that zone that fit the atmosphere. You got the the scarecrows, you got the skeletons. Each one of those have that unique sound, like the skeletons crackling, laughing, and the scarecrows doing that scream, that ha 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 kind of thing. It's just a whole bunch of really cool things coming together to make that zone kind of special in some different ways. And then I think they revamped it because last time I was there with my cleric, there was no ghost. There was a lot more bronze armor that dropped. Now there's like chain or something dropping there, and that was not a thing. And this chick just rooted me for no reason. I mean, just act like I hit her in the face with an axe or something. So unfriendly. Come on. This root lasts forever. It's like going into Lower Guk and getting ghoul rooted. So horrible.
Whenever my characters get rooted, man, it usually means the death.
Yeah. I mean, you can feign it off, you're just lay there for like a minute and a half while you watch that thing not take off, and you're just like, oh my god, that's horrible. I like Mistmoore too for the lore. I remember back in 1999, the GMs did an event where Mayong Mistmoore. Yeah, a lot of people talk about that one. People have very fond memories of that one. I was running around in Fadar telling people to do things. My friend was given a special title by a GM controlling Mistmoore. That was cool, man. The GMs on this server will. I'm still rooted, and you guys have already killed that thing.
Oops.
The GMs on this server will do that kind of stuff every so often. They did one for a Halloween event, and they are you guys killing that? Yeah, I'm still rooted.
I got it rooted for. Oh, it didn't root. You still rooted?
Yeah, I was freaking like this thing is lasting forever. Can't move. There we go. Finally. Everybody's probably thinking, I don't know where our tank is, but he's not doing anything. But yeah, they did a GM event where you could go and talk to a NPC, and there was some lore to it saying that we need to help cure these people of fright, and you need to go scare them with the keyword boo, and there's other ones that were, I can't remember what the other keywords were, but there was a few like extra ones if you were paying attention to the text, you could find these other guys. And so I think there was like 9 that you had to boo in different zones, in different places. And they didn't just give you like a straight up, oh, go to Seb, talk to this guy, boo him. Go to Awakening Lands, talk to this guy, and boo him. They gave you a description. So it was like, it's a dark forest filled with blueskins next to a river and, you know, blah, blah, blah. So if you think about it, you're like, oh, that sounds like Neck, and it sounds like a little temple over next to Neck. So it required you to know the zones fairly well, and it required you to think about the descriptions they were giving you. Clearly, though, when the event was going on, people were trading information back and forth, so you may have been able to read that and be like, oh, that's over next to Thurigan. I can run over there and do that one real quick. And you find it, and you're like, okay, yeah, I confirm that. So you trade that information with your guild, and before long, everybody's just like, go to there, go to there, go to there, go to there, and you're done. That's cool. You know, I have nothing against that. I don't know why more MMOs don't have or hire people specifically to run GM events on servers. It's so memorable and adds a huge element to otherwise repetitive and predictable experiences. Everquest 2 definitely had a lot more GMs going on to the point that it got very repetitive. I think they did do exactly what you're asking and hire a staff to go on there. It seemed like every day, if not every other day, there was a GM event going on to the point that nobody showed up when a GM went on. So I went back to EverQuest 2 after about a year break. And this is probably like a year to 2 years ago that I went back to it. And I saw on OOC that there was a guide or a GM. He was like, oh, blah, blah, blah. This is where I'm going to be. And, you know, he's doing the whole lore and everything for it. So I was like, I'll get my butt over there as soon as possible. Like, that's going to be amazing. I get some really cool equipment. And in EverQuest 2, they wanted you to go into Blackburrow, and I was like level 50 or 60 or something, and Blackburrow was like level 10. And he's like, I want you to go to Blackburrow, I want you to kill 10 gnolls and bring me back some gnoll scalps, which drop, and they're not even like no trade, they're just tradable, so I could go to the broker and buy them if I wanted to. But, you know, I went in there, I got my scalps, I came back out and gave it to him, and he gave me some little piece of junk reward that was based off of the level of the event, and immediately upon leaving, he went to another zone. You could see it in Worldwide OOC, doing another GM event in this zone, and then this zone, and this zone. And he did that for probably like 5 hours straight. So, I mean, I like the idea, but in practice, again, a lot of the things we learned the hard way with EverQuest on live was that sometimes it can be overdone. You do want to keep them special, but yeah, I would love to see them happen a little bit more often, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, yeah, everything can be overdone, but if you keep it in moderation, it's figuring out what that moderation is. What's the key? How many a day? How many a week? How many a month? Do you have to keep it special and then still provide, you know, a memorable experience for people? And creators still claim so many unfound quests from the original game, which is odd considering data mining. What do you mean by they claim so many unfound quests from the original game? You mean like all the stuff that you would see that drops, it's like no trade, but it's not actually for a quest, and they never actually added it to the game? Because there's a ton of those that we assumed at some point they were going to add something for, and They never did, ever. You know, this is an item that doesn't do anything. It's no trade, and it drops off of a named
Can't even
creature.
sell it.
Yeah, and you're just like, what is that? Like you clearly put it in there. You made a character or a skin for it. It has a look to it. I could probably even equip some of these things and put it in my offhand or my main hand or my armor. It seems like it's probably gonna be for a quest since it's no trade, and it's not. So
Where'd Zip go? Did he leave?
maybe I'll be back. You guys are here. I gotta go help a friend who needs some help. Never played
Second, I
the
thought he
game
died on me. I
before.
was like,
Kind of
I
got
blinked.
himself into trouble. Oh, okay, so he's gonna go help a friend who's gotten into trouble that's never played the game before. So I miss PvP events. Those were cool. I do remember that. You could go to like the arena and you could get that stuff going on. They used to have a thing called bum fights here, where people would kind of set it up and you'd have low levels fight each other for loot, which kind of weird, but a lot of people like those. They had a post a year ago. They had some percent of quests they said players never found. If they do, it's only because doing quests in this game was both tedious and extremely hard. And I'm not saying tedious in a bad way. I'm saying it is. You talk to an NPC, and sometimes the quest would be in quotes. Other times it wouldn't be. You had to figure out. Sometimes you could just do like what, and then the name of the noun that it was. Kind of had in the statement. Other times it had to be very specific. What is, or how are. Like it's just it. A lot of times sitting there just typing random stuff out, hoping that you get a reply back, and some of it led to nothing. Like even when you got all the way to the end of it, it still led to nothing. So, yeah, maybe there are some quests in here, but the fact that people are going into the coding and looking at the stuff, like you said, very much puts doubt on that claim because if people are looking in there, and yeah, the P99 community itself, as far as the creators that help run this server, they're not giving out information like that. They're not telling you what coding they're using and how they're doing their stuff that they're doing. But other people out there who are making servers definitely have no qualms about saying, "Oh, look what I found," And the fact that they're not saying they found any of that stuff definitely leads me to believe that maybe they're not completely being as truthful. A random guy telling you just kill some gold gnolls for a crappy ward is not going to be memorable. Yeah, it wasn't, and I was the only one there. Like nobody showed up because it's so common. Everybody's like, I'll go get it next time. It happens every day, and it's a low and it's something junky and it means absolutely nothing. And everybody could do it. Everybody who walks up to him gets the quest, and it's not even like I did one GM event, just one back in the day, and it was over in Neck. And I got there first. The guy was doing an OC, and I happened to be running through the zone, and I'm like, ooh, what is this, right? Like, the dude's doing something. And I got there. It was unfortunate because I went through 2 or 3 stages. We started in Neck, we went over to another zone, we came back to Neck, we went into the city, and when we got into the city, he was trying to say something. He was doing his text on the screen. And this is before you could change the UI. So he did his little flavor text on the screen. You're supposed to read it, answer him accordingly. And I was not able to do so because I was getting like a gazillion tells from people saying, say this, do this, and come over here and do that. I was getting tells from the GM. And at the very end, I was letting him know, I was like, I can't see what you're saying. I'm getting too many tells from over here, yada, yada, yada. And he actually told the zone to shut up so that we could finish this thing off. He kind of broke character there for a minute. And I think he got frustrated, not with me in general, but with the fact that there was so much stuff going on, everybody's excited to be there, that he eventually ended the GM event, and I got nothing out of it. So that was my only experience with GM events. Not exactly the greatest because of the outcome, but I still loved it because I thought it was just the coolest thing ever to be part of something going on like that, and just it sucked the ending, but I still had that memorable experience with it. I love the GM events on EQ1. So much fun. Quick question, jeez. Is Bertok's server still alive? I do not know, actually, on that one. If anybody in the channel knows, go ahead and give that guy a comment on that one to let him know. It was a convoluted process. I am an EQ veteran. player since vanilla when Variant owned the game before SOE. Yeah, I played not day one. It was I think a week afterwards, and I would have played day one, but I and my brother made a mistake. And what it was is we got the game day one. Actually, we got it from a friend for a birthday present for my brothers. He looked at the instructions. He read online what he needed to do. We installed the game. It said you had to set up a screen name and password, and then you had to wait for a reply. He read that it was going to take, a week to get the reply back and get the screen name and password. So I went and read the book, the player guide, and I sat there and read that. And it was a few days before we realized that, the player guide, it says at the very beginning, which I skipped the first like 3 pages, how to set up your account. And it wasn't until later on that I went back and read it, and I was like, oh, we should already have an email from them immediately saying what our screen name and password is, and we can change it after the fact. But yeah, so it took us a few days, but right there on the cusp. But 3 days, 4 days, missing out on all the action definitely put us behind a little bit. But I eventually caught up. I went pretty hardcore into the game and enjoyed my time there. It's just it's a great game, and I started with a Dark Elf Necromancer, which is absolutely amazing. Great class and character to start with. Slow leveling, but you don't even realize it because it's your first character. So that's one of the best things about it. Let's see. Variant had it going, man. SOE made it worse. Let's see. He's going to get the next one. True story, Tiny. I played up until Planes of Power, then my Wizard and Druid became obsolete because of travel stones. I hated travel stones, dude. Killed off so many Druids. All Druids in the game quit overnight, just gone. And it seems so sad because they didn't even fix the class. And it's not like there's anything wrong with Druids. I absolutely love them in groups. But they don't have any one thing that made them sought after as it was, other than ports and a few like little tidbits. Nothing major is what I'm getting at. Like a cleric has res, and if he even didn't have res, he had complete heal. Like those two things alone make him part of a group. The tank can beat things in the face, and therefore he's needed. Everybody else seemed to have something, and the druids, they lost the one reason a lot of druids played, which is just to make money from teleports. Everybody was like, oh yeah, it's so easy to get around now. I can go to zones that I never were able to go to, and it's going to make grouping in those zones so much easier. It did at first for a short, beautiful little window when everybody was like, I'm going to go to these places, and all of a sudden, Kedge Keep became a thing, like people could just teleport very close to it and get there. What it ended up actually happening was people usually had to commit. Do I want to go to Mistmoore? If I get there and I don't find a group, I'm kind of stuck. It's going to cost me money to get a port. Once those stones came out, they no longer had to commit. They could go to the zone, do a looking for group. If they didn't find one within 15 minutes, they were gone. They went to another zone and did the same thing. And so you would not have the population sitting in a zone trying to form a group up because they could easily leave and go someplace else. And what you ended up having is far less groups actually forming because of it. And it's one of those things I don't think anybody could have seen, coming. I think it's a 2020 hindsight thing. We tried it. That's the outcome. That's what happens. But now that we know, it seems very weird that they haven't just gotten rid of it. But, live is live, and people enjoy it. So I'm not going to sit there and say that they went down the wrong path. But they went down the wrong path for me. It wasn't my style of gameplay anymore for that, so... Alright, I got two incoming. Let's see. Finio and Ragefires are the two highest populated servers on live. Headed out now. See you next time, dudes. Alright, man, take it easy. Like I said, we're going to be heading out here in the next few as well. Let me get things under control here. Necros had an awesome Redbone Lynch form. I have a level 16 Troll Shaman on P99. Yeah, you guys are more than welcome to always come out, join us if you see us on. I'm actually looking for some dedicated EQ players to join in P99. If you're looking for a guild or players, a guild for me would be the Kitten Susei Meow for lower levels, and they do some high level stuff as well. I kind of always refer to that guild, for anybody who's joining or looking for people to group with, they are an absolutely amazing guild. And I have had nothing but good things happen when I was in that guild. So yeah, if you're looking for a group or a guild that actually groups together a lot, I mean, every single time I log on to my characters that it's in that guild, they are looking for people. They're asking, hey, we're in, Befallen and we need more players. We're over in, Unrest or Mistmoore. We got a spot open. Does anybody want to join? Does anybody want to go start a group and blah, blah, blah. Like, that's commonplace, like extremely commonplace. So yeah, it's a fantastic guild to be part of, and they're incredibly friendly. The only thing that you need to do is say meow every time you enter a zone. No, I'm just kidding, guys. You don't really have to, but yeah, it's definitely something they do from time to time. You'll see a meow go across the screen, just like, oh, we got a kitten. Yeah, true, man. But then they added the LFG tool, which removed the fear of traveling to a zone. Yeah, and the LFG tool, in my opinion, didn't help things. Like, everybody just kind of sat in one zone looking for a group instead of going to a zone and forming one. Because again, that's the part of being committed. Like, I am going to Mistmoore. I'm sitting at the zone line. I can see, oh, you're looking for a group. You're looking for a group. I know a lot of people didn't take the initiative to invite people, but I did. I went into a zone as a cleric, and I see like 4 people looking for a group. I just invited every single one of them. And I'm like, you're a tank, you're a wizard, and you're a necro, and you're a rogue. That makes a pretty good group. I'm just going to invite you guys, and we're going to get things going. I don't need to send you a tell and ask you, hey, do you want to come over? Nah, like, you're already here. So again, it definitely impacted what you could do in a zone. But yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, that's just my 2 cents on it. It could definitely be different depending on if you were just really big into that LFG tag and you love doing that looking for group hunting, which I'd never really liked. I like just walking in and figuring things out. I was always jealous of the red bone. I felt they should have gave SKs a black bone form. They never gave SKs jack. SKs always got gypped on everything. But that was kind of the hard luck life of SKs, fit in with like the lore of Shadow Knights being like forgotten childs in like the dark path, going down the evil stepchild and just always getting left out of all the good stuff, which sucked if you were an SK, but it was kind of funny when you thought about it. And I played a Shadow Knight, so it's just I have mixed feelings on it, but at the same time, when I look back on it, I don't know if I would really want my Shadow Knight to have better stuff, because it would have changed them and maybe made them better. It's a very fine line. I've seen what happens when you go down changing things, and most of the time, I'm sad to say, most of the time it makes things worse, not better. So I'm very cautious, and like, if we're gonna change it, let's do it on a test server, and then give people a reason to go to the test server. Give them a free month of Everquest for every month that they spend on the test server. That way, they have a reason to go there. Right now, you don't get anything for going to the test server. And this guy just dispelled my spirit of wolf. Hardly anybody ever uses the LFG tool, though. Went over to P2002 in-game on P99 is, yeah, no. Like, it is classic, so you do gotta have to work for your stuff. In-game on any game is gonna be fought over. Unless you have instances, and instances suck. I hate instances. They're the absolute worst.
Oh,
you're heading out, man?
yep. I'm falling asleep on you right here.
Alright, alright, guys, I'm gonna be heading out as well.
I'll probably be on tomorrow after I get back from HBO. No, not home box office. Hydra Barracks. Let's see. 8, 7.
Alright, let's kill this last guy. But, let's see. What's your impressions of Pantheon game being developed? I'm looking forward to it. I've already got the $100 thing where you can go on there and get the open, or not the open, but like the beta or early access. Hasn't come out yet, so still kind of hoping things go the right way. And as soon as it does come out where I can play it, I will be streaming that and making videos for it. So if you guys are interested in seeing that without putting down the money, definitely come back and check it out. Only downside I've heard to it so far is they're thinking about doing monthly, and I'm not a big fan of monthly payments like that. I've done that many times on other games, and I kind of am done with that system of payment. There's been other games out there that have done other systems where you buy it. Like I've compared it to like first person shooters on the PlayStation. You can buy a first person shooter for $60. That game is yours. They don't charge for online for the old PlayStation. I think the new PlayStation, like PlayStation 4, might, but I'm not sure on that because I don't have one. But PlayStation 3 definitely didn't. You could go on there and you could play a multiplayer for as long as you wanted on that game, and they still made it viable. They still made profit off of it. So they could do the same thing with the MMOs. They just choose not to. Great grouping with you. Not yeah, it was been a pleasure, man. Hope to see again in the future. Yeah, so I think there's a place for everything, and that one's just not a place for me. But I definitely want to check out Pantheon. The ideas that they have for it, I could go into and talk about for hours, and I have in the past. But since we're going to end the episode, I don't want to get too much into that one. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So, Mas, because you know a lot of EQ, have you looked into Pantheon Res of the Fallen? Yes, I definitely have. The elemental effects that they are going to be doing for Pantheon as far as environmental. They talked about the ice doing a little bit more damage to you. They talked about different weapons doing different damage to enemies. So like blunt weapons would do more damage to skeletons, and slashing weapons would do less. Those aspects are unique flavor to a game that I think could definitely use a little bit of reinvigoration, a little bit of new ideas to it. Hasn't sorry, hasn't really got anything new in our genre in a long time. Everything's kind of been going down easy mode, and Pantheon's not going down that route. They're definitely trying to create something that's a little bit more challenging. Some people say it like hardcore. I think challenging is the right word for it, to be honest, because they haven't specified what the death penalty is going to be. But in this game, when you die, you got to go get your body back. You got to go do a whole bunch of stuff. So you lose experience, and it can be very, very painful for you. That is what I like. The give and the take. Yeah, they always give you something, but they take something away from you too. You're a big ogre, you can take hits, yeah, but you're also slow and you're big and you can't get around very easy. You have a lot of hit points. You can take a lot of beating. Okay, you got a lot of beating, but you can't dish it out very much because you're a warrior. So you're not this uber player. You have a spot in a group, a part of a community. And that's why you're playing an MMO. If I wanted to play a single player game where I'm the end all be all, there's other games out there. I can go play Mass Effect. Mass Effect is an amazing single player game, and I am the end all be all. I am the chosen child, sparkly from the godson, blah 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 that they did in the ending, which was ridiculous on number 3. I love the Mass Effect series, don't get me wrong, but the Star Child BS that they threw in there was just stupid. But yeah, you could be the almighty Rambo version in a single player. In an MMO, I think you need to be part of a community. You need to be good at something, but you also need to be bad at everything else. And this is one of those games that really brings that to light. And I'm hoping Pantheon, because it is made by McQuaid, brings that back into it. I never played Vanguard, so I can't speak if Vanguard really captured that essence. But he had a hand in that one as well. So we'll see how that works out. If you were a warrior or cleric, it was always easier to start groups because you had. Yes and no. I started groups with my Shadow Knight as well all the time. And Shadow Knight's not a warrior. He is a pooler. He can tank, but he's not the greatest tank. It just requires initiative. Like, you got to contact people and be like, hey, you want to start a group? Most people are like, yeah, because they're just sitting there looking for one anyways. They just either they're too shy to start one. They don't know enough about the game makeup to know what is needed. A lot of people don't have direction on where to go because they're new to the zone. So if you know like the spots that you're going to be hunting, and especially as a pooler, you have that experience, you have that knowledge. You could be like, oh, let's go to the hand room, or let's go to left courtyard. You have the direction, and that's really all you need as a group leader is like, let's just go do this, and everybody else is like, well, yeah, let's go do that. And if somebody else is like, no, let's try a different room, let's go do it. Like, if we can do that spot because we have the group for it, then all means, like, let's take into other people's consideration. But most people were just like, let's get something done, and they didn't care what. We had a regular form. I just wanted to look, badass, yeah. All right, you have Discord channel. Well, someone has to pay for the new content. and server maintenance. That's true. Somebody does have to pay for the new content and server maintenance, but the games on the PlayStation have the same server maintenance and new content that they add, and they make it work. So to say that it can't be made to be efficient and profitable is not true because it already has been proven to be that way. The only difference is they don't waste money where money doesn't need to be wasted. They don't need to be coming out with new content every day or every week or even every month. You need to give people time to enjoy the content. I think that's one of the main things that MMOs do vastly wrong in a lot of ways is every year brand new expansion because they want their numbers to go up and up and up. One of the cool things about P99 is it gives people time to enjoy Everquest, then gives people time to enjoy Canark, and then gives people time to enjoy Velius. And you're not rushed through a certain aspect. Because you got to remember, some people are going to level fast, and some people are going to level slow. And you can't bow to the guys that are leveling fast and create everything for in-game content, because those people will never be happy. What you can do is give them dungeons based off of skill instead of level. So in this game, you have TOV, which is kind of like a mid-range to advanced stuff, and then you have Vashine's Peak, and Vashine's Peak is definitely for the advanced, and then you have Sleeper Tomb for the extremely advanced, and it's not just about gear when you get to those places, it's about skill level, people being on the ball, people knowing how to do their class, and that's where the challenge comes into play for the higher level guys. Instead of creating more content for them, give them better content that doesn't cost you more money, but cost you imagination and just you knowing the game that you're creating, which they do, and they have a lot of love behind it. I'm not saying they don't. I think they just need to take a step back and saying, stop giving you more, give me more quality. Not more content, but better quality of content. I'm with you on not wanting to pay a monthly. If you want more money, then create an expansion, and I'll buy that. Again, yeah, that's exactly where it is. If you want to come out with an expansion, I'll pay for that. But don't come out with an expansion every 6 weeks because you want more money because you're wasting it on something. I don't know the money behind how to run a corporation like that. I've never done it. I just can compare it to other corporations that have, and they've made it work. So, maybe take a page from what they're doing and see how they're doing it. And if that means giving people a little bit less so that they can get more out of it in the long run, then so be it. But you have to pay or play for a PSN Xbox. You do now. You didn't have to before. PlayStation 3 did not have a monthly fee for their online games. If PlayStation 4 does now, that's just because they're greedy and they've gone down the way of, like, let's charge people for stuff that they're used to already being paid for that we don't really need to. Xbox, definitely, they always paid or charged for a monthly subscription, and that's why a lot of people went to PlayStation, so they didn't have to, and they could still enjoy playing with their friends. So, yeah, it's just like phone companies charging you for long distance when they didn't need to, and then eventually getting rid of it, now charging you for data text when they don't really need to, and eventually will probably at some point way down the line, decades from now, finally get rid of that, and people will be like, yeah, and then they can start doing it all over again. It's a circle that they go through, and they fool people time and time again. So yeah, I'm kind of done with that whole system of reaching into my pocket for something that is not really bringing that amount of enjoyment. The one thing I have really horrible thoughts on is a lot of the time I would pay for a year or 6 months on monthly charge game, and then something would happen in my life and I wasn't able to play for like 5 of those months. As money out of my pocket that I'm not getting to enjoy that game that they're still getting on me. So if they want to make me pay monthly, that's fine, but I want to be paid. I want to get my money's worth. So if I pay for 30 days, I want 30 days of my game actually active. So if I log in that day, that's 1 day down. If I don't log in for 2 weeks, then I'm not losing any of my other days because I haven't logged in. That I think is fair. Their servers are being taxed when I'm actually on, and when I'm not on, they're not being taxed, so I shouldn't have to pay for that, I don't think. But it comes down to money a lot of the time for some of these companies, and they're greedy. But again, not saying Pantheon is. I'm just saying that there are definitely companies out there that are in it for the money and not for the love of what they're doing. And you'll see them on Steam. They make all these promises on open betas, and they're like, oh, we're getting in there. Please come and crowdfund us. There's one zombie game, I can't remember the name of it, that my friends tell me about, the guys that I group with here on EverQuest.
Daisy.
Daisy, is that it? That is like
I think
notorious.
so. I haven't played either.
Yeah, they say it's notorious because it's like 5 years later, they're still suffering from the same problems that they promised they're going to fix 5 years ago, and still asking for money to fix these things. So, it's a lot of broken promises on some of these games, and it's clear that they're not trying to actually fix the game. They're just trying to make money off of it, and
Look
it's
at EverQuest next. What happened with them?
well, I think they bit off more than they can chew with that, and the company was going through a transition, so I don't really blame them on that one. But there's a lot of fly by night companies that are just all about the money, and it's very hard to tell the two apart from one another until it's already too late. So you got to be kind of cautious with it. And when I see some of these practices that the other guys use to rip you off being done by some of the other companies, they kind of mesh together, and it's just like maybe don't go down that route because that's where the cheapskates kind of go down, and they fool you with it. So they will give 3 free games every month, and $50 a year is worth it because you get 36 free games a year. Not enough hard drive room for Eternal Alpha branded games. Yeah, Eternally Alpha is oh my god, so many of them. Steam, I think, needs to step it up because they're the only ones who can. I'm not saying it's their responsibility, but I think they're the only ones who have the ability to do it, to regulate these at least somewhat, and give Steam players some semblance of a filter and be like, these guys have been proven to be trusted. They have created games in the past. They are AAA, blah, 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 indie companies. These other ones in the middle created maybe one or two other games, and they've been somewhat proven to work. And these other ones down here on the other ones have not been proven at all. Brand new game companies that have no history whatsoever. Buyer beware on those guys. Like they need something. Maybe that system doesn't work, but they need something. Because right now it's just a wild west. Do I invest in that game that may never ever get finished? And I don't want to see the whole genre go away. I like betas. I like being part of the game, and I like giving my 2 cents on a game that's coming out and being like, oh, that's cool. I don't like that. And maybe the company hearing it, maybe they don't. But it's a cool process. It's something that was denied to a lot of us when we were growing up. We didn't have the access to try games out before they were done. If they were on the shelf, they were on the shelf. That was the end of the story. You couldn't write in and be like, let me test that game. Like it didn't have that capability. So I'm in love with the ability to be able to be an alpha player or beta player, see the flaws and witness how they integrate new aspects into the game and their thinking on different topics. But yeah, it needs a little bit of regulation to make sure it doesn't die completely because we've all seen in the 80s what happened when like the ET was the straw that broke the camel's back. Everybody know that almost killed the gaming industry because of just too many badly done games with no regulation on who gets to make a game, how good it has to be before it gets out on the market, and parents got burned too many times and kids got burned too many times, and that was the end of it. So yeah, I got suckered into Arch-Age. What a money trap that game is. Have a great night, everyone. Tiny Bubbles, man, have a good night. Definitely going to be ending it here. I'm just answering a few questions before we head out to kind of unwind after all that killing inside there. But yeah, that's pretty much it, guys. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, like you got the good and you got the bad, just pretty much with anything in life. I do happen to think that Pantheon is going to be more good than anything else. Like I said, the only really bad thing I heard about that's really not that bad is the monthly subscription that I'm not too fond of. But hopefully, in the end, it's going to be worth whatever they decide to go down. I'm definitely going to try it
True.
out. I've already paid the $100 for it, so I'm kind of invested in it anyways. And it looks like it could be a really, really good game. So, any last words for you before we go, Alar?
Good night, everyone.
And stay safe and have happy holidays, guys.
Bundle up. It's cold out there tonight.
Till tomorrow, stay warm.